Necklaces and Nooses, a Presley Thurman mystery. Written by Laina Turner. Narrated by Moniece Robinson. Prologue. Solange always turned and gazed lovingly at her boutique before walking out the door each night. It was a ritual of sorts to walk to the front of the boutique and pivot to take in all that was hers and to breathe in the smell of success from all her hard work and determination. She'd be damned if she was going to let that asshole take it from her. She built this and would die before she let anyone have it. He didn't do a thing except complain the entire time about how stupid she was, that everyone knew retail was a losing proposition, and the sheer fact that she was taking money out of her trust fund and throwing it away on something as frivolous as a clothing store proved how stupid she was. She needed to find another hobby, he had the audacity to say. As if this was a hobby. He had sorely misunderestimated her then, and certainly was underestimating her now. She began to wonder if he had ever really understood her, because if he had, he would have realized that silk was the culmination of years of dreams. Test, 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 test. Man, who the hell are you? She exclaimed, thinking she must have been lost in thought to not hear this guy sneaking up on her. She berated herself for not locking the door when closing. She always forgot, and the lady she worked with kept reminding her. This was Chicago. Even though the boutique was located in a good part of town, at night you can never be too careful. That's not important, the man said. What is important is that you give me what belongs to me. What are you talking about? I don't even know who you are. You better just leave, buddy, before I call the cops. Solange tried to sound menacing, not scared like she was. She had grown up in the city, but had never been in this situation. I told you, I'm not leaving until I get my merchandise. Now, I know you have it, so turn it over. Have what? She had no idea what he was talking about, and her confusion almost overrode her fear. My jewelry. I know that you got it in your last shipment. If you think I'm going to let you and your people cash in on my hard work, you're wrong. Now, hand it over, or you'll be sorry. For the last time, I have no idea what you were talking about. This has gone far enough. I'm calling the cops, so you better leave. Solange reached into her purse and grabbed her cell. She pulled it out and started to dial 911 when the intruder knocked it out of her hand. Now wait just a minute. No, I'm done waiting. The intruder stepped closer to Solange and grabbed her around the throat. Oh my God, she thought, and everything went black. Chapter 1. I can't believe I'm so forgetful. All I wanted to do is go home because I was tired and my feet hurt. I left my wallet at work and of course didn't notice until I got all the way to the pay booth to get out of the parking garage. No amount of batting my eyes and trying to look cute and pathetic helped, although the fact that the attendant was a 20-something gum-cracking girl who I'm sure just wanted me to leave so she could get back to her magazine probably didn't help. It was no skin off her back if I had to take the time to go get my money. I was hoping she would do it out of the kindness of her heart, but to no avail. She wasn't going to give in. Though, I guess, who could blame her? I'm sure a lot of people tried to scam her, but you never know until you try, was my motto. I walked back down the dark alley to the boutique where I worked, wishing I had a ponytail holder to put my thick red hair up. I had taken the time to straighten it that morning, and it looked great until I walked into the humidity. Now it was turning into a fuzzy mess. It was a muggy August night, and I was sticky and disgusting after a long day of work. My black capris and my sleeveless white blouse were wrinkled and limp. My sweaty feet slid around in my red high heels. I just wanted to get home and shower. This time of year, the hot weather always made me feel dirty. I couldn't wait to get back to the store, the boutique I worked at to get a blast of air conditioning and cool off. The owner just about had a nervous breakdown anytime anyone called it a store. Stores are for groceries, she would shrill. Silk is a boutique that caters to women who have taste and class, she would say. and money, which was unspoken. My boss was one of the most high-strung women I knew, but she was a smart businesswoman and knew her stuff when it came to fashion. I had a lot of respect for her, considering the majority of the clientele at Silk was high-strung and high-maintenance too. I figured one of the reasons she was so successful is it took one to know one. The people who shopped there, mostly women of course, with a few husbands and boyfriends who knew what kinds of gifts their ladies liked, loved how everyone at Silk catered to their every whim. Silk provided the best customer service of any boutique I knew, and by the clientele, it was evident. My boss had incredibly high standards, and at times it drove us who worked there crazy. But it worked. We had a large amount of repeat business from women who claimed to wear only clothes that came from Silk, and ours was a small world. We would hear if they were going somewhere else. I continued through the alley and then turned left once I got to Park Street, which was one block off the great shopping mecca in Chicago, the Magnificent Mile. A magnificent mile of shopping, that is. It was the bane of my existence, or at least of my credit cards. I was a bit of a shopaholic. Okay, a lot of a shopaholic. I couldn't believe it. I was a slave to fashion. I loved clothes, shoes, and accessories. My favorite time of the month was when my InStyle magazine came in the mail. I reached for the door with my key to unlock it, and with the pressure on my hand, it swung open. That's weird, I thought. I knew I'd locked it and set the alarm when I left 30 minutes before, since I was the last person out the door, so that must mean Solange is here. The owner, whose real name was Sally, made everyone call her Solange because she felt it more representative of who she was. High-end, high-maintenance, and unique. We employees went along with it, but balked when she wanted to change our names. She tried for a long time to convince us to, but none of us employees were receptive to the idea, and she finally gave up. She often spent time at the boutique when it wasn't open, so I wasn't surprised she would be here. She sometimes kept strange hours. Solange! Yoo-hoo! Solange, are you here? No answer. But if she was in the back office, she might not hear me. I walked through the store to the break room and grabbed my wallet where I'd left it on top of the Coke machine. Still annoyed with myself that I had forgotten it in the first place, I stuck it in my vintage pearl-colored Coco Chanel purse that I had found at Goodwill. It was my best find to date. Someone must have been cleaning out a relative's closet and had no idea it was worth a lot of money, because who would take a Coco Chanel bag to Goodwill? Their ignorance was my gain. It was one of my most prized possessions. Solange? I called again. I didn't want to scare the heck out of her by sneaking up on her. I walked toward the office and the light wasn't on. Surely she wasn't sitting in the dark. That would be strange even for her. I pushed the door open. Solange! She wasn't there. I started to get a little nervous. Maybe I was being naive, but since the door was open, I didn't think anyone broke in. Solange often forgot to lock the door at night when she was here. I was always chastising her about it, though it was like calling the kettle black, as I forgot all the time too. I guess someone could have followed her in, which is why we really need to remember to lock the door. This wasn't a bad area, but you can never be too careful. The only other person who had a key besides us, a part-time employee, Edie Thomas, was on vacation in Costa Rica for a month, so it had to be Solange who was here. I called out one more time, but no answer. I flipped the rest of the lights on in the stockroom and walked up and down the racks of clothes to see if she was hiding back here. The only other place she could be was the fitting rooms. And why would she be sitting in a dark fitting room after hours ignoring me was beyond me. But then again, sometimes I didn't understand a lot she did. We had 3 fitting rooms, 2 in the back right corner of the store and 1 large one up front for the important clients. All of our fitting rooms were nice, but the extra roominess made all the ladies ask for the front room first. Since I was at the back of the store, I thought I would start with those first. Nothing. This was strange. Maybe I did leave the door unlocked. If that was the case, thank goodness I came back. As I walked up to the front, I noticed I forgot to straighten the jewelry and would have to get that in the morning before Solange flipped out, if she didn't already notice. That woman had an eagle eye, even in the dark. I had to give her that. She always wanted everything to be perfect. Rightfully so. She knew how to run a business. I opened the door to the premier fitting room and my jaw dropped. My hand slipped from the door and I stood rooted to my spot. "Oh shit," I whispered. "Doesn't look like I'll be getting in trouble for not straightening the accessories," because I was looking at my boss hanging from the light fixture in the special fitting room. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I was freaking out. I couldn't freak out. Call 911, you idiot, and then freak out. I dialed 911, and at the same time dragged the fitting room chair over to Solange and climbed up on it to see if she had a pulse, and if I could get her down. Trying to hold the phone to my ear at the same time wasn't an easy task.
911, what's your emergency?
The operator droned. I would not want to have her job. "I need an ambulance to 5649 Park Street. I just found my boss, and she hung herself," I stammered. "I mean, she's hanging,
Do you know how long she has been there?"
The voice continued calmly. "Well, I got here about 5 minutes ago. You see, I forgot my wallet, and I couldn't get out of the parking garage, and..." The operator cut me off.
"Ma'am, I understand. Can you tell if she's still breathing?"
I tentatively reached over to her neck to feel for a pulse. I didn't feel anything, but I also failed CPR in the 8th grade, so what did I know? However, she didn't have the rosy color of someone still alive, and she was very cold and clammy to the touch. "I don't think so. I can't find a pulse."
"Okay, ma'am. Help is on the way. Please stay on the line until the medics get there."
God, I hope that was soon. I waited what seemed like forever, but in reality was probably about 5 minutes or so, hearing sirens twice, which were false alarms. This is Chicago, after all. Before the medics charged through the door, I was grateful when they pushed me away and took over. I stood just outside the fitting room in shock. I couldn't believe this was happening. "What's your name?" one of them asked. "Presley. Presley Thurman." "Okay, Presley. Don't leave. The police will be here soon to take a statement from you." I must have looked nervous at this. "Don't worry, it's standard procedure," he said over his shoulder as he walked back over to where his partner was working on Solange. Okay. I watched in morbid fascination as they effortlessly cut her down and put her on a stretcher. "No sense in rushing this one to the hospital," one of the medics said in a low voice to the other. "No pulse, and it's obvious her throat was crushed. Who would have thought a necklace was so strong?" A necklace? And I peered over to Solange's body without trying to seem like I was rubbernecking at a car accident. Holy crap, he was right! Wrapped around her neck several times was one of our most expensive necklaces. It was our 36-inch triple strand of pearls and crystal. Swarovski, of course. It retailed for $28,000. And trust me, there wasn't a high markup on that piece. It was one of the pieces Solange was most proud of. What seemed odd was she loved that necklace, but would have never worn it with the outfit she had on. Her pale pink linen shirt was too casual for the necklace. Just then, I heard the door chime. I turned my head and saw a police officer come through the door. He stuck out his hand. "Hi, I'm Detective Willie Landon. Are you the one who called this in?" I shook his hand. He was cute. About 5'10", brown hair, green eyes, and really good hair. Not even just for a cop. For a cop, at least the cops I had seen, he had amazing hair. Short on the sides and spiky on the top. He definitely used some hair product. Slim build, but not skinny. He seemed to be my age, early 30s. I looked at his left hand, and he wasn't wearing a ring, though that doesn't mean much these days. "Yes, hi. Yes, I found her. She's my boss. I work here. You see, I forgot my wallet and I came back here to get it and..." He held his hand up to slow me down. What was wrong with me? I kept babbling nonsense. The medics and now this cop probably think I was a crazy lady. "Calm down. Let me get my notepad out and we can start from the beginning." I'm not sure why at the moment my emotions decided to get the best of me, but I felt the tears start to stream down my face. I'm sorry, I said, wiping away the tears, but they wouldn't stop, and my nose started to run. I was a mess. It was embarrassing. I hated getting like this, especially in front of a stranger. But I was overcome with the shock of finding a dead body, especially someone I knew, although a stranger wouldn't have been much better. That's okay. I couldn't help but think how nice he was, being prepared for a crying person. Must be in the cop manual. He was patient and gave me time to collect myself, which took longer than I wanted it to. I felt so foolish, though not sure why. I had, after all, discovered my boss hanging from the light fixture in our fitting room. I was reacting the way any normal person would if they found a person hanging. Once I felt more in control of my emotions, I started walking him through everything that had happened since I got back to the boutique, trying not to babble when one of the paramedics came out and interrupted. "Detective, I think there is something you should see here," the paramedic said, and beckoned Willie, as he told me, to call him over to the stretcher with Solange's body where they had been getting ready to load her into the ambulance. Willie held up a finger to tell me to stay put a minute and walked over to the medics. They pointed something out to him on the body, and I could see him asking more questions. After about 10 minutes, they finished loading her up and left, without sirens, and Willie walked back over to me. He stopped and looked at me for a second, pausing before he spoke, which made me a little nervous, even though I had no reason to be nervous. I was just so jittery and out of sorts. A glass of wine would sure be nice right now, I thought. "I'm going to need you to come down to the station to finish this." I looked at him confused. "May I ask why? You just said a few minutes ago I could leave after a few more questions." "Your boss didn't hang herself. She had help, so that makes this a whole different level of investigation, and my few more questions need to take place down at the station." My eyes grew wide. "What? I don't understand. How could that be?" If she had help, he must mean assisted suicide or murder. Why would anyone want to murder a boutique owner? That is what we need to find out. Ride with me to the station. "But my car!" I trailed off, thinking if only I had not forgotten my wallet, I wouldn't have discovered Solange and be on my way to the police station. What a nightmare. Am I a suspect? "Don't worry about your car. I will make sure you get back to it when we are finished. You, admittedly, were the last person to see her alive and found the body. So, I need to know everything you know. Yes, technically, you're a suspect." OMG. I can't believe this. Why did I have the luck to be one of the last, if not the last, people to be around others who were murdered? This was like the senator all over, and I knew those police. This was much scarier. What if he thought I was involved? We walked out to where he was illegally parked in front of the store. Nice cop perk, I guessed. I don't have to sit in the back, do I? I didn't know why I was more freaked out about riding in the back of a car versus the actual car itself. I guess I didn't want to look like a common criminal, or any kind of criminal for that matter. The whole thought of riding in a police car freaked me out. "No," he chuckled. "You can sit in the front with me. I don't think you're a flight risk, or that you'll harm me." Thank goodness. What a night. Wait until Anna and Jared hear about this. They won't believe it. I still don't believe it. Who would have thought a simple job in retail would turn out like this? Chapter 2. I had, of course, been in police stations before, but not in Chicago, and this was an entirely different feel than the one in my small hometown. Much more grimy and not nearly as open and friendly feeling. It definitely wasn't a sleepy country police station. By now, it was just after 11 p.m., and it seemed the police station was just starting to ramp up. But then, night is when all crooks come out. Though in Chicago, crooks were often out at all times, especially in certain parts of the city. Detective Landon, Willie, told me to sit on the very uncomfortable chairs in, I guess, what was probably the station's waiting room. He told me he would come back to get me when he was ready, and disappeared in the back somewhere, doing who knows what. Ready for what? I didn't know, and I knew I shouldn't be worried. I hadn't done anything wrong, but I was a little. Maybe this was part of his method to get criminals to talk. Let them sit and stew. I didn't do anything wrong, and it was stressing me out. After about 30 minutes of waiting, they really needed magazines in this place, or a TV, or something. Willie came to get me. Come on, follow me. I got up obediently and followed him back through a maze of desks to a bank of what I assumed were interrogation rooms across the back wall. This was sort of interesting. I filed it away mentally in case I ever decided to write about a crime. Have a seat, Presley. Can I get you anything? Water? Soda? Is this the part where you try to make me think we are friends? I said nervously. That's what cops do in TV shows. Aren't we friends? He smiled. He had a nice smile. Well, I just met you, so I'm not sure I'd classify us as friends, but I guess we aren't enemies either, I smiled. What was going on? I think we were flirting just a little bit, but not the best time for this. What was wrong with me? Okay, I need you to walk me through the entire day at the store. Boutique, I interrupted. He looked at me funny. Solange had a fit when anyone called it a store. She always said stores were where you bought groceries and toilet paper, not high-end dresses that cost more than the average person made in a week. Okay then, I need you to walk me through the entire day at the boutique. He emphasized the word, making it clear he thought I was nuts. Through, well, when you called 911. Didn't we already cover this? Yes, but... Just humor me, okay? He flashed that smile again. I couldn't help but give in. Not that I had much choice, but he made it seem much more palatable. It was just Solange and I working all day, and we both got to the boutique around 9 a.m. We open at 9 and close at 6, Monday through Saturday. Closed on Sundays. We often work later than 6 in the store to process shipments and do the behind-the-scenes work. We received a shipment of jewelry from South America, where we get most of our jewelry, which was all the deliveries we got today, and Solange left about 8, and I stayed to about 9 finishing up. Really? South America? Why there? Why do you think? Cost. It's less expensive to make there. The labor is much cheaper than here. And yes, I know people aren't always happy about manufacturing overseas, but that's a fact of profitable business, Solange would say. Wouldn't India or Vietnam be cheaper? Obviously. Detective Landon knew nothing about jewelry. Not the kind of merchandise we carry. It's very high-end with real metals and gems, not plastic and nickel. South America has the best quality of the merchandise we need. Ah, so you got a shipment. Do they come every day on a regular schedule? No, we order as we sell, so sometimes we might get 1 or 2 shipments a week during peak times, like around holidays, but during slower times, we may get 1 a month. It really depends. We have a very exclusive clientele, and we often custom order pieces, so we don't carry a large run of any one SKU. He looked at me blankly. Where do you normally shop? I asked him. Banana Republic or Gap. That explained a lot. Okay, both those stores usually carry several quantities of a size within a style. They sell on mass quantity. At Silk, we may only have a couple sizes in each style available, so we often custom order special pieces for customers. It makes us seem much more exclusive that way. Ah, I get it. Does the same person bring your shipments? No, it's UPS usually, and so it just depends on who is working that route. We usually have the same few drivers, but no one consistently. So, after that, what did you do? We unpacked some of the shipment, put what we could on the sales floor, and by that time, it was time to open the store. Once the store is open, it is pretty routine. Wait for clients to come in and cater to their every whim. I must have had a tone when I said that because Detective Landon looked at me with raised eyebrows. The clients aren't fun? I snorted. Some of them are, but most of them are demanding and high maintenance. Oh, and convinced they are a size 4 when they are clearly a tad larger than that. I learned to be very tactful in this job. Then why work there? The discount. I realized I didn't hesitate with that answer. Solange, for all her faults, had impeccable taste in retail and accessories. We would get things in that I would see and wonder what on earth she was thinking. But then she would put it together in an amazing outfit. And she was generous. We were able to get anything at cost plus 10% for shipping. That makes it worth dealing with the high-maintenance ladies? Absolutely, Detective Landon. I said call me Willie. Okay, Willie. My, but he was cute and sweet. Not what I would normally think of as cop traits. He leaned back in his chair and took off his sport coat and rolled up his sleeves. I noticed he had sleeves under his sleeves. Tattoo sleeves. Wow, not at all what I would have expected from a cop. He was effectively ruining the stereotype I had of police officers, in a good way. My last experience with the police, one in particular, had me believing he was a good cop, and he turned out to be quite the opposite. It made me a little sour on law enforcement. Willie noticed me staring and grinned sheepishly. Surprised? A bit. Aren't you cop types supposed to be clean-cut? I get that a lot. You shouldn't stereotype. Don't get me wrong, I like tattoos. Even have one myself, but I guess it seems out of the norm for a cop to have full sleeves, I mean. I sounded judgmental, or, at the very least, lame, neither of which I meant to be. It had just taken me by surprise. I had a bit of a wild youth, and this is one of the things that I didn't realize at the time, how it would carry with me forever. Not that I regret getting them, I don't. But there are many other things I did in my youth that now I just wonder what the heck was I thinking. Though I guess I should be grateful I wasn't much worse. We all do crazy things when we're young. True. So, back to your boss. Is there anyone you can think of who might want to hurt her or who disliked her in any way? Not really. I mean, she was going through a horrible divorce and have constantly been fighting over money. But I couldn't see him killing her. Really? Why not? Because he doesn't do any type of physical dirty work. He's a corporate lawyer with the firm Smith & Holt, and he seems much more bluster than physical altercation. He could have had it done. If he works at Smith & Holt, he probably has the connections. I wouldn't have even thought about that. Yeah, I suppose so. I guess it just seems weird to even think of someone doing that, especially someone I know, but I guess anything is possible. How well do you know him? Not extremely well, but he came into the store a lot to argue with Solange, and if she had tried to ignore his calls, he would call me and bother me until she finally got on the phone, so I know him better than I want to. He raised his eyebrows. That's pretty aggressive. I think it was his way of being controlling with her and the situation. Even then, he seemed all hot air. Solange was more annoyed by him than she was ever frightened or anything. That's at least how it seemed. He seemed interested in that, or at least he was writing something down. I would give anything to see what he kept putting down on that yellow legal pad of his. Can you think of anyone else, Presley, who might want to do her harm? No? She fired an employee a couple weeks ago, Amy Irvin, but she's a scrawny thing, so I'm sure she couldn't hang anyone against their will if that's what happened. I said fishing, but Willie just looked at me, so I kept talking. She probably doesn't have the money to hire a killer, and this was a part-time job. I couldn't see anyone killing over a part-time job. She's still a college student. How do you know it wasn't suicide? Until I can officially rule you out as a suspect, I am not at liberty to say. That caught me off guard. Way off guard. Holy crap! How in the world can I be considered a suspect? What? Why would I want to harm Solange? He could tell I was freaking out. Calm down. You don't seem to have an apparent reason to harm her, and I doubt you're strong enough, which is why I don't think you killed your boss. but I need to write up an official report so you're officially cleared. Phew, I slumped back in my chair. The quick adrenaline rush I had got in that split second, I thought that I was a suspect, left my body, and I felt emotionally drained. I wanted my bed, a bath, and a glass of wine. Not necessarily in that order. How did this happen? Do you know how I can get in touch with this Amy Irvin? I gladly gave him her number, as it was a relief to get the focus off me, and I knew she didn't do it either. If he didn't think I was strong enough, Amy definitely wasn't. I think she went to visit her boyfriend after she was fired, and he lives in Michigan. He is a grad student at U of M. Who are the other employees and their contact information if you have it? Yep, Steph Collins, Edie Thomas, and Lily Watson. Edie is in Costa Rica on her honeymoon right now for a month, and she just left, so her return date is something like 3 weeks from now. Lucky her going out of town, out of the country when this happened. I was the only one that we knew of who had been around the body, and there were no witnesses. I hadn't realized prior to this moment how that could put me in jeopardy of someone thinking I had done something wrong. I almost was afraid I was guilty of something, and there was no reason for that. I had never been able to understand how, on the cop shows I watched, the bad cops coerced people into saying they were guilty when they weren't. But I could almost see it now. You just wanted to tell the cops something to get them to stop asking questions. Oh, I might have an alibi. He looked at me strangely. Do you need one? I'm innocent, if that's what you're asking. But if more information would help clear me faster... I trailed off, not sure if this would help or hurt me if I thought I needed an alibi. Okay, shoot. What's the alibi? If you have a time of death, I can prove I was trying to convince the parking lot attendant at the Harrison building to let me give her an IOU, so I didn't have to walk all the way back to the boutique for my wallet. It's about a 5 or 10 minute walk from the boutique to the parking garage and back. It didn't work, unfortunately. She wouldn't take pity on me, and that's when I went back and found Solange. The attendant will remember me, I'm sure. She was annoyed I was taking her away from her magazine. Not sure we can ascertain a time of death down to that narrow of a window, but if we need to know times, we will contact her, he said, writing something down on his yellow legal pad. Back to James. He seemed to despise her, but trust me, the feeling was mutual. He wasn't technically a true ex yet, and I think that was most of the issue. They hadn't agreed on a settlement. I didn't know them when they were happily married, but they do nothing but fight now. Mostly over money and the boutique. I was babbling again, but I couldn't help it. I had all these thoughts in my head, and I felt the more I got them out there, the better it would be. At least for me, anyway. Do you know why? Why they fight over money? It would seem that they both had plenty. I know her side of it, but wouldn't that be hearsay? You watch too much Law and Order. That's in court. We're not in court. He smiled. I'm just looking for information that would help me solve a murder. Fine then, I smiled back. From what Solange told me, he wanted her to pay him the money she used to start the boutique or sell it and divide the assets. However, it wasn't his money or even community money in the first place. She had an inheritance that she used to open the store, so she said she didn't owe him anything and would give him money over her dead body. I shuddered when I realized what I just said. Maybe James had taken her on her word. Do you think that's what happened? Willie asked. He's a lawyer. I told you, it doesn't seem like he would stoop to murder. People do strange things over money. True. Is there anyone who works at the store or maybe who comes in and shops that Solange has a problem with? Not that I can think of. Just Amy Irvin, who I already told you about. But again, I can't see her doing anything to hurt Solange. She wouldn't hurt a fly. Plus, she weighs about 20 pounds. She couldn't hurt a fly if she wanted. Why was she fired? You know, I'm not sure. Solange didn't want to discuss it and we didn't push. We figured it wasn't our business and it seems Solange just wanted the matter dropped. So, you didn't talk to Amy after that? No, I called her a couple times and I think one of the other girls, Steph, did too, but she never returned our messages. We just assumed she was embarrassed over the firing and didn't want to talk about what happened. Probably a good assumption, but I will still want to talk with her. The other employees too. Anything else you can think up that might be helpful? I wish I could think of something that might be a clue to who killed her, but nothing outside of the ordinary ever happened at Silt. Well, until now. Okay. Please make sure to call me if you think of anything after you leave here, no matter how insignificant. You never know how it might relate. He wrote a number on the back of a business card and slid it over to me. The precinct information is on the front of the card, and my cell phone number is on the back. You can pretty much reach me, day or night. I liked the sound of that, though I was sure he said that to most his witnesses. If that's what I was now, instead of a suspect, I certainly hoped I was just a witness. So I'm officially not a suspect? Well, not yet. My face fell. Don't worry. I just have to follow up on a few things first. But I'm confident you will be easily cleared. I wouldn't worry about it. Easy for him to say. He had such a beautiful smile. If only we had met under different circumstances. I've got all the information I need right now, so we should probably get you back to your car. It's late. He stood. I looked at my watch to see the time and was shocked to see that it was past 1 a.m. Time had flown by. I can get a cab back if you're busy. After all, I don't want to take you away from clearing my name, I said, only half joking. Don't worry. I'm about done for the night, too. One of the third shift guys will work on it, and I will get some sleep so I can be fresh for it tomorrow. I promise. I will work hard. I gathered my things and handed him back the pad of paper with the names and numbers he had requested. I then followed him out the maze that was the precinct and outside to his car. We got in his unmarked Dodge Charger, and I buckled my seatbelt. He put his car in drive and pulled out into traffic. Any certain music you like to listen to? Feel free to change the station, he said to me once we got in the car. Wow, a guy who allows his passenger control of the radio station? I'm impressed. In my experience, it rarely happened. I like to think I'm a fair person. This station is fine. He had it on an alternative rock station, and one of my favorite girl bands, Neon Love Life, was playing. Besides, there are way too many knobs and buttons. I would have no idea what was a radio and what was something else I shouldn't be touching. I would hate to accidentally turn on the sirens. Yeah, it would be confusing looking to a civilian. You make me sound like I'm a different class of people, I said playfully. You are in a way. As a detective in Chicago, I deal with a lot of depravity that a person with a normal job such as yours doesn't deal with. Normally, anyway. That's true. I guess I didn't think about it that way. So, what do you do to unwind or for fun? I hope you didn't think I was angling for him to ask me out or that I was being too nosy. Although, I wouldn't say no to a date, even though it might be weird in light of everything. Damn, why couldn't I have met him at Starbucks? I like movies. And working out is a great way for me to relax. He broke into my inner monologue with the answer to my questions. Probably a good thing because I can debate myself for hours. My mom sometimes says talking to yourself was the best conversation you can get. And while it might not be the best, it was always available. You call working out relaxing? You're a weird dude, Detective Landon. I would never consider going to the gym relaxing. That's a good way to de-stress and clear my head. What floor are you on? We had arrived at the parking garage. Amazing how little time it took to get across the city at this hour. 6th level, I'll B. He drove into the garage and headed up the ramp. Here you go. Here you go. Door-to-door service. Thanks for the ride. The city aims to serve. I smiled. Hey, do you know when we might be able to reopen the store? I'm not sure what will happen to it. I guess that's up to James, but I have some belongings there, as do some of the other girls, and I know they will wonder what is happening, especially if we need to find new jobs. Probably tomorrow afternoon or the next day. I'll call and let you know when you and the store are all clear. Great. Thanks. Have a good night, Presley. You too, Willie. Chapter 3. I can't believe you didn't call me last night. How could you hold out on me and not tell me all this right away? I can't believe you. And what the hell are you wearing? I was being peppered with questions. Too many questions for this early when I hadn't had a full cup of coffee. I wasn't very coherent until after the first cup, but completely coherent until the third. Oh, please. It's not like you were waiting up for me to call, so don't try to make me feel guilty. Besides, you told me you were going to bed early. I didn't want to wake you. You wouldn't have answered the phone, and if you had, you would be such a grouch today. No one would want to be around you. I didn't call you for your own good. I had called my best friend Anna first thing in the morning to meet me for coffee before work. Hers, not mine, as mine was obviously closed until further notice, so I could catch her up on the night's events. I knew she would be annoyed I hadn't called her the minute I had got home, though she wouldn't have answered as she left her phone in her purse at night and didn't take it to bed with her like I did. Bad habit, but since I didn't have a home phone, I worried about how someone would contact me in the middle of the night in case of an emergency. I hadn't yet had anyone need me in the middle of the night for an emergency, but had now developed a bad habit of checking Facebook in the middle of the night. I would get so enthralled with what all my Facebook friends were doing, I would be up for a couple hours, and it was wreaking havoc on my sleep. I wasn't the only one, and wouldn't be surprised if someone soon launched a 12-step program for Facebook addicts. Maybe that would be a good startup if the boutique didn't open back up. We were at the Starbucks around the corner from her office, just a few blocks walk from my condo, and it was packed with people needing a caffeine boost before work. People like me, who were zombie-like until caffeine was in their system. Lucky it was sunny, because there was a line of people out the door. If I had been here in rainy and snowy weather, there would still be a line out the door. And yes, I had been known to be one of those crazy people. I couldn't imagine how much money this Starbucks raked in every morning. Made me wish I was wealthy enough to be a stockholder, if I even knew about such things. Though, if I were wealthy, maybe I would. We ordered our coffee, venti skinny cinnamon dulce latte for me, and venti americano for her, with a couple biscotti to munch on, and stood talking until we noticed a man getting up from a small table in the corner by the window, which was our favorite seat, so we could stare at the people walking by outside without it seeming so obvious we were staring. We sat down before he even had a chance to walk away, I think scaring him a little bit, but you had to be fast or lose out. Seats at this location were coveted. I was too tired last night. It was almost 1 a.m. when I finished at the police station. And then Detective Willie Landon had to take me back to my car so I could get home. So I hadn't showered or even tried to get ready for the day yet. When I woke up, if you could call it that, because I tossed and turned all night, oh yeah, and checked Facebook. I was exhausted, so I was in black yoga pants and an old white t-shirt with a menswear olive green cardigan over it because I knew it would be chilly in Starbucks in the air conditioning when I was running out the door, and this was the closest thing to grab. I had no intention of doing anything but having coffee with Anna, so I didn't really care who at Starbucks saw me, though as always, Anna looked beautiful in her white tank dress with red shrug, red heels, and red accessories. With her light blonde hair and bright blue eyes, she looked stunning. All the men walking into Starbucks on their way to order their coffee surreptitiously glanced at her. She was oblivious to their attention, as she was fiercely loyal, to a fault in my opinion, to her boyfriend, Jeff. I was jealous of her ability to wear white. She was the type of girl who would stay clean all day long and look as great at the end of the day as at the beginning. That wasn't me. I would have spilled something on my white dress already, probably before I even left the house. That's why most of my wardrobe tended to be dark. There was less pressure that way to stay spill-free. Willie? You're on a first-name basis already with a bona fide detective? Anna teased. Is he cute? Please, tell me he's cute. What kind of question is that? You know I'm not in the market for a guy right now. Plus, he is investigating the murder of my boss, not boyfriend material. You should be. At least go out and have fun. You can't stay single forever. Besides, I didn't say you had to go out and get married to the guy. I said just go out and have fun. Let loose. Be a little crazy. You're the crazy one. I'm boring. I like to stay home and drink wine, not go out and dance on tables. You're not boring. Besides, you know what I mean. You don't need to be alone all the time. Now tell me already. Is this guy cute? You're blushing. You do think he's cute. Tell me. What does he look like? How big is his gun? Okay, yes, he is cute. Not at all what you would think of for a cop. And stop with the double entendres. What do you mean? What makes him not cop-like? She asked. Well, for one, he actually styles his hair with product and everything. Very metrosexual, which, for a cop, just doesn't seem to fit, at least in my own perception of how a cop should look. Then, when we were talking, he rolled up his sleeves, and he has full sleeves of tattoos on both arms. I admit it was sexy, and totally not anything I would have expected. I just didn't expect cops to be stylish, which I realize is probably narrow-minded. I think I probably sound horrible, but it seems so out of character. You have a crush! You have a crush. Anna sing-songed. Hardly, I said dryly. Besides, I'm sure he hasn't thought about me. He is off trying to catch the killer of my boss, not pick up girls. Presley, I'm sorry. Here I was babbling on and on about the cute cop and haven't even asked you about your traumatic experience. I guess because it seems so unreal. How are you holding up? She said it with genuine concern. That's what I loved about Anna. She was a caring person, even if once in a while she got off track about what she really was supposed to be caring about. I'm okay. It seems so surreal. I'm having a hard time letting it sink in that I don't have to go to work today, or tomorrow, or who knows when. And it's because Solange is dead. I keep expecting her to call and tell me I didn't straighten the store good enough, or I need to come in and help process the shipment. I mean, why would anyone want to kill her? She wasn't the nicest person around, but hell, who isn't a bitch sometimes? She didn't deserve this. Part of me wonders what would have happened if I hadn't left, or come back a few minutes earlier. I shuddered to think about the possibilities. Don't you ever say that. That's crazy. You just never know what might happen. What are you going to do? I mean, for work, will the boutique stay open? Not right this minute. It's closed until the investigation. Technically, I guess the business goes to James, Solange's husband. I know that was one of the things they kept fighting about. The money from the boutique, I mean. I doubt he wants to actually run it. I can't imagine why he would possibly want to. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I figured I would wait until next week, and if I hadn't heard anything, call James and ask. I hate to do that. It seems so morbid somehow. But if I need another job, I need to know sooner rather than later. My debt was bad enough as it was. A couple of weeks without no work and no paycheck? I didn't want to think about that. Not only would my shopping days be no longer, but so would my condo payment and utility bill, and that wasn't good. I wish I could be off today and hang out with you to keep you company. I hate to think of you being alone after such a horrible night, but I have this huge presentation that I can't miss. This could be my big break. I could leave right after. Anna was a junior marketing director at a big branded firm in Chicago. She was vying for a promotion to senior director. She had recently been given the sole responsibility for a big project that could make or break her career. She had been working really hard at getting noticed, and it was finally taking off. I was touched that she was so concerned. Not a big deal, Anna, really. You can't take off work, and you don't need to leave early. I don't feel traumatized, at least not right now. Like I said, it just doesn't even seem real. Besides, I really need to call the other employees and maybe try and take a nap. I didn't get much sleep last night. Every time I closed my eyes, I just kept picturing Solange hanging. Even then, it seemed like a nightmare, not something that really happened. I kept waiting for it to sink in. I can't imagine having to see that. I would be an absolute wreck. I am so sorry for you. I told Detective Landon, that I would do that for him. Call the other employees to let them know what was going on and that they needed to call him so he could get information from them, doing his work for him. You are sweet on him. Stop. I was getting embarrassed because she wasn't that far wrong. I thought he was very attractive and completely dateable. I just wasn't ready for dating yet. Or was I? I did find him attractive. I was so confused. What's going on with Jeff? You haven't said a word about him. Jeff was Anna's on-again, off-again boyfriend. I thought I would try to distract her with redirecting the conversation, and it usually worked. She loved to complain about Jeff. He's an asshole, she said vehemently. And I was right. I took a deep breath. What did he do this time? It was always something with those two. I'm sure he's cheating. That's what you said last time, and it turned out that he was having lunch with his sister. Didn't that teach you a lesson not to jump to conclusions? Do you have concrete proof? Why are you jumping to his defense? You don't even like him. I never said I didn't like him. Just that I don't like the way he treats you sometimes. But you still have to give him a fair chance. Okay. So I didn't really like him, but as Anna's friend, I tolerated him. I didn't think he was nearly good enough for her. This time, I'm not jumping to conclusions. It's not just my instinct this time. He put a lock on his phone. People don't put locks on their phone unless they have something to hide.
So that doesn't mean he's cheating.
Just ask him why. I can't do that. Then he will know I tried to look at his phone. Anna, you're nuts. This is a vicious cycle the two of you are involved in. If you don't trust him, dump him. It's not worth your aggravation. But I love him, and deep down, feel he is the right person for me. Anna, you're nuts. I think you mentioned that already, she said dryly. I get it. I'm nuts. I'm nuts for a guy who doesn't always treat me the best. Well, let's be real. You don't trust him. And you seem to fight a lot, and he has cheated before, which is why you don't trust him now. I just find it difficult to understand how, if you don't trust him, it's worth it to try and work it out. Why do you keep going back and forth? I already told you, I love him. But aren't you tired of all the drama? Yeah, but I keep hoping it'll get better. Because when it's good, it's really good. It's just really bad when it's bad. But the good has been outweighing the bad lately. I mean it. I'm not looking at this with rose-colored glasses. Is it good enough to put yourself through this over and over? Yes, she said without hesitation. I know you don't agree, but he is a good guy, and most of the time good for me. He just has an issue with commitment. Of course I don't believe it. He doesn't want to commit, and he has cheated on you. I want you to be happy and will support whatever you do. I just hate seeing you get hurt by anyone. And it seems like he is always hurting you. But I'm not going to hound you. I will stand by you no matter what, you know. Yeah, well, everyone makes mistakes. Now, enough about me. I just want to live with the consequences of my decision. She was right, and it was her life, but I hated seeing her get hurt. So back to you, because this is much more interesting, Anna said, then sipping her coffee. Are you sure you're okay? You're not going to be traumatized with all this? I know you have been involved with murders before, but this is much more personal. This detective, Willie, you going to ask him out? Anna! I told you. He's not looking for a date. He's doing his job. What? This isn't the 1950s. You don't have to wait for the guy to make the first move. I know that, and you know me. I don't normally have an issue asking a guy out, especially when it's on a get-to-know-you level. But this is different. We have a professional relationship, and he is investigating the murder of my boss. I don't think asking him out would be appropriate. I think I might feel weird. So just wait until all this is over and then ask him out. Then all the professional stuff will be out of the way. That's true. I could. Let's stop talking about it. Could we please? I'm more concerned about him catching the killer than going on a date. That's the priority here. Of course you feel that way. You never put enough importance on your love life. But in this case, I will have to agree with you. I will try to refrain from hounding you. Are you afraid to go back to the store? Does your detective think the killer might come back? I'm not afraid to go back to the store. At least, I wasn't until you mentioned it. Maybe I should be. Willie didn't say I should be worried, but then he hasn't said I shouldn't be either. Like I said earlier, it hasn't really sunk in yet. I would prefer to be busy. I feel at a loss not having anything else to do. You should have brought some of your writing to work on after I left. True, but I'm so tired. I really hope I can go back to bed for a while. Taking a mid-afternoon nap would be a perk of being at home. Kids didn't know how good they had it, being able to have nap time. Anna looked at her watch. Crap, it's late. I need to run. She gathered her stuff and slung her red purse over her shoulder. Wish me luck on the presentation. Good luck. Call me later. Will do. Bye, Anna. I almost felt jealous that she had something she was jazzed about at work, and I didn't have something I was passionate about to go to every day. I just needed to stop worrying so much about it and think about what was truly going to make me happy. Chapter 4. I still had some of my latte left when Anna had to leave, so I decided to just sit and drink it and continue to people watch. It was a rare occurrence where I could just sit without a place to rush off to. It felt really weird to especially be unemployed again, or even worse than unemployed because I didn't know what my next step was. If the store didn't open back, I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't have a backup plan, which didn't bother me as much as it probably should. I had an InStyle magazine in my bag. I tried to always carry a magazine or book with me in case I had a free moment, though that didn't work out so well the previous night as I had tossed out my old issues and had left my current ones on the hall table. I also had a notepad in my bag in case I got the sudden inspiration to write, so I pulled out InStyle and thought one benefit of not having a job was I could leisurely hang out at Starbucks and read my magazine. If only it paid. It would be a great gig. My phone rang, and I saw a Chicago number I didn't recognize. Maybe one of the girls from the boutique was calling me from a different number that wasn't programmed in my phone. I had only been able to get hold of one of the three, Steph. Luckily, the only one who was supposed to work today. The rest I had to leave messages to call me ASAP without sounding frantic. I'm sure they had already heard the news, as it was all over the local media. I was somewhat surprised they hadn't called me already, so maybe I was wrong and they didn't watch the 11 o'clock news. Hello? I said tentatively. I hated answering the phone when I didn't know who it was. It usually ended up being someone I didn't want to talk to, usually a salesperson. Presley? Yes, this is she. Hi, it's Willie. Oh, hi. I felt myself blush. I think I might kind of like this guy, if this is how I'm going to react to him calling. I got a little flirty realizing it was him. I didn't recognize your voice, as much as I had been thinking about him. I should have. He chuckled. That's okay. We haven't seen each other long, although it somewhat seems like it. My sentiments exactly. The other night on the way home, I felt we really connected. Did you need something? I asked, and then immediately regretted it. I had just made it sound like he was putting me out, even though I was happy, surprisingly so, that he was calling me. Not that you need to have a reason, I just assumed you did, that you wouldn't just call me for no reason, I mean. I would be better off not saying anything. I always babbled when I get nervous. He laughed again. Great. Now he was laughing at me. I called to tell you that you are in the clear, officially, that is. Like I said last night, I didn't think you were a real suspect, but I had to follow procedure. I did the follow-up legwork this morning and can officially extend the all clear. That's great! And it was great to hear. I had been taken off guard by even being questioned, and it had been in the back of my mind all night. I mean, I knew I didn't do anything, but still, it was amazing at how you could almost feel you were guilty just by being in the police environment and being questioned. So, can you tell me how she was killed now? I recognized that sounded a bit morbid and probably more than a little strange. But I was curious. Hopefully he would see it that way. as plain weird curiosity. You really want to know. Why? I know. It probably sounds freaky that I want to know, but I am a curious person. I love Crime 360 and American Justice with Bill Curtis. I love to read Ann Rule. I find this fascinating. I just wish it hadn't happened to someone I know. He laughed again. I was glad I was able to provide him with such entertainment. What are you doing for lunch? What? Where did that come from? Still, I was pleasantly excited. He must not think I was too weird, wanting to know if he was willing to spend time with me in public, no less. I thought we could meet, for me to tell you what happened in person. It would be easier than over the phone. Plus, I would like to see you again under different circumstances than last night. I smiled. So maybe his interest in me wasn't just professional. Sure, lunch would be great. Where do you want to meet? I'm at the station, and I don't have a lot of time today. Would you mind coming down here? Not at all. Whatever is convenient for you. It's not like I have to work today. Okay. Then meet me at 12:30 p.m. at Harry's. I hope you don't mind a loud, obnoxious environment, but it's worth it. Their corned beef sandwiches on rye are out of this world. It's a date. I'll see you then. I hung up, wondering why the hell I had said it's a date. How stupid could I be? What if he thought I meant a real date? Oh well, I wasn't going to let myself obsess too much. I looked at my watch, almost 10. I had plenty of time to go home and get ready for lunch with Willie. I was a lot more excited than I should be for what was to be a mostly professional lunch, though he certainly didn't need to ask me to lunch to tell me this either. He didn't need to tell me in the first place, and definitely not in person. Maybe he did find me as interesting as I found him, in a good way, of course. I pulled my black Kia into the packed parking lot of Harry's and saw Willie walking up to the door. He looked great in soft-looking faded jeans with a t-shirt and blazer over it to turn from casual to professional. He must have noticed my car out of the corner of his eye as he waved and pointed to the restaurant, so I knew he was going in to get us a seat. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a wait as busy as the parking lot was, but maybe as a cop he had pull. I got out of the car, locked it, and tossed my keys in my oversized orange-striped Kate Spade purse that matched my orange linen sheath dress. With it, I had added some turquoise accessories for a hot summer look, though I was second-guessing my choice of linen, as it was a scorcher already at noon, and linen is the worst material for wrinkling. I walked to the front of the restaurant, trying to smooth out the wrinkles that had already formed in the drive over. I opened the door, and a wonderful aroma arrested me. It smelled divine. It was a greasy smell that made my mouth water. The place was bigger than it looked outside, but I didn't see an open table anywhere. I saw Willie waving at me from a table in the back right corner. He stood up as I walked over and reached out his hand to shake mine. I felt a little shock. There was definitely chemistry between us. I'm glad you could make it, he said. Me too, I smiled, and we sat down. You said the corned beef was good? What else can't I live without? They have great mac and cheese, and I also like their Reuben. There's nothing that isn't greasy, cheesy, and fattening. He looked a little worried, probably afraid I was a cottage cheese and fruit girl. No worries. As you can tell, I'm not one of those who eats salad all the time. No, you don't need to. You look great. I looked up from the menu when he said that, and he blushed. It was adorable. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, he said. What, you didn't mean it? I teased, pretending to be mad. I'm so offended. No, I mean, yes, I meant it, but I didn't mean to be so forward. I hope I didn't offend you. Not at all. And just to show you how not offended I am, I will be ordering the Reuben with slaw and sweet potato fries. I might even have pie for dessert. I set my menu on top of his so the waitress would know we were ready. If you can eat dessert after a Reuben and mac and cheese, you're a better person than me. The portions are huge. I can eat. Trust me. After giving my order, I could barely wait until the waitress walked away to finally hear what happened. So, fill me in. On what? He looked at me blankly. What a tease, but with a sense of humor? I liked that in a guy. I gave him a look. Funny. I know you probably think it's weird. I am so interested in how she died. I didn't even know how to adequately explain to him why I wanted to know without seeming morbidly curious. I wasn't even sure myself. Maybe I was just weird. I don't know. I thought maybe you wanted to investigate on your own and show me up. Like I would even know where to start. You seemed to do a pretty good job earlier this year with solving Senator Daniels' murder. My jaw dropped. How did he know that? For the most part, my name was not in the media. I thought only the locals knew about that. I felt a little uncomfortable. How? I didn't even know what else to say. I am a detective, he said smugly. I'm not doubting your detective skills. I guess I'm just surprised the news traveled all the way up to the big city. It was a senator who was murdered. That was pretty big news. I know, but Cooper Sands was the one who caught the killer, not me. I really didn't do anything but be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, from what I heard, you had quite a hand in it. What did you hear exactly? The FBI called up here asking us to do some background work on you when that all happened. I wasn't one of the people assigned to look you up, but word got around. One of the guys who did, however, saw your report on my desk this morning and connected the dots, then filled me in. Really? They did that? I felt embarrassed and somewhat violated. I could understand why they had to look into my background, but the fact I was just now finding out months later was unsettling. Rest assured, I have no plans on trying to show you up and solving her murder before you do. I didn't have plans on ever getting involved in solving anything. I just kind of fell into it. How does one fall into a murder investigation? At least with this one, you found the body, so that's pretty obvious. Oh, stop it. I was writing for an online magazine at the time, and I had to get the whole story. I had interviewed Senator Daniels, and then he turned up dead. I had been one of the last people to see him alive, so I was questioned. The fact that the investigating officer and the head senator's security detail were both high school friends of mine got me more involved than I should have been. Now tell me what happened. Or do I need to sign something that says I won't investigate on my own? Is your ego that worried? I teased him. He threw his head back and laughed. I'm not worried. He sobered up and continued. She was strangled. The hanging was to try and cover up she had been strangled and make it look like suicide. That was why I was pretty sure you weren't the killer. Takes a lot of hand strength to strangle someone, plus to lift the body up and make it look like a suicide. It points to a male killer or multiple people involved, which we won't know until the crime techs are done and the lab work completed. I was shocked and rattled. That's horrible. Who would want to kill her, especially that way? I became a little upset thinking about Solange being killed. I don't know. I need to do more detecting, and I am hoping you might be able to help me. I thought I was supposed to leave the solving to you. You don't have any leads and are so desperate you need civilian help? Funny. I talked to the ex, or rather soon-to-be ex, and I talked to the fired employee over the phone. She was out of town, just like you said, and is coming back tonight to meet me at the station tomorrow. The employee has an alibi and the ex doesn't, but neither one made me feel they were anything but truthful. If only whoever killed her would just say I did it when asked. That would be nice. Now, you do realize, don't you, that I shouldn't really be sharing this. I need you to keep this information to yourself. Do you make it a habit of telling people you shouldn't about ongoing investigations? I was partly kidding, but then partly wondering why he would tell me. He didn't know me very well. I could be the kind to tell this to everyone I met instead of just Jared and Anna, who I told everything to. He shrugged. Not usually. But you aren't a suspect, and you have proved useful in solving mysteries, and there isn't a hard and fast rule about not sharing, unless specifically noted. I'm hoping that maybe you can help. It's always good to have a different perspective, and since you knew her, you might pick up on things I wouldn't. You told me not 5 minutes ago I shouldn't be investigating. I never said those exact words. I simply mentioned that I knew about your penchant for investigation and that I knew of your investigating Senator Daniels' murder. At least, I know you're experienced. Okay, fair enough. I meant what I said about not having a desire to do any investigation, especially this time. I knew her. Completely understandable, though it seems you were good at it. If the store doesn't reopen, maybe you should switch careers. Thanks, but that was purely dumb luck. Sometimes, luck is what helps us solve most cases. So, I'll take all the luck I can get. I can give you my opinions, I suppose. I'm talking to her family later today. How well do you know them? Not very. Solange was quite closed-mouthed about everything. Her mom came in once, and of course, I spoke to James more than I wanted. I know she has a brother and sister, but I've never met them. She is, I guess was, from an affluent family. Not that people with money don't kill, but I hardly could see her family being involved in strangling her. Like I said last night, you never know. The waitress brought our food, and it smelled delicious. I could barely get my hands around the Reuben. It seemed to have a pound of meat on it. I brought it up to my mouth and took a huge bite. Dressing and juices just oozed out of the side and dripped down my hands. I set it down and wiped my mouth and hands and took a drink of my Diet Coke. You were right. This is so good. I knew you would like it. It's one of my favorite places for lunch. Over the next several minutes, we focused more on eating and meaningless chit-chat while trading bites of food. I finally pushed away my plate, still half full. Full? Willie asked. Full doesn't even begin to cover it. If I eat another bite, I would explode. The waitress walked up after hearing my comment. So I take it you're not interested in a pie a la mode or some banana pudding? I thought you said you would be up for dessert. I groaned good-naturedly. Sounds good, but all I need right now is a box. Okay, I'll be right back with a box and the check. 1 or 2? Put it on 1, Willie said. Thanks. I can't believe you ate all yours, I teased Willie. Solving crimes makes you hungry. Plus, I'm a growing boy, he said, patting his perfectly flat stomach. The waitress walked back with a box, and I proceeded to put my sandwich remains in it and closed it up. It would make a nice dinner tonight. I noticed Willie looking at his watch. Lunchtime over? Yeah. I have to get to the other side of town for an interview on another case before I talk to Solange's family. Okay. I paused. I wasn't sure what to say. Would you like to do dinner tomorrow? My heart swelled. I would like that. Well then, I will call you tomorrow. Chapter 5. Wait until Anna hears about this. I didn't expect lunch to be so fun and turn into another actual date. He asked me to dinner, and it wasn't related to Solange's murder in any way. So that meant a date. At least, in my book. I definitely found him attractive, and it felt a little strange, as he was the first guy I had been at all interested in since the Cooper fiasco. I guess, to be fair, I shouldn't call it a fiasco. Cooper was a great guy. We just unfortunately were in different places in life and wanted different things. Not to mention, we didn't even live in the same place. It was hard ending things, and both of us ended up being hurt over it. I hadn't talked to him in a few weeks, but we were still good friends, or so we had both agreed upon. At the time we ended things, we hadn't wanted to cut off all ties. We had both felt we had a good friendship, and that good friends are hard to find. We didn't want to give that up, even though we hadn't talked. I was glad. I didn't want to totally lose touch with him, even if thinking of him made it hard to move on. The phone ringing distracted me from my thoughts, and I pulled it out of my purse. I cringed when I saw it was James Smith, the ex-husband of Solange. Just what I didn't want to deal with today. But I knew him well enough to know that I couldn't ignore him, as he would relentlessly call back until I answered or hunt me down, as I'm sure he had sources to hunt down where I lived. Plus, his wife did just die, and I felt I should be understanding. That is why I had his number programmed into my phone after one too many times I answered, and was completely caught off guard as he yelled at me about how I better get Solange to answer her calls. On my cell phone, nevertheless? Solange had apologized and said he had found my number on her phone. He obviously didn't have a healthy respect for boundaries, because he didn't have any qualms on calling my phone, without me saying it was okay. I might as well answer, as I knew he wouldn't give up. Besides, I was interested in knowing his plans for the shop. I did need to make a living. If he decided to keep Silk open, and I continued to work there, I would be working for him. Not the most pleasant thought, and might have some bearing on how long I had before finding another job. Hello? I tried to answer as unenthusiastically as I could without being downright rude. Is this Presley? James said abruptly, which was normal for him. Yes, I said flatly. I supposed I should be nicer, since he just lost his almost ex-wife and all, but he wasn't nice to me. And if the screaming fights I heard between them was any indication, there was no love lost. Weird how people could be so in love that they get married, then absolutely hate each other later on. Showed how much people could change, I guess. I want to be like my parents. As cliché as that might sound, I wanted to get married and live happily ever after, or 40 years plus like them. But when I saw people go through divorces like this, it made me wonder, was a happy marriage more of a rarity than a norm these days? I want to know why the hell you sicked that cop on me. What? He really thought I sent the cops to him. Didn't he ever watch TV? The cops always went to the spouse first when there was a murder. That was a general knowledge. I needed to stand up for myself and make him realize he wasn't going to treat me this way. I used to just blow it off for Solange, but there was no need now. James, you had to know they would be asking you questions. You and Solange didn't exactly see eye to eye, and a soon-to-be ex-husband, you had to know they would come to you. So don't try to blame this on me. Blame it on all the husbands who have ever killed their wives. Just because we got into an occasional fight didn't mean I murdered her. Occasional? He must have a different recollection than I had, and I'm sure I wasn't aware of most of the arguments they had. Selective memory? Did you just call to yell at me? Because I'm so hanging up. I wasn't about to get into an argument with him. It wasn't worth it, and I surely didn't need the aggression. The cops said they would be done processing the evidence at the store tomorrow. As soon as they're done, I need you to get the store open. It's losing money closed. Seriously? He was worried about losing money when 24 hours had not even passed since Solange was killed? I didn't understand him. He seems to assume I would want to run the store for him, and even though, yes, I need the job, and I did like my job at Silk, I wasn't in a hurry to work for him, and this wasn't helping. I know you probably think I'm an asshole, he continued, but this is what she would have wanted. I'm sure you understand that. This is her baby, her legacy. His voice softened a little. Maybe he did really care and just had a hard time showing it. I did think he was an asshole. But he was right. She would have wanted the show to go on and let her loyal clientele shop, while expressing sadness at the loss of such a great retailer. She would have loved all the attention. She always believed any attention was good attention. She would have wanted us to capitalize on her death for the store. She was probably up in heaven, mad we didn't already have the store open. Strange, but true. So, what exactly do you want me to do, James? Run the damn store! It amazed me that he would actually think I would work for him if he treated me like this. Did he treat the people at his law firm this way? Maybe he did. I'm sure they made a lot more money than I did, and it probably made it much more worth putting up with the verbal abuse. I didn't have any ties with him, and as much as I liked Silk, there were some things that just weren't worth putting up with. Wow, you make it sound like so much fun when you put it that way, I said, with as much sarcasm as I could, hoping he would catch my point. I could hear him take a deep breath as if to calm himself down. I'm sorry. I'm just a little stressed here. It's been a rough couple of days. Now I was shocked. I'd never heard him apologize for anything before. He just wasn't that kind of guy, or so I thought, as I did only ever see one side of him. Maybe he was turning over a new leaf. Or maybe he was just happy Solange was dead. Maybe he did kill her. Oh, God. I hope I wasn't talking to a killer. The thought of that was just creepy, and I didn't want to work for him if I had doubts. But somehow, my gut told me it wasn't him. I know that wasn't the most reliable of ways to form an opinion, but sometimes that was the best thing to go on. Could I work for someone who might be a murderer? Willie said he didn't feel that James had done it, and I'm sure he would let me know if he changed his mind. The cops said they should be done and we can get in there tomorrow. Do you think we should open back up that soon? Have you scheduled a funeral yet? I hated even asking. The thought of a funeral seemed all too real, but reopening the store like her death was no big deal just didn't seem right. Time is money, he replied in his normal abrasive attitude. Ah, there was the James I knew better. When is the funeral? I had to ask. Surely he wasn't going to have one and not tell the store employees, or let us go. Not sure yet. Her family is trying to control everything, typical for them, and they haven't let me in on the details, but it should be in the next couple of days. You are planning on telling us, aren't you? I figured I had nothing to lose by asking, and as much as I didn't like funerals, I felt it was important that all of us from Silk attend and show our respects. Who's us? The store employees, James? We need to pay our respects. Geez, he could come across as one of the most uncaring people. Oh, you guys, he said distractedly. Of course, Solange would want you there. Even that one girl. One girl? I was confused. Who is he talking about? Oh, you know, the one who got fired. Amy? Yeah, her. That was weird. I wouldn't have thought him and Solange would talk at that level about store business, since they seemed like people who couldn't get along over the basics. Anyways, I was hoping you would take over the running of Silk, at least for right now. Solange thought very highly of you, and I know this is what she would have wanted. You in charge. I realize that you are way overqualified and probably aren't interested in running Silk permanently, but it would be a big help for now and be less turmoil for the store. Once again, I found it somehow odd. They had talked about me, and that he paid me a compliment about being overqualified. Why would two people in the midst of a divorce who never seemed to get along talk about one of the employees of the Weiss boutique that the husband had been incessantly trying to gain control of? It didn't make any sense. Well, will you do it? Run the boutique for Solange. I hadn't planned on saying no. I didn't have a job lined up and couldn't afford being unemployed. And even if I decided not to stay, I needed time to decide next steps, no matter how much I may not want to work for him. But he didn't have to keep playing the guilt card. Yes, James, I will run Silk, at least until things get figured out. But we need to get some things straight. What? What would that be? And I do appreciate your help, truly. There was nice James again. He was two people. You can't call and hound me all the time, and you really need to make an effort to be nicer. There, I actually have the nerves to say what I felt. Maybe because I didn't have a lot to lose. Just my income, that's all. I understand, Presley. I just want you to keep things running like normal. There is plenty of money in the business accounts for payroll and ordering new merchandise. If there is anything you need from me, you know how to get a hold of me. And I will try not to be my normal, overbearing self. He attempted to laugh. James, I am really sorry about what happened to Solange, and I know this can't be easy. Thanks, Presley, he replied, sounding very tired. Let me know when the funeral is, and I will keep you updated on the store. Thanks, Presley. I'll be in touch. He hung up. I listened to dead air, wondering what I had gotten myself into, but but at least feeling comfortable that he would keep me in the loop relating to the funeral arrangements, and hopefully he would keep his word about not breathing down my neck about the boutique. Chapter 6. Sometimes being an adult just wasn't fun. I had just heard back from the other two ladies, Edie and Lily, who worked with me, and told them the news about Solange. They had already heard it on the news, and of course, they were full of questions. Questions I didn't have the answers to, nor did I want to talk about it. It just felt too creepy. It still didn't seem real that Solange was dead, even though I had to keep talking about it. It was almost as if I was talking about someone else. I needed to give Willie a call. He had said to give him a call today afternoon, and he would know if the boutique was cleared for me to go in and resume operations. Both James and I were hoping it was going to be ready so we could reopen the next day. Plus, I wanted to let him know I had talked to the employees, and they both knew they were to get a hold of him sometime today. They had all been nervous about talking to the police, but I assured them Willie was a nice guy, and talking to him was more a formality than anything. Unless they were guilty, it would be painless. And since they all jokingly assured me they were innocent, there was nothing to worry about. I was almost looking forward to reopening the boutique because I was not used to not working, and it gave me too much time to think about things like how I was working in a boutique where the owner was killed, and why was I still working retail? I was going to have a new plan one of these days, but it was so hard to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up. Ever since I was fired from my corporate job doing what I thought I was meant to do forever, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I thought for a while it was working at the online magazine that got me involved in Senator Daniels' murder in my hometown of Alkin, Illinois. But that endeavor didn't last. When soon after the one article I was able to write on said murder, the magazine went under due to lack of funding. A casualty of the economy. I felt so bad for my friend Trevor, who had started the magazine and poured his heart and soul and all his finances into it. The economy had tanked shortly after the start of the magazine, and it was hard to get advertisers to spend money with the startup, and as a result, the magazine just couldn't make it. Trevor was now an editor at another online magazine that was staying afloat, barely. I told him I thought it odd he would take a job that was so tenuous after going through what he did with his own magazine, but he said it was his passion. He couldn't imagine being anywhere else but doing what he was doing. I admired his ability to follow his dream and not worry about the outcome because he was confident it would all work out. I wasn't that brave, and that's why I got the job at the boutique. I loved clothes and enjoyed many aspects of retail. It just wasn't what I wanted as a career forever. I had been toying with writing the great American novel since I was a child. I had always liked to write, and I had been excited when I had the chance to write for my friend Trevor's online magazine, as I had thought I was finally pursuing my dream. I took the job at Silk partly because I thought it would be low pressure and give me a lot of free time. No working 60 hours a week like I did in my corporate life. I would actually have time off where I could sit at a coffee shop or in my favorite spot on the couch and write the fiction I so loved to read and knew I could write, or at least thought I could. I had all these great ideas, plot lines, funny characters, but I couldn't seem to do anything but stare at the blank page when I tried to get it down on paper or computer screen. I had a problem getting it from my head to paper, which was a big obstacle for someone who wanted to be a writer. I looked at my watch. Almost 1 p.m. I wondered what Willie was up to. "Hey there! How's my favorite detective?" I said as Willie answered the phone. "Exactly how many detectives do you know?" "That's my secret. So, any news on when we can reopen the store?" "I'm getting antsy. I talked to the other employees today. I told them to call you, and even though that made them all a little nervous, I think we are all wanting to get back to work, even though it will be somewhat weird without Solange. Not to mention, I want to get James off my back." "Me too. When we first talked at the station, he was not happy. He thought it was nuts we would even consider him a suspect. Now he calls several times a day to see if we've made any progress. I can't figure out that guy." "Now you're not after him. He's after you. So, when can we get back in?" "Wow, you are anxious to get back to work. Money doesn't just show up in my bank account, you know. Don't I know it. The crime text pulled out this morning, right on schedule with what I told you, I might add. You're clear. You can go in any time. Great. I need to warn you before you get too excited that the crime techs aren't the neatest folks at the precinct. You will have some cleanup to do when you get in. Wonderful, I said sarcastically. Cleaning is not an activity I enjoy. I think you should have it cleaned for me. Can't the city pay for that? I was only partially joking. Sorry, it's not in the budget. For some reason, I don't think you're that sorry. Will it help if I take you out to dinner tonight? Maybe. I was playing. I definitely wanted to go out to dinner with him. And he knew it, since I had already said yes when he mentioned it yesterday. Could I change your maybe to a yes if I took you to the new sushi place that opened up last week? I heard it was good. That could persuade me, I laughed. Okay, pick you up at 7 at the store. I assume you will be there cleaning and getting ready for business. You think I will still be there at 7? It was barely 1 p.m. I surely hoped it wouldn't take me 6 hours of cleaning. I would just plan on picking you up at 7. You're not going to answer me? Let's just leave it at 7. He laughed. Fine, then that will be perfect. I got off the phone and called James to let him know what was going on. I thought if I preempted his calls with calls of my own, I would be more in control of the situation and he wouldn't need to call me, which meant he wouldn't drive me as crazy. After talking to him, I then figured I would head down to the boutique just to see exactly what lay in store on the cleaning front. Surely it couldn't be that bad. We were talking 800 square feet of sales floor. How could it take 6 hours to clean? It was only a few blocks from my condo to the boutique, and it was so nice out. I liked to walk when I could. Every bit of exercise I could get was important, as I loved to eat, and I didn't like to go to the gym. Not a great combination, and one that often added pounds in places I least wanted them. Walking instead of taking a bus or taxi helped with the weight, and cost less money. A win-win situation. I walked around the corner to Park Avenue and past the Barking Bakery that catered to tasty treats for your pet, and the interior design studio owned by Ruth DeFranco. She had been a pretty good friend to Solange. They had known each other for years. In fact, Ruth owned her storefront and ours, which is how Solange got this prime spot. Ruth's business and the boutique catered to the same type of clientele, so it was a good business decision. Though, to be honest, many of the women who came into the boutique and shopped also were the type to have little dogs that needed treats from the bakery, so it was a really good fit. Past our boutique was an architecture firm and a custom seamstress shop. Across from us was a law firm, thank goodness not the one James was partner at, that took up pretty much the entire block. And then there were some vacant buildings and a few small offices above the storefronts. There was a good mix of businesses and commonality in clientele on this street. I opened the front door to Silk, and I wasn't at all prepared for what I found. I'm not sure what kind of mess I thought crime techs would make, but not this. The boutique was covered with a film of fine dust, like someone had opened a large bag of powdered sugar and hung upside down from the ceiling, whirling in circles, sprinkling it all over. I whipped out my phone to call Willie. I was going to complain, not to be mean. I realized it wasn't his fault, but rather as an excuse to call him. Hello there. Didn't I just call you? Yes, but I'm at the shop, and while you warned me it might be messy in here, I didn't expect it to look like the site of a donut convention. I don't think I understand. A donut convention? Like there's been an explosion of powdered sugar, and it's everywhere. Ah, I've never heard it described like that, but you are certainly right. It's the material that they use to try to pick up fingerprints. And it is like powdered sugar in the looks department, and very messy. Any idea on how to clean it? Willie laughed. Nope, sorry about that. I have no idea. I just help make the mess, not clean it up. Figures, I said. But I wasn't really mad. I was happy to talk to him. We still on for dinner? Yep. Talk to you then. I got off the phone and surveyed the boutique one more time, mentally rolling up my sleeves. I had dressed up somewhat when I met Jared and Anna for coffee this morning, so I didn't have to listen to her give me a hard time about my yoga pants and nasty t-shirt. But luckily, I wasn't too dressed up. I had on a knee-length floral print skirt with blue heels and a simple black tank top. Not the best outfit to be cleaning in, but if I could keep it a little clean, I would still look presentable for my date with Willie. I called the girls I worked with for help and got hold of one of them who said she would come down and help. I wasn't even sure where to start. Almost 6 hours later, I was not only exhausted, but was barely going to have time to go home, shower, and get ready for my date tonight. I had already called Willie to make it 7:30 and to pick me up at my condo. I was proud, though, that the store sparkled and was ready to open the next morning. I looked around, making sure there wasn't anything left for me to do before I left. Steph had left about 30 minutes before to meet her parents for dinner. I wanted to be able to come in the next day and just work. I was sure many clients would be in, wanting to know everything that happened. The phone, in the few hours I was there cleaning, had rung off the hook, and a few of the regulars had stopped by. I didn't answer any of the calls after the first couple when I realized it was customers and some members of the press asking questions and not about merchandise they carried. I gathered my things up and looked around, making sure I didn't forget anything when the door chimed. I looked up to see a man walking in. He was about 5'9" and fair-skinned, blonde hair, blue eyes, very Nordic looking, very well dressed in a blue pinstripe suit with a snappy red tie. Not my personal favorite look, but a lot of guys seem to favor this type of power suit. "Can I help you?" I wondered if I should be nervous that a strange man was walking in the store when I was all alone. After all, a woman had just been killed. But it was still light out, and there were many passers-by outside, and what were the odds that the killer would come back? I guessed I shouldn't worry too much. I never would have before, so I didn't want to turn into a paranoid mess then. "Yes, you can," he replied, with what sounded like a German accent, but I wasn't entirely sure. "I am looking to see what you have in the way of fine, beautiful necklaces, and know that money is no object with me." "We have many necklaces to choose from, as you can see," I said, sweeping my arm over the direction of the jewelry displays. "But we are closed right now. We will be open tomorrow at 9 a.m. "But it's only 7 p.m. Your sign outside says open until 8. I do not understand. I need a necklace right now for an important occasion, and I demand you show them to me." His voice rose a little and his face flushed. He must really need a necklace. Damn! I knew I should have put a closed sign up on the door and locked it. I had thought about it after the first few non-regulars stopped by and then forgot. "Sir, I'm sorry, but are you not a business?" "Well, yes." I had dealt with many irate customers to know that this was not going to turn out well. "Then I demand to be served. I want to see your necklaces." His voice rose even higher. "I have money, and I want to spend it here." "Sir, I'm sorry," but he interrupted, yelling this time, "I want to see your necklaces." If it wasn't for the fact that he was making me more than a little uncomfortable, I would laugh because a grown man was throwing a hissy fit over wanting to see a necklace. It's not like we were the only store within a few blocks that sold high-end necklaces. "Sir," I said more firmly, with confidence I didn't feel, "is there a problem here?" I looked behind the man where the voice was coming from and saw Willie. I was so relieved. He walked over to us and pulled out his detective badge and flashed it. "What seems to be the problem?" His voice was calm but strong. I could tell he meant business, and so could the strange man I was walking by and heard yelling. "No problem. I just came into this store to make a purchase, and this woman wouldn't show me any merchandise. What kind of store is she running that she doesn't want to sell anything? It's discrimination." "Is that true, ma'am?" Willie said to me. I could see he wanted to downplay the fact that we knew each other, and I could play that game. "Well, we are currently closed for cleaning, and I told this man to come back tomorrow, and we would be more than happy to help him then with his selection." "Sir, is there a reason you can't come back tomorrow?" She isn't refusing to help you. Just today, they're closed for cleaning. Fine. If this is how they treat their customers, I will take my business elsewhere. With that, he turned and stalked out of the boutique like a petulant 2-year-old. Wow, you have great timing, I said to him, relieved. That guy didn't seem like he wanted to leave. Wait a minute. Why are you here? I was in the neighborhood and wanted to stop by. I looked at him and raised my eyebrows. Really? In the neighborhood? Okay, so I wasn't exactly in the neighborhood, but I did want to make sure you were okay. I knew you weren't happy about the cleaning, so I thought I would check on your progress. Looks great in here. He looked the store over. Yeah, I had help, and believe me, it wasn't easy. Since I was by no means ready for a dinner, I told him he could either come home with me and watch TV or something while waiting for me to get ready, or he could go away and come pick me up at 7 like originally planned. He said he had a few more things to follow up on for the case and would pick me up in a bit. I was relieved as my house was messy and in no shape for visitors. I needed to have at least a few minutes to shove things in drawers and in the closet to make it look like it was reasonably clean and tidy, especially for a first-time visitor I was semi-interested in. Wouldn't do to have him think I was a slob. I ran home and jumped into the shower, doing the whole routine of washing and conditioning the hair, shaving, exfoliating, the works. I took the time to blow out my hair and just hoped the humidity lessened during the evening so it wouldn't frizz. But what to wear? I didn't want to overdo it. I was going for effortless chic. I didn't want to look like I spent hours getting ready, though he had seen me after cleaning, so he would know this wasn't how I always looked. I finally decided on one pair of 7 for all mankind jeans and a simple scoop neck black burnout tee with a fuchsia tank underneath. I then added my favorite silver hoop earrings with matching bracelet and necklace. A pair of black peep-toe wedges completed my outfit. I looked at my watch and saw I even had 5 minutes to spare, enough time for a glass of wine. I deserved it. After all the physical labor I had done, I got the Moscato from the fridge and poured myself a small glass. I had just finished, rinsed out my glass, and put it in the sink when the buzzer rang. He was right on time, and I liked that in a guy. I opened the door and saw he had changed too. No longer did he have the blazer on, and he had changed into a soft-looking black silk t-shirt. I see you got my memo about wearing a black t-shirt, I said. He smiled. You look nice, Presley. Here, these are for you. He gave me a small bouquet of wildflowers in bold hues. These are pretty. This is so thoughtful. But you didn't need to bring me flowers. I know, but I saw them on the way, and I love the colors. Really? You are full of all sorts of surprises. I hadn't met too many men who would appreciate flowers. Maybe he had sisters. That would explain a lot. Willie was just as courteous as Cooper, which was very unusual to find 2 guys with such great traits. Cooper? Why did I have to think of him right then? I sighed and shook my head, as if that would shake the thoughts of him right out. I didn't want to be thinking of him when I was trying to get to know Willie. That didn't seem fair. Mom is big into flowers, and growing up, that is how I made all my money. Weeding, watering, pruning, all under her watchful eye, of course. Bought my first 10-speed that way. My mother, too. Her favorite time of the year is the Junior League Flower Show. Those ladies are cutthroat. Even if I was a flower person, I'm not sure I could handle the pressure, especially over something like flowers. My mom's favorite time of the year is the Oak Park Flower Show, and same here. It gets tense in my house. My dad and I learned to just agree with anything she says the couple weeks leading up to the show, and if she doesn't do well, watch out. You don't want to be around her for a few more weeks. Wow, sounds like they have a lot in common. Shall we go? I have reservations at 8. Yep, just let me get these in water real quick. I grabbed a vase and tossed the flowers, figuring I could cut the stems and add the food when I got home. I grabbed my purse, and we were on our way. The weather had cooled, which was nice. You up for a walk? It's only a few blocks from here, and it's nice out. I think that would be lovely. Then I don't have to feel guilty about what I eat. We walked along just chatting about nothing important, both of us staying away from the murder of my boss. That was something that I did not want to talk about that night, and was glad he seemed to be good at separating work and his personal life. I just wanted to relax and forget the drama for a few hours. Here we are. I just hope the food is as good as I hear. I'm starving.
Me too.
Reservation for Landon? Willie said to the hostess.
Follow me, sir. Your table is right this way.
Willie motioned for me to go first, in a very gentlemanly manner. I followed the hostess and surreptitiously stared at what the other diners seemed to be eating. When dining at a new place, I was always curious what people were eating and what looked good, so I could order that, my foodie version of keeping up with the Joneses. When we got to our table and sat down, I was encouraged by the fact everything I saw on the way to the table looked more than edible. Our waiter seemingly appeared out of thin air. Can I get you something to drink? So far, the service was off to a good start. Presley, what would you like? Can I get a glass of Riesling and a water with lemon, please? I'll have the same. Good choice. It will complement the sushi well. Here are the menus and a couple of pencils. As you can see, the menu is divided into 2 columns, single serving and double serving. I would recommend trying a sampling of some single serving rolls, and single serve is 2, so you can each have a taste. And the double servings are the ones you know you like. All meals come with soup and salad, so I will bring that right away. Oh, and I recommend the eel. We have delicious eel. Any questions before I grab the soup and salad? I'm good. You, Presley? I just need help deciding because it all looks good, but I really know the eel is delicious, so I think I'm good. You're right. This does look good. I say we order a bunch of different single servings to try out a large variety. Good idea. I've never met any sushi I didn't like, so I will leave all the hard work of choosing up to you. I set my menu down and took a drink of the Riesling the hostess had brought while we were talking. I was glad to be able to relax, finally. The waiter came back and Willie ordered. I was having some of that first few dates nervousness, where you wondered what you should talk about. Then the soup and salad came, and I realized how ravenous I was and dug in. Willie was a little more restrained, and for about 5 seconds I felt embarrassed. Then I just didn't care. If he didn't like the fact I loved to eat, too bad. We ate, we chatted, our sushi came, and it was all delicious. You pick out great sushi, I told him. I am a man of many talents. Oh, what are some of your talents besides picking out sushi? Let's see. I can juggle. I can walk a tightrope. Were you in the circus or something? I interrupted. Circus camp all through junior high. My mom got tired of me tying a rope between my bedroom window and this great oak tree outside and swinging from it. She thought the camp would get out my energy, which it did, and I learned a lot of neat things. You got me beat. My biggest talents are ordering coffee and shoe shopping. Don't sell yourself short. Those are important skills to have, and not everyone has them. I mean, look over there. He dropped his voice to a whisper and nodded his head in the direction of one of the other tables where a couple sat. I looked and almost gasped. Shh! Keep your voice down, he said with his mock seriousness. He had pointed out a penny loafer. I hadn't seen a pair of those since elementary school. How did you notice those? I'm a detective. I'm paid to notice. Okay, you're right. I am pretty talented. We laughed and talked and laughed a lot more. I think it must be getting late. Why, your awesome detective skills telling you that? No. The fact that we are the only ones here, and they are turning on the lights, all while standing, staring at us, tells me they want to close. What time is it? Oh, wow. How did it become almost 11? I don't know, but I best get you home before you turn into a pumpkin. Now that you mention it, I am a little tired. All that cleaning, you know. I can imagine. Would you like to walk back, or would you rather take a cab? I am too tired and full to walk. A cab would be great, and you don't have to come with me if you're going a different direction. I will come with you. I actually live just a few blocks south of you, so it's on the way. You are 1 block over from my gym, and I run there and back often, and I'm right by your place. Okay, wait a minute. You run to the gym? Yes. Why? That's not normal. You go to the gym to exercise, not run to the gym. Willie laughed at me. I hate running on the treadmill, so I run to the gym, lift weights, and run home. I have to stay in shape to catch the bad guys. I guess, but I still say you're a little crazy. Willie hailed a cab and we continued our playful banter all the way to the door. "I had a great time tonight, Presley," he said. "Me too, Willie. Thanks for ordering great sushi." I got out of the cab, then leaned into the door for a final comment. "I had a great time. Call me tomorrow?" "Definitely. Bye, Presley." "Bye," I said, shutting the door and walking up to my building. "Hi, Charles," I said to the doorman. "Hi, Red. Have a fun evening?" "I sure did. Good dinner, good company. It was nice." "That's good to hear. You have a nice rest of the evening." "Thanks, Charles. You too." My phone had been ringing nonstop for the last 24 hours, so when I felt it vibrate in my purse, I almost didn't even want to look at it. I was tired of all the questions, but I didn't want to ignore it just in case it was Willie. I pulled it out and saw it was a 212 area code. New York City? The only person I knew from the Big Apple was Cooper. We hadn't talked in a couple weeks since we realized the long-distance relationship thing wasn't working very well. I had picked up the phone several times to call him, but just couldn't bring myself to do it. It was one of those things where I loved him and he loved me, but we just weren't both in the same place in life. Coupled with his crazy travel schedule, it just made things impossible. I hesitated for a couple seconds, but knew if I didn't answer it, I would regret it, more so than if I did answer it. I went to hit the talk button, and it stopped ringing. I stared at the phone for a few minutes, hoping he would call back, and was disappointed when he didn't. Finally, he did. "Hey, King." I heard his voice, and just about melted. That was the problem. Even though we mutually decided this wasn't the right time, I wanted to throw all caution out the window any time I even thought about him. "Hey, Coop, how've you been?" "Good, and you?" "I'm fine," I replied, and then listened to a painfully long 10 seconds of silence. "Are we really going to be all formal?" I teased him, trying to break the ice. I hear him breathe a sigh of relief. "God, I hope not. I guess I wasn't sure you would want to talk to me." "Why wouldn't I want to talk to you?" "We will always be friends. We talked about that." "I know. I guess it seems weird. I'm sure it will pass. So, how have you been?" "Good. Just the same old stuff." I hesitated telling him about the murder, not because of Willie, but because Cooper would jump to the conclusion I was going to be nosy and investigate on my own. I had a detective saying he needed to clear my name, and I surely wasn't going to wait around for that. Obviously he knew me and wasn't completely wrong, but I didn't really want to hear it. "Are you sure? Nothing exciting you want to tell me about?" What was he getting at? Was he in New York or traveling all over the U.S.? I had a feeling he knew exactly what I was doing. But how? "No, nothing exciting. Just work." King. The sound of the familiar nickname that only was used by my dad and him, and it tugged at my heart. I did miss him. "What? You don't think it's worth mentioning the murder investigation you're mixed up in?" "How did you know?" "I wouldn't necessarily say I'm mixed up in it." "A detective called me." "Willie Landon? He was asking me about your involvement into the senator's murder?" I wanted to be mad, but Willie had already told me he had checked me out. He would have had no idea that Cooper and I were an item until after that point when we had discussed our respective exes. But still, he could have let on that he talked to Cooper, not just the police station at Alkin. "And you were mixed up in it. You found the body. How much more mixed up can you be?" "Well, I didn't ask to be involved." "You might not have asked, but you are. Why must you always get yourself in these situations, so I am stuck worrying about you?" "You don't have to worry about me. I'm a big girl, and it's not like we're together." "We are still friends, and I care. I am always going to worry. You rush into things without thinking sometimes." "Cooper, I'm sorry if you worry, but stop. I can handle myself." This was not the conversation I wanted. It was turning into the same argument we always had, the main one that made us realize we always were in conflict. And even though it was well intended, it was still conflict, and neither of us wanted it. "Presley, Cooper, I don't want to fight about this." "Neither do I. That's not why I called to argue." "Then please just drop it." "I can't help but worry. I want you to be safe." "I know." We talked a little bit longer, skirting around the elephant in the room, and said our goodbyes, with him asking me to let Willie do his job and me promising not to get involved, with both of us knowing I didn't really mean it. He might have the best intentions, but it was hard for me not to be so nosy that I would get involved. Besides, Willie didn't seem to have an issue with it, and Cooper seemed so far away. I sat on the couch and sighed. Why did being an adult have to be so complicated? I missed him, but it wouldn't work. I think I liked Willie, but after talking to Cooper, I almost felt as if I didn't want to pursue someone else, anything else. It made it much harder to get over Cooper. Maybe I shouldn't talk to him, or at least not for a while. Give it time to get him out of my system. It brought back memories of how much it hurt when emotions were involved. Not that I wanted to be single the rest of my life, and my mother would never let me live it down if I didn't give her grandkids. Though at this rate, it looked like my brother Jesse had a better chance of it than I did. Who would have thought? Chapter 7. I walked up to the boutique trying to balance my purse, my tote, and my venti latte, all without spilling any of it. Quite a feat, if I must say so myself. Especially because I was distracted thinking about how much fun I had at dinner with Willie. The evening had been good. No, actually, it had been great. Just like when he drove me back to my car from the precinct the other night, we had just had a good rapport. Never a silent moment, and it was easy, effortless banter. I was looking forward to seeing him again. I put my key in the lock, and as I swung the door open and cringed, closing my eyes tight for the second time, I opened them, and I still couldn't believe what I was seeing. The boutique had been torn apart. It was in absolute shambles. I thought the day before, when I came in after the police crime tech people had left, it was a mess. It had taken me and Steph hours to get back to normal, but this was a whole different level of mess. Every single rack and four-way was knocked down. The accessories that weren't locked up were skewed all over the store, and it looked like the high-end necklaces, the pearls and crystal ones, were ripped apart. There were pearls and crystal beads all over the floor. Why would someone do this? Call Willie, I thought. Hey, I thought we were meeting up later, he said. Are you having second thoughts already? Not at all. I'm calling for something else entirely, I said, walking over to the counter with my ear to my shoulder to hold the phone and to set my stuff down. I realized this was a crime scene, but either I set my stuff down or I risked spilling latte all over the floor, and I didn't think they would want that either. What's going on? I could tell now he was concerned. I just walked into the store, and it is trashed, worse than the way your folks left it. Okay, I'll be right there. Don't stay in the store. Go outside and wait for me. Why? I won't touch anything. Just do it. I'll be there in 15. Willie arrived 10 minutes later to find me sitting on my sweater in front of the store, sipping my coffee and watching traffic go by. It was a nice morning, and I had grown tired of standing. I had worn jean trousers and a sweater set, so I was perfectly content watching people. He rushed up to me. Are you okay? He looked so concerned it made me melt. Yeah, I'm fine. Getting tired of having to clean up the store, but what can I do? I smiled, and he smiled back. Maybe hit James up for a raise? Good. I'm glad you're okay. Now, stay here while I check the place out. Why can't I come with you? I said, standing up. Because someone might still be in there. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Now it made more sense that he had wanted me to stay outside. And I grew a little weak in the knees, thinking I might have been in the store with the person who ransacked the place. I sat back down to wait as he went gun-drawn into the boutique. He came back a few minutes later. No one's in there, and you're right, the place is trashed. I'm sorry to say, the back room is, too. The crime tech guys should be here any minute, and I need to ask you a couple of questions and get an inventory list so we can see if anything has been stolen. But then, you can leave. I assume I will have to wait for the crime tech guys to get done again before we can try to open? You got it. Now what can you tell me about this? Not much. I unlocked the door and walked in and saw the mess and called you. Not much to tell. Do you think this is related? You know, to Solange's murder? Hard to tell for sure, but I would say yes. Up until this week, you hadn't had any trouble, at least from what you know and have told me. It would be quite a coincidence for these to be two unrelated incidents. True. The crime tech van pulled up behind Willie's car. Hi, guys, I waved. Nothing like being on a first-name basis with the police department. This was sure to come in handy someday. "Are you done with me?" I asked Willie. "For now." "Great. Now I once again have time to kill." I decided hitting the thrift stores I was used to frequenting with Solange would not only be a good idea for the store, we were running low on vintage, but a fun way to spend a few hours. I stopped at Starbucks and grabbed another latte, such a bad and expensive habit I had, and then walked down North Street to a resale shop that was one of Solange's favorites. Since we would be going into fall, I looked for denim. The previous year, Solange had found some great 70s flares and vests with embellishments. They sold within a week at 500% markup, all because she put them with new merchandise that created a look our clients had to have. I hoped maybe I could be that lucky and happen across some great vintage find. After about 20 minutes of looking through racks, I gave up that notion, at this store anyway. That was the frustration of looking for vintage pieces. You often had to spend hours looking to come across that one great piece. I hit up a few more stores with no luck, so I decided to grab a Caesar salad from my favorite deli. Enjoying my salad while reading a book using the Kindle app on my iPhone was a nice change of pace from being at Silk. It brought me back to wondering why someone had trashed the boutique so soon after Solange's murder. Made me think someone was looking for something. Is that what had happened the night Solange died? Was she in the wrong place at the wrong time? What could someone possibly want at Silk? We sold things that people didn't need. Nothing in the store was worth killing someone over. Or was it? I had plans to meet with Anna and Jared for dinner and a few drinks. I was more than ready for a couple of cocktails. The last few days' excitement was starting to catch up with me, and I needed to talk to my friends. I also wanted to show off Willie, as he had agreed to meet us there. Not only was he cute, but he was a cop, and a fun blend of playful and serious. Since our dinner date, we had talked on the phone a few times, outside of the crime-related issues, and had been texting. I felt, if nothing else, we could be good friends. Oh, who was I kidding? I would love to date him. I was anxious for him to meet my friends because if we were going to be friends, he had to get along with my peeps. My friends had been after me to date when Cooper and I decided to call it quits, but I just hadn't been in the mood. Willie was the first person I thought might actually make me want to give a relationship another go. I knew Jared and Anna would like him and hoped he would have fun with us. I had already arrived at Muldoon's, our favorite hangout, because of its low-priced martinis and 50-cent Guinness Wednesdays. That night wasn't Wednesday, so I went with my normal raspberry martini. It was sweet enough to take the alcohol edge off, but not too sweet to make you sick. I ordered chips and salsa for all of us to snack on and went back to People Watch while I waited for everyone else to show up. After airports, bars were the best place to people watch, and it was an environment that you could do so without seeming obvious about it. I wished I was a fly on the wall next to the couple that seemed to be arguing a few tables away. I loved to pretend I knew what strangers were talking about, making up imaginary scenarios and assumptions. That's why I felt I could be a good writer. I had a vivid imagination even as an adult, and surely I could channel that imagination and use it for good, or at the very least, someone's entertainment. I was scanning the crowd for someone else to watch and make assumptions about when a strong arm reached around my shoulders and hugged me. I looked over at Jared, my best friend next to Anna, and a smile lit up my face. He was such a great guy. Blonde, good-looking, and gay, the best friend a girl could have. Eye candy who would help you pick out the perfect outfit. I had met him here at Muldoon's one night while I was employed by corporate America, and some coworkers and I came in after work to unwind. I had thought he was cute and had just enough cocktails to shamelessly start flirting with him across the room. He flirted back for a while, and just when I was about to walk across the room, introduce myself, and ask him out because I was just inebriated enough to be that courageous, he came over to me and said while he appreciated a pretty girl hitting on him, he was gay, so not to waste my time. Once I got over my sheer mortification that he had noticed my interest and I was so off the mark as to his sexual orientation, we became fast friends. I loved how he would just say what was on his mind with no fear. "How's my girl?" he said, kissing me on the side of the head. "Great." Well, except that my boss was murdered and my only source of income is closed right now. See? That's why you need to sit down and finish one of your books, sell it, and become rich. Then take all your friends with you as a freeloading entourage. If I ever start one, I will be sure to try and finish it, I said dryly. This was a constant source of annoyance for me. Jared was always pushing me, as a good friend should, I suppose, but I felt like a big loser when I wasn't able to do what I so wanted to do because of my stupid mental block. What do you mean? You have started a lot of books, I thought. Not since 8th grade, and they're all about horses. So go after the young adult market. Tweens is where it's at these days, the largest market segment of dispensable income. Jared made it seem so easy. You have an answer for everything, don't you? He shrugged. Pretty much. It's how I roll. I couldn't help but smile. He was one of my best cheerleaders. Enough talk about my non-writing. Let's talk about something else. Oh, how's your love life? I groaned. This was even a worse topic to discuss. But at least tonight, I had a little progress that would get Jared and Anna off my back for a while. You will be happy to know I have something to report in that area, and you will meet him tonight. What? Shut the front door. Presley got a man. Stop. He's not my man. He's a friend with the potential to turn into more. Maybe. Right now, we need to just be friends. He is the detective investigating Solange's death. How did that happen? What? How'd she die? No, you already told me that. How did you get so friendly with the cop? And why didn't you mention this at coffee this morning? Why am I just now finding out? We just sort of hit it off. I stopped talking because I saw Willie walking through the door, and oh my gosh, he was hot. He did not look like Detective Landon. In fact, he looked nothing like a cop. If I had to guess, I would think he was an artist of some sort by the way he looked. Black skinny jeans that hugged his frame, long-sleeved shirt, also black, with the sleeves pushed up just a bit so you could see his tattoos sticking out, black leather vest unbuttoned, and accessorized with a black belt and a black hat. On most people, I would think the black hat was over the top, but on him, it worked. Presley, tell me! Shh! He's right over there. I don't want him to hear me talking about him. Where? Jared looked over in my line of vision. Don't stare, I hissed, like anyone would notice. But really, Prez, I don't see anyone. He's walking right to us, all in black. You've got to be kidding me. Him? What? He's cute, I said defensively. I couldn't see how Jared wouldn't like him. I thought both him and Anna would think Willie was good-looking. I don't care what they thought, because he was hot. Cute? He's more than cute. He's smoking. But Presley, he's not what I would call your normal type. He's... Be quiet! I elbowed him in the ribs as Willie had reached the table. Willie reached over and hugged me. Hey, Presley. You look nice. This place isn't as busy as I thought it would be. It usually fills up about 8, so we have a half hour or so before it gets super packed. Willie, this is one of my best friends, Jared. Jared, meet Willie. Jared stuck out his hand and looked Willie over. Nice to meet you. Likewise. So you don't look like any cop I've ever seen. You don't look like any felons I've arrested. I've never been arrested, Jared said indignantly. Well, you said I don't look like any cops you've ever seen, so I assumed you'd been in trouble with the law. I liked this. Willie was already able to banter with Jared, and I knew Jared would be impressed. Well, the cops I do know definitely don't look like you. As the guys were chatting, Anna walked up behind me and whispered, "That him?" in my ear while setting her purse on the table. Yes, I whispered back. Cute. Good choice for the next boyfriend. I told you he's not going to be my boyfriend. But even as I said the words, I was kind of wondering what might become of this. Hey, Jared, can you stop harassing Willie long enough for him to meet Anna? Not harassing him. I mean, if he can't handle a few simple questions, he must not be a very good cop. Jared was smiling as he said this, and I could tell from Willie's expression he didn't mind the good-natured teasing. Anna, meet Willie. Willie, this is my other best friend, Anna. Nice to meet you, Anna. Same here. Hey, Willie, I said. Yeah, Pres. Look over there. I pointed across the room to the back right corner where a group of men were sitting. Where? Oh, that's interesting. His eyes locked on what I pointed out. The German man who had come in the store demanding a necklace the previous night was standing at Muldoon's drinking a beer. Kind of strange to see him at the same bar we were all at since I had never seen him before, though I guess I didn't have a monopoly on the bar, and just because I hadn't seen him didn't mean he hadn't been here before. Willie, do you think this is just a coincidence? I'm not sure. Maybe he lives in the area. He has a right to be wherever he wants. I know, but I've never seen him here before. Have you guys? I asked Jared and Anna. I haven't, but I only pay attention to the regulars here, said Jared. Same here, Anna said. Should we go talk to him? I asked. No, we don't have any reason to. And we don't want to look as if we are harassing him, Willie replied. Well then, drink up, I said. We spent the next couple hours just hanging out and having a good time. Willie hit it off well with Jared and Anna, which was great. He fit like he had been part of the group for a long time. But about 11, we decided that since most of us had to work the next day, we should call it a night. Call you tomorrow, Presley, Anna said. Jared walked past me and whispered, Good catch. Stop, I whispered back. Chapter 8. So how come you're single? You seem like a pretty decent guy. For a cop, why hasn't some nice girl snapped you up? This is the question every girl wants to know about a single guy she is interested in that doesn't appear to have any readily noticeable flaws. If there isn't something wrong with them, then why are they still single? After 30, you think about these things. We had left the bar relatively early for a night out, about 11, but once we said our goodbyes to Jared and Anna, we decided to go for coffee. Neither of us was tired, and I think we both wanted to talk some more. At least, I know I did. It had been hard to talk in the bar, plus, we were with Anna and Jared, so the conversation was more basic and not so much on a personal nature. I wanted to get to know him better. I was snapped up for a long time. I just recently got out of a long-term relationship. Oh, I'm sorry. How long were you together? Almost 3 years. That's a long time. May I ask what happened? We just seemed to be in different places in our life. She was pushing to get married. I wanted to wait until we were both more settled in our careers and financially stable. It started a lot of arguments, as you can imagine, and we just grew apart. We both felt like we were walking on eggshells, and it began to seem like a better idea to be apart than together. We still care about each other. We just couldn't seem to get along. And after a while, caring just isn't enough. That sucks. Do you not want to get married, or just not yet? And feel free to stop me if I'm being too nosy. Not at all. I don't mind talking about it. I was married before. I must have looked startled because he quickly rushed on. It was right out of high school. We thought we were in love, but we were infatuated kids. We broke up and divorced after 5 years, even though now both of us can look back and realize we were just both young and immature and not at all ready to handle being a grown-up. I just remember how painful the divorce was and don't want to go through that again. I guess I just don't need the actual marriage. You know? Been there, done that. I guess I can see your side, but as a woman, I could see hers too. Most women want the romance. The white dress, the ceremony and all. In any case, it's a shame after all that time. Yeah, it happens, I guess. You want the white dress and all it entails? Of course I do someday. I am a romantic, and I want to meet my Prince Charming and have him carry me away on my white horse. Wow, you want it all. Of course, but seriously, I haven't had a really long-term relationship in a while. I dated a guy for a year or so and caught him cheating on me. Then I was dating this guy named Cooper for a while. We went to high school together, and I re-met him during the whole Senator Daniels debacle. But he traveled so much, it became impossible to maintain a long-distance relationship. We really connected, and I really liked him. It just didn't work. At least, not right now. Pretty much the same situation as you and your ex. We were in 2 different places in life and location, and then the timing was just as bad. I think that makes it harder in some ways, don't you? When you both care about each other, but things just aren't working and you can't figure out how to make it work. I agree. Emotions can be so complicated. Switching subjects, Why do you think someone broke into silk? There has to be something in there someone wanted, or something someone thought was in there. When we checked the stock against the inventory list you printed out, there were only a couple discrepancies, and it was a couple of shirts and a jacket. Those are probably special orders that haven't come in yet. They show in inventory once they get shipping confirmation. Even if that's the case, I couldn't see someone tearing apart the store the way it was over a few shirts. I know, you carry high-end exclusive stuff, but still. You're right. So what do you think they were looking for? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Do you think that German guy is involved? Maybe he was harassing me for a reason. Could be. You said he had never been in the boutique before, and it seems sort of odd that he would raise such a fuss. But then, maybe he really wanted a necklace. We talked a while longer and had a few cups of coffee. I switched to decaf after the first cup. He claimed caffeine didn't keep him up and stuck with regular. At close to 2, we decided we'd better call it a night. We walked back to the bar where our cars were. I had a great time tonight, Prez. I really like your friends. Good. They liked you too. Can I call you tomorrow? Of course you can. Good. He leaned over and his lips touched mine softly. His kiss was super light and sweet, just like him. He stepped back. I hope that was okay. It was definitely okay, I said, and he leaned over and kissed me again. Chapter 9. The crime scene techs had once again made their normal mess, and I finally got the store cleaned up with the help of Steph and Lily and was able to open after the lunch hour. I was a bit worried that when clients started coming in, if they messed anything up, I would go postal. I was not in any mood to clean this place up again, ever. Both times we had been in here cleaning the place, we had several clients call or stop by, just dying to know what had happened. The incident, as I've taken to calling it, had been all over the news, so I didn't think there was anyone who hadn't heard. They just wanted more details than the news. They wanted to be in the know, I suppose. The door chimed, and I looked up. It was Luis, one of our UPS drivers. Hi, Luis. Hey, Prez. How's it going? Finally back to normal, I think. Well, as normal as it can be under the circumstances. That's good to hear. He walked up to the counter and set the 2 boxes down. He leaned closer to me, and I was sure I knew he was about to ask me a question and what it was going to be. It was the same question I had been continually asked the last few days. So, is it true you found her hanging? And I was exactly right. People wanted the dirty details. I admit, I was the same way, and yes, I asked Willie the details, but he was a cop. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't ask these questions of someone I barely knew who had found her. Yes, it's true, I said. What was that like? Creepy. I didn't want to encourage him, and this was going to have to stop. It was crass to discuss, and made me very uncomfortable. Just creepy? How was she? Luis! He, at least, had the sense to look embarrassed. Sorry, I got carried away, he said sheepishly. I've never seen anyone who... Well, you know. I know, Luis, you're not the only one, but I would rather not talk about it. Now, how many boxes do you have for me today? A lot for you. 12. Wow, that is a lot for us, but I suppose it's the last couple days' worth. Go ahead and stack them right by the counter. Luis raised his eyebrows at this. Solange would have never allowed boxes to be at the front, but then we never had the kind of foot traffic we had that day. Amazing how many people stop in who have never been in silk before and had not one intention of buying anything, but still tried on clothes and asked, "Is this where you found her?" I wouldn't care as much if they bought something rather than waste our time for nothing. I know, but we are all a little jittery and it's been busy today. I would rather have all of us in front. Makes sense. I'll bring them in. After a couple of trips, I could hardly walk around the counter, but it was always exciting to get shipments and to see what new fun things we got in. Solange had always done the ordering with a little input from us. It was the one aspect I was unsure of in taking over the running of silk. I had learned a lot from Solange, but didn't have her eye or her innate sense for what people wanted. Thanks, Luis, I said, and signed for the shipment, then sent him on his way. Presley? Come look at this. Lily called me over. What? I peered over her shoulder at a box of accessories she had just opened. These aren't ours. This clearly isn't anything Solange would have ordered, but the shipment label has our address and the return label is our normal supplier. You're right. These aren't anything Solange would have ordered. Isn't this ivory? It looks like it. I mean, it could be imitation, but it looks a lot nicer than any imitation I have seen. Lily picked up one of the necklaces, running her fingers over the smooth ivory. Who would actually wear these? They're so heavy. Don't! Lily dropped the necklace like it was on fire. What'd I do? Sorry. I didn't mean to yell. I just think due to what has happened, I should tell Detective Landon, who's handling the case. It might just be nothing, but it might be important. I'm calling him right now. After a brief conversation with Willie, he said he would be able to stop by in about an hour. I took the box to the back room, where it would be away from the stream of steady traffic we had been getting all afternoon. Then Willie walked in, looking delicious in his uniform of faded jeans, navy tee, and brown blazer. Had it already been an hour? I looked at my watch, and actually it had been almost 2. I take it we aren't a priority anymore, I teased. What? He looked confused. You said an hour, and it's been almost 2. Ah, so sorry. I will never let it happen again, he said in mock seriousness. Good. Glad we have an understanding. I had to admit it was fun having the type of banter we had been having. It's one of those things that I missed about not being in a relationship. The easy exchange of playful barbs. Follow me to the back. I brought the box back here so as few as possible people would mess with it. Good thinking. Lily did pick up one of the necklaces, but I put a sticky note on the one so it wouldn't be mixed up with the rest. Gold star for you. I wish I had more people like you in the course of my investigations. I know. I'm such a good detective in the making. He looked at the box, and I had to patiently explain to him why, even though this was addressed to us, there was no way we would carry something like this. He dressed well, but he sure didn't understand women's accessories. Maybe Solange ordered something you didn't know she ordered? She ever do that? Yes, but even then she never failed to fill out a purchase order, and there's not one for this. She was meticulous about her financial records, probably to make sure James couldn't find more ways to berate her. And again, this isn't anything that she would have carried here at the store. I know it might sound weird to you that I'm so sure, but you have to trust me. I know Solange's taste for silk, and this is not it. Well, I'll take this with me and drop it off at the lab. I'm sure it just is a legitimate mix-up and they sent it to you by mistake, but it can't hurt to check. That's what I thought. There is one more thing I wanted to discuss with you. Oh? One of the reasons I was late was I was checking into people who were renting the places around this building just to see if anything unusual popped up. I stopped on the way to visit a few that I couldn't find information for, and you'll never guess what I discovered. Well, don't keep me in suspense. What? Are you sure you want to know? I could always wait until later, he teased. I think it would be in your best interest to tell me, I shot back. Although I was only half teasing, I really wanted to know, and wasn't above force or bribery. He smiled. Boy, he had a nice smile. Almost made me forget what we were talking about. Come on, Willie, tell me please, I cajoled. So, the guy with the fake German accent that was bothering you the other day, who we saw at the bar? How do you know it was fake? He is renting the apartment above the store next door. When I knocked on the door, he yelled just a minute in perfect English. But when he saw me, he switched back to the horrible German accent. What? Yep, I knew you'd be shocked. But it explains why he was at the bar, since it's right around the corner. Wonder if he was American or German at the bar. Good question. What did you say to him? Did you call him out on the accent? And ask him what the heck he was doing in that apartment? Not to judge, but if he could afford one of our necklaces, he would be living somewhere else besides one of those apartments above the shops. I kind of thought that too, but I didn't even let on I remembered him from the store, although I am sure he knew I did remember. Just like I knew he knew who I was, but didn't let on. I just asked him if he had heard anything the other night like I did everyone else. He said no and basically slammed the door in my face, and I went about my business. Why didn't you ask him why he was such a jerk and why he needed the necklace so bad? This is too much of a coincidence. Presley, It's not a crime to be a jerk. I couldn't ask him those questions. He's not a suspect and doesn't even need to talk to me. Plus, if he has done anything wrong, the last thing I want to do is tip him off. I guess it sucks you can't just ask and just be able to cross him off the list of those you think might be involved. I completely agree. I'm going to keep an eye on him, that's for sure. What's his name? Peter Green. I ran him in the system once I realized who he was. There wasn't much other information on him. He does have a criminal record, but just for petty theft. Not any major crimes. Just furthering the fact that he couldn't have actually been in the market for a necklace, which at this store starts at, what did you say? $6,000? Right, $6,000. For a necklace? Yeah, it's quality. I don't doubt it. It's just weird to me for jewelry that isn't diamonds or something. It's just weird to me for jewelry that isn't diamonds or something of that nature. It doesn't have to be diamonds to be high quality or in high demand. I guess you're right. So, what are we going to do? Right now, just watch him. I need more proof that he might be involved if he indeed is. If he comes in here again, obviously call me right away and try to keep him here until I get here. Then, if he doesn't actually buy anything, I have more to go on. Willie left, and the next few hours that the boutique was open flew by. It had been a tiring day, and I was so glad to be going home and just sitting back and relaxing. I was tired of cleaning and working. That day had been filled with people just wanting to know what had happened. While I could understand, I was somewhat like one of those people. I didn't like being the one who gave out the information. It was tiring to talk about the same stuff over and over. My couch, a glass of wine, and a good book were all I wanted that night. I walked into the door of my building and waved hi to Charles, the doorman who had been here forever. He was an adorable old man. I pushed the button to the elevator going up and jumped in when the door opened. I was so tired I didn't even admire, like I always did, the beautiful wrought iron spindles casing the elevator. The elevator shuddered to a stop, and I waited until the door opened and walked off. I walked down the hall to my door to find it cracked open. This was very reminiscent of the store that morning, except I could clearly see someone had broken in. The wood was splintered on the door and the door jamb right next to the lock. It looked like someone had taken a crowbar and pried the door open. Not that I was an expert, but I sure knew who was, and I knew well enough not to go inside. I grabbed my cell phone out of my purse and dialed what was now a familiar number. Willie. Hey there. What's up? Change your mind about that drink later? No, I wish it were that. Is everything okay? What's up is, you'd better get to my house. Someone broke in. What? Are you okay? Again, he had that immediate concern that was so sweet. Yeah, I'm fine. I haven't even walked in yet. Don't. Go downstairs and stay with the doorman until I get there. Okay. But this routine is starting to become way too familiar, and I'm tired of it. This sucked. I was so tired and now had no hope of getting to bed soon. Willie would come and bring the crime tech guys. They would do their thing, and then I would have to clean. Then I might be able to get in, but probably not until tomorrow. I can imagine, and I'm sorry, but we'll get to the bottom of this soon. Do you think this is related to the break-in at Silk or Solange's murder? You know my standard line is, I don't know yet, but honestly, can't imagine how it's not related. I've got a call in to the crime scene techs to get the results from their processing of the store from earlier. Boutique? Ah, yes, boutique. See you soon. Hi again, Charles, I said, stepping off the elevator. Hey, Red, what brings you back downstairs so soon? Someone broke into my condo, Charles. Oh, no, Red, I'm so sorry. He immediately frowned and started wringing his hands. Charles, did you see anyone go up you didn't know? Charles, did you see anyone go up you didn't know? No, I got here at 6, and only residents have been here. Not even any visitors. Red, I'm so sorry. This is my fault. It's the doorman's job to keep everybody safe. Poor Charles looked almost in tears. He took his job very seriously and often said us tenants were like family. I had no doubt he had been diligent at his job. Charles, this isn't your fault. The intruder obviously came in before your shift or snuck in somehow. Please don't worry. The police will be here soon and they will figure it out. I don't blame you." As I spoke, Willie walked in. He was in shorts and a tank top. Most definitely workout clothes, and boy did he look yummy. I must have called when he was at the gym. "Willie, this is Charles the doorman," I said. "Charles, this is Detective Willie Landon." Charles looked at me strangely, probably wondering how I was on a first-name basis with the police. I didn't even want to try and explain that one. "Hi, Charles. Please excuse the way I'm dressed," he said, flashing his shield. "I was working out when I got this call, and it was faster to just come right here than to change." "No problem, sir. Like I told Red here, I'm really sorry I didn't know how this happened. All the doormen are very good at their jobs. This is terrible. We don't want people thinking it's not safe." Charles wrung his hands nervously. "I'll be needing to talk to everyone who was on duty today, Charles. If you could call them and ask them to come in, I'm going to go upstairs and survey the crime scene. There will be more of me here soon. I would appreciate it if you would send them right up." "Sure thing, sir." "Presley, let's go take a look at your condo and see what we're dealing with." Back up the elevator again. Being in a small space with Willie made me uncomfortable in a good way. We were silent on the short trip up, and I led him to my door. "There you have it. One more trashed place for me to clean." "Sorry, Presley. Or should I call you Red?" "Only Charles gets away with that." "I know you've had your fill of cleaning. When did you leave home this morning?" 11-ish. We stepped through the broken doorway into what used to be my lovely home. I had spent so much time and effort painstakingly making my condo the way I wanted it on a budget because although I had made more money in my corporate days, I'd never had a ton, and most of my money went to the condo payment and basic maintenance. On first glance, it looked as if a bunch of teenagers had had an out-of-control party. Things were out of the drawers and cupboards and strewn over the floor, but not broken or destroyed. Just an absolute mess. Someone was looking for something. "Where do you keep your valuables?" "You're making an assumption I have valuables?" "No valuables, just a laptop, and I see it right where I left it on my desk." "Okay. I'm sorry, Presley, but you aren't going to be able to stay here tonight." "I figured as much," I said, and sighed, knowing for certain my dream of a relaxing evening was over. "The department will pay to put you up in a hotel." "No, thank you. I'll call Anna. I would rather stay with her. She has wine." "Good call. I'll text you when we're done here. It will probably be late, but I want to let you know when you can come back." "Okay." I texted Anna and told her I was on my way. I called a cab because parking around Anna's apartment was a nightmare. I was so exhausted, I didn't feel like driving across town. I just wanted to sit and relax. "You poor thing," Anna said when I arrived. She quickly poured me a glass of wine. "You have been through so much." I sat in Anna's kitchen waiting for the first few sips of wine to take effect. I knew after the day I had, the wine would hit me and I'd be dead tired. But right then, I was wide awake and wired. "So why would anyone want to break into your place?" "That is the million-dollar question. Even Willie says it's probably related to the break-in at Silk, that it's too much of a coincidence not to be. But what I don't get is what people are looking for. I don't have anything in my condo of value, and they didn't take anything from Silk. Has Willie figured out who might be responsible for killing Solange? No. Or if he has a clue, he hasn't shared it with me, and I can't begin to imagine who might have wanted to hurt her." Chapter 10. "I hate funerals," Anna whispered to me as we walked into the church. Since I spent the night with her, I decided to drag her with me to Solange's funeral for moral support, even though I knew Steph and Lily would be there, since I closed the store so we could all attend. I didn't want to be all by myself until they got there. Normally, I wouldn't mind being in a crowd by myself. I had a decent amount of extrovert in me, but a funeral was a whole different story. Who actually likes them? You'd be surprised. My great-aunt Sophie seems to enjoy each time she outlives one more family member. Only because she's winning in the great game of life. That's funny, and I'm sure you're right. "Let's sit in back," I said to Anna. not liking funerals either because I hated crying in public, and I never knew the right thing to say to the family of the loved one. I always felt so awkward. My friend Katie from back home always knew what to say. You know, they say the killer usually show up at the funeral, she said. Maybe if we watch the crowd closely, we might be able to spot him or her. You watch entirely too much television. I would have no idea where to start looking at people to see if they were the murdering type, or even the trashing of other people's property. I don't even know much of her family. She didn't really talk about them much, and I have no idea what they might look like. She wasn't one for posing for pictures, and she never showed me any. So any of these family members I might think look strange. I can't just assume they might be a killer. You're overthinking this, Presley. If you say so. My mind was not on finding a killer here at Solange's funeral, but rather this very uncomfortable black dress I was wearing. I wasn't sure I would make it through the funeral without passing out. It was too tight. I needed to suck in all the fat to even come close to fitting, and the girdle was cutting off all oxygen to my brain. I wanted to pass out. I really needed to lose 10 pounds. I swear this dress wasn't this tight last time I wore it. That must be her family up there, Anna said, pointing to the first pew where several people sat crying. You're probably right. Strange that none of them look much like her. The older lady being comforted is her mom, I think. She came in the store a couple times, the only family member who has besides James, but not since Solange's dad died. I don't think she gets out as much now. The few times I met her, she seemed like a very nice lady. Wonder where James is. He has to be here somewhere. Isn't that him toward the back? Anna asked. Where? Over by the door. He's talking to a group of people. I just saw a glimpse, but I'm sure that's him. Black suit, black shirt, black tie. Next to the tall brunette. Anna pointed in the direction until I finally saw him. He was standing next to a few of Solange's friends. I recognized them from coming into the store. That's not the only person I saw. The faux German guy from the boutique and the bar was there. Why would the guy be here at Solange's funeral? If he knew her, why didn't he mention that when he came into the store? I took out my phone and sent Willie a text. What are you doing? Anna hissed. Texting in church is not allowed, especially at a funeral. What are you thinking? This is important. You see that guy over there? The one standing in the corner all alone? The one in the navy suit? Yes. Now that I look closer, he was wearing the same navy suit he had on when he came to the boutique. He definitely wasn't a typical client for Silk, if he only had the one suit. What about him? That's the guy from the boutique that was such an ass when he came into Silk, and who we saw at Muldoon's. Remember? The one Willie and I were talking about? Vaguely. Well, that's him. Why would he be here? I have no idea. That's why I'm texting Willie. I felt my phone vibrate. It was Willie with the response. To not talk to the guy, thanks for the information, and call him when it was over. I put my phone back in my black clutch, along with my car keys. I had taken it off the ring to get it to fit, a lipstick and a compact. I noticed who I presumed to be the pastor speak quietly to James and motion toward the front of the church. It was a few minutes or two, and I wasn't sure how prompt people usually felt funerals should start, but it looked like the pastor was rounding people up and herding them to the front so things could get underway. James walked to the front, but sat on the opposite side of the rest of Solange's family. There was palpable tension, even with the space between them. I wondered what had happened, as it looked as if none of them were on speaking terms. Solange and James hadn't ever had kids, but sitting with James were people who looked like his relatives. I could see some resemblance, so that was my assumption. There's Steph and Lily. I waved my hand in their direction to get their attention, hoping they would notice, as I didn't feel that yelling across the church was probably appropriate etiquette for a funeral. Luckily, they saw me and made their way over. I'm glad we saw you, Prez, said Steph. There isn't anyone here we know, but we wanted to pay our respects to Solange's family. I feel the same way. That's why I drug Anna with me. You both remember Anna, don't you? You walked in the fall fashion show last year, right? Asked Lily. I sure did. Good to see you both again. That's right, said Steph. You wore the eggplant-colored leather pantsuit with those rocking gold metallic platforms. Good memory, laughed Anna. I thought I was going to look like Barney, but it turned out well. Yeah, Solange came up with the craziest outfits that you'd swear would look hideous, but were amazing, I said. That's so true, Steph. I'm going to miss her. And that was true. Solange may have had her faults, but she was good-hearted and a great fashion talent. Besides, even if she wasn't, no one deserved to die. Presley, do the police have any leads? Asked Lily. I have half a mind to call up that cute detective. Detective Landon, was it? He is someone I wouldn't mind going out with. Anna opened her mouth to say something, and I poked her in the ribs to shut her up. I normally wouldn't hide from the girls I was interested in someone, but this was different. I just felt weird with him investigating Solange's murder and all. I just wanted to wait until all this messiness was behind us before I went public with liking him. We better take our seats. It looks like it's getting ready to start. The service was nice. A few different people got up and spoke about how wonderful Solange was and about her life's accomplishments. It was a typical funeral, very emotional and draining, even for me, so I couldn't begin to imagine how hard it was for the family. After the funeral, everyone headed downstairs to a large gathering room that had coffee, tea, and pastries, so people could talk and reminisce. At least, that was what I assumed the purpose was. I had no intention of going, but Anna said she wanted some coffee and said that we needed to keep an eye on people anyways. She was still on the mindset that the killer would be here and we would be able to tell. Since I had already tried to dissuade her and she just ignored me, I figured it was easier to go along and give her a few minutes to look around at the attendees, then leave. See, Presley? Good coffee, good donuts. And you wanted to ditch the reception. This is not a reception. We aren't at a wedding, Anna. Receptions aren't only for weddings. They're pretty much for any type of gathering. You act like being here is wrong. I agree with Anna, Lily said, with a mouthful of Krispy Kreme. Okay, fine, but I don't know these people, and I'm not comfortable crashing a funeral reception. Okay, relax. We all know each other. And we will leave in a few minutes. Besides, this way people know you were here to pay respects. That's the right thing to do. And we all know Solange. So we all have a right to be here. If you say so. We chatted with each other and drank our coffee. And Anna kept her eye on everyone, trying to decide if they looked like a murderer or not. She kept trying to point out people and ask my opinion, but I was trying to ignore her. Lily and Steph left, and Anna and I were about to. But there was something I wanted to do first. I walked up to a group of women where Solange's mother was talking. Excuse me, Miss Barker? Yes, dear. She looked at me. I felt so bad. It must be horrible to lose a child, and she looked so sad. I worked with Solange at Silk and just wanted to let you know how sorry we all are. Everyone there enjoyed working with her very much. That's nice, dear. Thank you all so much for coming. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it. It was the least we could do. Walking away, I felt the urge to call my mother. We didn't always get along, but I couldn't imagine how I would feel if something happened to her, and vice versa. We may not agree, but we loved each other. We were almost to the door when shouting stopped us in our tracks. We turned around to see what the commotion was about. See, I told you something good would happen here, whispered Anna. I think you have a skewed definition of good. I loved my sister, and you took her away from me, a man hollered. Steve! I did not, James shouted. It was her choice to stop enabling you. She did it because she loved you. The guy named Steve I knew from Solange talking about him. He was her brother, and from what Solange had said, he had a slight drinking problem. Though looking at the scene before me slightly may have been an understatement. She would have never stopped returning my calls if it weren't for you. You took away my sister. Stephen said, stepping forward. She would have never stopped returning my calls if it weren't for you. You took away my sister. Stephen said, stepping forward and taking a swing. His fist connected with James's jaw. The force of the punch knocked James off balance, and he took a step back, falling into a group of women. "See, Stephen? This is exactly why Solange stopped taking your phone calls," James shouted. "You're drunk. Too drunk to be rational and not cause a scene at your sister's funeral. You're sick, Stephen. You need help." Mrs. Barker came to Stephen's side. "Stephen, honey, you need to stop this. James didn't control Solange. She was her own woman." She rubbed his back, trying to calm him down like one might a child, though if he was drunk, as James claimed, he was probably thinking like a child. I again felt deeply sorry for Solange's mom. This is the last thing anyone needed to deal with at the funeral of their daughter. I had to give her credit, though. She was a strong lady and seemed to be holding it together well. Stephen was breathing hard, and I could see he was trying as much as he could to calm down. "Lorraine, he needs help," James said to Solange's mom. "James, dear, let's not discuss this right now. Please. Out of respect for you, Lorraine, of course. But I think I'll be going now. I will call you tomorrow." "Okay," she nodded. "The usual time?" "Yes." He walked over and pecked her on the cheek, watching Stephen out of the corner of his eye as he was waiting to be hit again. "Well, that sure was interesting," Anna said as we watched James walk out of the room. "Not the kind of interesting one wants at a funeral. Come to think of it, I don't think funerals need to have any excitement. I just feel so bad for Solange's mom." "Yeah, I know what you mean, but wow, she sure is a tough old broad. I admired that." "No kidding. I can't imagine having to deal with this. Doesn't it seem odd that it seems to be so much tension between James and Solange's family, but her mother seems perfectly cordial to him?" "Yeah. Did you hear him say he would call her tomorrow? And she said the usual time? That must mean they talk often. Wonder what that's about." "Ask her." "Who?" "Ask Mrs. Barker. Why not?" "Well, for one, that just seems rude. And what should I say? I know your daughter was just murdered, but why do you have regular phone conversations with her estranged husband?" "Sure, why not?" "Right. Seriously, though, she seems nice. Maybe if you did ask her, she would be receptive to talking to you." "Maybe you're right. It just seems so callous." "I don't think so. After all, you're doing it for a good reason. Or maybe have Willie ask her." "Now there's an idea." "I'm going to run home and change, and then I'll be over." "Okay, see you in a bit." We had stopped to pick up my car that morning so we could each run some errands after the funeral, and then we were going to meet back at my condo, if it was cleared for re-entry. Willie said hopefully by late afternoon or so, and I was counting on it. I was upset my home had been invaded, and I just wanted to get back in there and put it behind me. "Seriously, Anna, I can't believe you were trying to break into his Facebook account. If you don't trust him, then you shouldn't be with him." I had finally been let into my condo after the crime text had finished, and Anna had offered to help me clean. At least this time I knew what to expect. It was a big sacrifice for her, as she didn't like cleaning any more than I did, and I thoroughly appreciated her help. But she took pity on me, since all I seemed to be doing lately was cleaning up messes. We had finished cleaning to my satisfaction and opened a bottle of Moscato to relax. She was sitting on the couch with my laptop. "I want to trust him, but I can't. It seems like when I do, something else happens." Then I repeat, "Why are you with him?" She ignored me as she kept trying to figure out his password. I know she was doing it on purpose. She didn't want to answer me. She knew I had a point. "What makes you think you can figure out his password? It's not like you're some computer hack." "Please! Guys are simple when it comes to passwords. I know what a couple of his are, and I'm sure I can figure it out. I just need a few more minutes and some luck that it doesn't lock me out." "This is stupid, Anna." "Why?" "Because you're wasting time on someone." "I'm in," she said, pushing herself away from the desk like she had just done something monumental, though in her eyes she had. I had hated to think about what she would find. She stood up and walked over to the Moscato bottle to refill her glass, leaning against the counter and taking a sip. "Really? Wow. I didn't think you had it in you. Guess if the marketing thing doesn't work, you have a good backup career for untrusting girlfriends everywhere. Funny, but probably true. It could be a good side business. So may I ask what you are hoping to find? If he's cheating, do you really want the dirty details? Yeah. I would rather know than wonder. You know, this makes me think of something. You should try to see what dirt you can find on James. You said he's a jerk at times. Maybe he did kill her for the money. You think I should hack into his Facebook account? You think he has been posting he murdered his soon-to-be ex-wife? I hardly think he is going to be talking about this on Facebook. No, I don't mean hack into Facebook. How would you ever do that? You wouldn't even know where to start with figuring out the password. That's the trick, knowing where to start. And when you know someone well, like I do Jeff, it's easy. Then what are you suggesting I do? I had no idea where Anna was going with this. I wasn't sure I wanted to. You know where he works, right? Well, yeah. Then we should wait outside his work and follow him. See what he does. Maybe he has a secret lover, and he killed Solange to get her money and have his lover too. We could always Google him. You can find anything on Google. I'm not sure you can solve murders on Google, Anna. Anna was really getting dramatic about this. James was a jerk, but a killer? I still didn't feel in my gut that James killed her. It just didn't seem right. I had no proof, just a feeling. And that was the problem. No one cared about a feeling. In the legal realm, that is. It needed to be concrete. I realized this, but it still didn't change how I felt. You really think following him is the answer? I said. It couldn't hurt. I mean, you said yourself there was no love lost between them, and her parents didn't even seem to want him to be part of the funeral. I think that's what the police should be doing. Presley, do you really want to just wait on the police? That is their job, you know. That bastard! Who, Jeff? Yes, I knew it. When a guy says they are just friends, you can never believe them. Maybe Jeff, but don't classify all guys like that. What did he do? I walked over to where Anna was at my computer on the couch and sat down so I could see what she was looking at. See? Read this, she said. This Sarah chick says she wanted to get to know him better and is willing to try a long-distance thing. I guess she lives in Iowa. How the hell did he meet a girl from Iowa? Maybe she's just coming on to him? I didn't really like how Jeff treated Anna, but didn't want her hurt either. I was hoping to give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh no, this is his response. She clicked on the message to open it and started reading. I would like to get to know you better by talking to you. That doesn't necessarily mean anything besides friends. Except he doesn't mention anywhere in this email thread that he has a girlfriend, and she obviously is thinking he doesn't, or she doesn't care. Take this away from me. I can't stand to read anymore. I took the laptop from her, logged out, and shut it down. Setting it on the floor, I turned to Anna and refilled her wine glass. I could tell she was upset, and I had seen time and time again how much he hurt her. But I could also understand you weren't done with a relationship until you were really done, and emotions weren't always something you could force yourself to stop feeling, even when intellectually you knew you should. Do you want to talk? I asked. Why? So you can tell me I told you so again? I know I'm stupid. Not stupid, Anna. I hate seeing you hurt like this all the time, which is why I said you need to kick him to the curb. But I also know what it's like to love someone and hope they will change. While maybe not the smartest thing to do, when you look at the situation rationally, you can't help how you feel. And emotions don't always make sense. Hell, they hardly make sense. I need to realize he will never change. At least not with me. But Presley, I know he loves me. He does love you. I actually had no doubts that he did love her. He just wasn't ready to settle down and took her for granted. That was clear by his actions. Before Cooper, I was much more judgmental of Jeff, but I now had a better understanding of how difficult love was. Did Willie find out who broke into your condo? Anna said, attempting to change the subject. No, it's disappointing, but whoever did it didn't leave prints, and none of the doormen remember anyone who wasn't a tenant. They found a door at the service area that had a busted lock. The maintenance guy said it wasn't like that a week ago, so Willie is assuming that somehow someone cased the joint and found that it was a weak spot. That's just weird. That's just weird they didn't take anything. No kidding. They obviously were looking for something, but neither Willie nor I had any idea what. I don't have anything of value. Any criminal worth their salts should have noticed that right away. Maybe that's why they trashed the place. They were angry that you didn't have anything for them. It just doesn't make sense. There are many people in my building that have a lot more than I do. Willie thinks whoever it was felt I had something they wanted. Specifically, I think that Peter guy is involved somehow. What does Willie think of him? That there's not enough proof to say? One thing that really had me confused is I don't understand at all what the faux German guy, Peter, wanted with accessories from Silk so bad. It didn't make sense. After seeing him at the funeral, I had told Willie he had to be involved in this somehow. These were way too many coincidences, but Willie didn't completely agree with me that the connection was necessarily bad. He hadn't been able to find anything concrete connecting Peter with anyone from a sinister standpoint. Obviously, Peter knew someone in the family, or he wouldn't keep showing up. But he couldn't just assume it was for a bad reason without proof. I told him that sometimes it wasn't obvious, and he didn't really like that. He had the audacity to say that I shouldn't be worrying myself about the investigation so much. We got into our first minor spat, if you could call it that, about my involvement, and I basically told him he should not have asked my opinion if he didn't want it. He muttered something under his breath I chose to ignore, and we hung up. I don't think he was really mad, more annoyed. I seemed to have that effect, first with Cooper and now Willie. I'd sat there since getting off the phone trying to figure out what the possible link could be. Willie had said this guy had a record for petty crime. James was a lawyer, so maybe that was a connection? Although James's firm handled mostly white-collar crime, not smash and grab, Willie's term, not mine. It was plausible. Criminals and criminal lawyers seemed to run in the same circle, or it could be completely unrelated. I could be totally off base and Willie right. Somehow I doubted it. And you don't agree? Not really. I think it has to mean something. He keeps popping up all over. Is there anything you can do about it? To convince him? I had thought about one thing I could do that might give me some more insight, but then I would have to admit I was taking an active part. Well, sort of active, in an investigation, and I would once again have to listen to someone complain about what I was doing. But it might be worth it. Are you talking about Cooper? You want to call him and ask him for help? Well, I thought about it. Do it. What have you got to lose? She was right. What's the worst that could happen? So I got yelled at. I looked at my phone, trying to decide if I should dial. What the hell? I had already been chastised once today. What was once more? I dialed. And what do I owe the pleasure of this phone call? Is that sarcasm? I teased. No, I'm really glad you called. You might not be when you hear why I'm calling. I might have guessed you needed something. Don't be like that, Cooper. I don't just call you when I need something. Every time you call me, you need something. So what am I supposed to think? I knew he was somewhat joking, and I admit it did look bad. Cooper, I do like to talk to you when I don't need something. It's just been busy. I just happen to, this time, be able to talk to you right now and ask you a favor. I'm multitasking. Being efficient. Okay, ask. First, promise you won't get mad. How come I have to pretty much assume when you say that it's because I'm going to get mad? People never say that unless they expect the other person to get mad. Just spill it. What are you involved in? And I promise to try not to get mad. I need you to run a background check for me. Is this to do with your boss's murder? The one you just told me a couple days ago you weren't involved in? I wasn't then. Now I am, sort of. I didn't call you to give you a hard time. Can you help me or not? Don't be so touchy. You know I'll help you. I just hate to see you put yourself in danger. I'm not putting myself in danger, don't worry. Jeez, all you men are the same. All I want is some information to help Willie. Willie? Detective Landon, the detective investigating the murder. Why can't he get the information? because he doesn't believe me that this guy might be a viable suspect. I thought if I could get him some more information, then he would believe me and investigate further. There has to be a connection to James somehow. I just know it. James? Solange's husband, soon to be ex. He's a lawyer. Why does there have to be a connection? Because I think so. So you're telling me that you want me to get you information that will help you become more involved? Cooper. Okay, fine. Give me what you know on both of them. I was relieved that he finally quit giving me the 3rd degree, and I gave him what I knew. He promised to look into it and call me back as soon as he had some information. Anna had been texting and then left when I was on the phone with Cooper. I called her to see what was going on and why she left, and got her voicemail. I assumed she was with Jeff, giving him hell after what she found on his Facebook. I settled into the couch and channel surfed while waiting for Cooper to call back. I finally settled on HGTV. I am neither a handy nor crafty person, so I truly enjoyed watching these shows. It was like magic how these people came up with these ideas. I was watching Kitchen Impossible, where these talented designers and construction people make old, outdated kitchens cool, funky, and spacious. That episode, they were making a sink out of concrete. I thought it would look like a sidewalk, but once they finished it off and glazed it, it was the coolest thing. Very industrial looking, which isn't normally my style, but looks so good with the neutral colors of the rest of the kitchen. Someday, when I won the lottery or ran into the Kitchen Impossible people at the local Home Depot, which would never happen because I don't go to Home Depot, I might be able to redo my kitchen. It was the only room I hadn't touched yet, since I'm not a big kitchen fan. Cooking fans' kitchens I'm fine with, especially if they come equipped with a chef and a dishwasher. I heard my phone ring and saw it was Cooper. I was excited as I hoped he had some information for me. It hadn't been but a few hours since I had originally asked him for the information, so I was glad that it hadn't taken him long, and maybe it was something useful. I just hoped he wasn't going to yell at me again for being involved. I really wasn't meaning to be involved. It just kind of happened, and it was for a good cause. Hi, Cooper. That was fast. Unfortunately, it's because there isn't much information. I wish I could be more helpful. I pulled up the same petty crime stuff you said your detective had found, but when I dug a little deeper and cross-referenced, it was James. I did find something. You did? I said, excitedly, feeling extremely validated. Now calm down. It may be nothing. When you tell your detective, he might decide it's nothing or take it further, but leave it up to him. Tell me. I hadn't missed the fact that Cooper called him my detective, but wasn't going to bring it up. Surely Cooper didn't think I liked this guy, though I did. Kind of. Was that bad? I felt guilty, and there was no reason to do so. I'm sure Cooper was dating other people. As hot as he was, he had to be. He was a great guy. Every law firm usually handles a certain amount of pro bono work. That's their way of giving back to the community, which is good because at their exorbitant fees, they need to give something back. Okay, I get it. Lawyers charge too much. Tell me something I didn't know. What else? One of the lawyers in James's firm handled one of Peter's offenses as a pro bono case. This wasn't a junior partner or anything, so I highly doubt James would have been involved in any way. Besides, he seems to handle mostly white-collar financial crimes. But it's still a link, I mused. What did this have to do with Solange, if anything? Presley, I did this for you because I would do anything you asked, but I really don't like you involved in this. He was being sweet, and it made my heart hurt, but he was too overprotective. This behavior, while I could understand where he was coming from, was one of the many things that hurt our relationship. He needed to let me be my own person. Cooper, I promise you I won't do anything stupid. Okay, he sighed. I could tell he didn't believe me, and he was probably right not to. I had no intention of putting myself in danger, but it didn't always seem to work that way. That lesson I had learned last time. Bye, Coop. Bye, Presley. Call me in a couple days, okay? I will, I said, hanging up. I paused for a moment, not wanting to call Willie right away. I had such mixed feelings about Cooper. If I thought we could make it work, there would be no question of who I wanted to be with. I finally called Willie, and he answered on the first ring like he was sitting, waiting for my call. I'm sure he wasn't, but it was interesting to think about. "Calling to apologize?" he asked, good-naturedly, and I could instantly tell he was no longer annoyed, which made me happy, not just because I didn't want him to be annoyed at me, but also because I wanted him to be receptive to the information I was about to give him. I just hope this doesn't annoy him all over again. Fat chance. But I do have some information for you, if you're done pouting over me telling you how to do your job. Have you been doing more investigating? Well, someone has to. Ouch. You're a tough woman. He knew I was teasing him, and I was happy to be back on the teasing track, rather than the annoyed one. I filled him in on what I had found out from Cooper. He was good and didn't interrupt, but when I finished, he just sat there. "Well," I said, "I'm thinking. Care to share?" "Well, standing alone, I might not think much of it, but coupled with Peter coming into the store, it is a bit of a coincidence. Worth checking out, but you have to promise to let me check it out." "Okay, fine, but you must keep me in the loop." "I will, if you promise to stop bugging me about my detective skills." "Well, if your ego can't take it." Chapter 11. The day after the funeral, I was ready for things to get back to normal, although I knew it wasn't that easy. While I knew that someday I would need to move on from Silk and hopefully pursue my writing, I really did enjoy working here. The daily routine was always different, and I loved the clothes, the fashion of it all, and usually the clients. As high maintenance as they were, for the most part, the clients were nice and fun to work with. They had the money to spend, and had no problem spending it if they liked something. That is what made my job easy. I had arrived at the store early that morning to go through the shipment from yesterday and see what needed to be put out and what special orders had come in. With all the things going on, I felt it would be nice to come in and have a normal, routine day and forget, for a while at least, what was going on. I unpacked the boxes and had my usual excitement in discovering new things. Solange always had the best taste. It might be unusual, but the end result was good. I had a lot to live up to even be close to her ability to choose the right product mix for the store. The clients were used to having unique things, and I needed to be sure they continued to get that, or they would go elsewhere. I turned the steamer on so I could make sure all the garments were in pristine condition when I put them on the sales floor, and I pulled together some outfits to put out on the forms in the windows. I liked to change them every few days in order to keep the windows fresh and exciting to the foot traffic we got in front of our store daily. I looked at my watch and saw that it was almost time for Lily to arrive. She could assemble the new displays in the front windows while I got the store ready to open for business. I enjoyed steaming clothes, as it was mindless work that had instant gratification. I was working my way through the rack and thinking mostly about Willie and Cooper and how much they were alike, yet different. A knock on the door jarred me out of my thoughts. That must be Lily, as I hung up the steamer handle and flipped the switch off. I walked out of the back room and could see Lily waving to me through the window. I unlocked the door to let her in. "Good morning." "Good morning, Presley. Been here long?" "Not too long. I unpacked the shipment from yesterday and started steaming the pieces for the windows. If you want to pull some accessories and start undressing the forms, I will bring you up the new outfits, and you can put those together. We have about 30 minutes before the store opens, and I am going to start getting the business side ready. And then I will call the clients with the special orders to let them know the pieces are ready for pickup." "Sounds like a plan." Lily walked away to put her stuff away, and I walked back to grab her clothes. I rolled the rack to her in front and then went back to the office to start opening paperwork, the part I liked the least. I just had never been a paperwork kind of gal. I got it done and started making calls to clients whose orders had arrived and got through a few before I realized it was 10 a.m. and time to open the store. I walked out front with the cash drawer, and Lily had just opened the doors, and one of our best clients, Siobhan Wilson, was following her in. Lily rolled her eyes as she walked toward me. Siobhan had money to spend, and we loved her as a client, but she was a bit on the loud, obnoxious side, and I'm sure she was here more to grill us on the murder than to buy a new outfit, since she had just dropped about 10 grand on a new line we recently started to carry just a week ago. Even the wealthy had to have their limits, didn't they? However, I was going to push our new arrivals on her and try not to talk about Solange. "Hi, Siobhan," I said. "How did you know we just received several new pieces?" "You know me, Presley. I can sniff out new fashion a mile away." I walked out from around the counter to take her over to the rack. "See, we haven't even had a chance to put these out yet. Shall I pull your sizes? You can go in your normal dressing room." As soon as I said it, I realized that was the fitting room Solange had been murdered in. Would clients want to go in there? As this was going through my head, Siobhan walked away from me to the big fitting room she normally used and closed the door. Well then, maybe my fears were unfounded. I walked over to the room to hand her the clothes over the door. "So, is this the room where they found Solange?" "Yes, it is." My voice cracked, and I had to clear my throat. So not only did she not mind using this particular fitting room, but was asking questions. Why? To personally observe a murder scene? I shuddered. That was creepy, even for me. Granted, I had been in the dressing room to clean, and so had other girls, but I wouldn't have sought it out if I were a client. People were odd. Siobhan stuck her head out of the door, clad in only her bra and panties. Again, I state, some people were odd. "I heard you were the one who found her," she whispered. Strange. She would whisper, but had no problems with opening the fitting room door with her underwear for everyone to see. Though since she was the only one in the store, so maybe she wasn't worried about anyone seeing her. I nodded, thinking of the right thing to say that would stop her asking questions without offending her and stopping her from opening her wallet. A good sale from her this morning would go a long way toward helping make the deficit from being closed. I did, and I would love to talk to you about it, but I'm under orders not to talk about it, I whispered back, conspiratorially handing her the clothes. "Oh, I understand," she replied, shutting the door. "You handled that well," Lily said to me when I walked away from Siobhan. "Thanks. I have a feeling we will need to get used to fielding the same questions over the next few weeks. People are just going to want the details." The rest of the day went pretty quickly, and just as I expected, we did get a lot of the clients wanting details, and for the most part, we were able to use the same line I had used on Siobhan, and no one was bothered that we couldn't share the dirty details. Not giving out information didn't hurt sales any, and it was a very productive day, all in all. By lunchtime, I was tired, but in a good way, the kind of tired you get from a hard day's work. I needed to call my brother. He had left several messages since all this happened, just asking me to call him ASAP, as he had some exciting news. Then, wondering how I was and making sure I was okay. Then back to begging me to call him the first second I could. Whatever it was, it must be exciting, I thought, and it made me wonder if he had told our mother yet, as she hadn't called to gossip, and if she knew, that was unlike her. I hadn't seen him this jazzed in a long time. Well, for more than 10 minutes anyway, and this had lasted almost a week. My brother Jesse was a free spirit, a gypsy of sorts. He had excelled in high school, both academically and in sports, but said college bored him, and he dropped out halfway through his sophomore year. Since then, he traveled around, trying out new, untraditional professions. He had been a zipline instructor in Mexico, tried his hand as an actor, and now was in Vegas working as a blackjack dealer. I loved my brother and was somewhat jealous of his ability to flit around and not be harassed by our parents. I definitely felt they had much different expectations from me than him. I looked at my watch. I had time before meeting Willie. I hit the phone button and leaned back into the office chair. He picked up after one ring. "It's about damn time, sis." "Hey, cut me some slack. It's been a crazy week." I know. Just giving you a hard time. Seriously, though, how are you?" "Good. It's been weird. Almost seems surreal. Solange is dead, and I'm the one who found her." "What is it with you and dead people?" "What's that supposed to mean?" Well, first you were involved in the Senator Daniels murder, and now you find your boss murdered? Don't you think it's an odd coincidence? I wasn't involved in the senator's murder. I was there for a legitimate reason. You were at the store for a legitimate reason. Boutique. Okay, boutique for a legitimate reason. End result on both occasions. You were involved in murder. Maybe you should be a detective. I had no desire to be a detective. Date one maybe, but not be one. I didn't call you to talk about me. I wanted to talk about you and find out what is so exciting in your world. You've been stalking me. If you answered your phone, I wouldn't have to stalk, sis. Yeah, whatever. Now tell me, what is so important? I met a girl, Jesse said, and I could hear the excitement in his voice. You meet a lot of girls. This is different. I think this could be the one. This news definitely made me pay attention. Jessie was more a love 'em and leave 'em type. Continue. Her name is Ashley Griffin. I met her a few weeks ago when her and some friends came to the casino for a bachelorette party. Not hers, I assume. No, I learned my lesson last time from that. Anyways, Ashley and her friends were at my table, and they flirted and had fun. The next day, she came back, and I couldn't believe how happy I was to see her. I hadn't been able to stop thinking about her. That night, she waited until I got off work, and we stayed up all night talking, and have been inseparable ever since. I really do think she's the one, Prez. I'm so happy for you. What does she do? What does she look like? Where is she from? She's a school teacher. Teaches second grade. She is beautiful, blonde and petite, and comes from a small town in Nebraska. She moved to Vegas with some friends after college for the summer last year and ended up staying. When do I get to meet her? You can come out any time. If only money grew on trees. I did invite her to Thanksgiving. You what? Does Mom know? He had never, ever invited a girl over for any family function. He really must be serious. Yes. I called her a few days ago. I think she's in shock. I asked her not to call you until I did. I wanted to tell you myself. No wonder she hadn't called me yet. Normally, she called me every time she thought my brother was doing something that was not what she thought he should do. She complained to me since she would never criticize him. Even with him telling her not to call me, I was surprised she hadn't. This wasn't something my mother would normally hold in. I was actually looking forward to calling my mom and talking about this. Inviting her to a family event is a big step. I'm proud of you. When you meet her, you will see why I think she's the right one. Can't wait. Chapter 12. Do you know if Solange had a boyfriend? Willie asked me. We had met up on his lunch break again at Harry's. I wanted another one of those Reubens, which wasn't a good habit to get into. I already had enough bad food habits. I didn't need any more, or I wouldn't fit my clothes. I don't think so. I mean, she never talked about anyone special. She spent her time at the boutique or arguing with James. Since she wasn't technically divorced, I'm not sure she was in the market. I don't think she was all that interested, at least right now. Her main passion was the boutique. She had high expectations for Silk and focused all her energy on it. Why? Just looking at the jealousy angle, James doesn't have an alibi, and there is a lot of proven animosity between them. I also have an eyewitness who saw him leaving Silk the night she was killed. How is that possible? I was only away from the store for about 30 minutes. Probably not even that long. I can't go into a lot of detail, but someone did see him leaving in the short span of time you were gone. Really? Why can't you go into detail? I want to check a few things out first. I'm not holding out on you, so don't look at me like that. I just don't want to spread false information. Okay. If you know he was at Silk right before Solange was murdered, I can see how you would suspect him a little, but is there anything else that makes you wonder? The fighting, for one. You yourself said it was ferocious at times, and I have heard the same story from a few other people. He wanted money from her for Silk, and I'm sure from her inheritance. So in my detective eyes, it makes for a good reason to kill someone. Did you get that feeling from talking to him? I mean, that he might be capable of killing? Not really. That's the funny thing. He seems broken up over her death, and after the reports of the fights they had and their nasty divorce proceedings, that shocked me. I sort of got the same vibe from him. He was distracted, but not as much in an I don't care way, but rather just, well, distracted, which as a lawyer I can't imagine is how he usually behaves. So now what are you going to do? Follow him? Watch him? Have I mentioned you watch too much Law and Order? I told him the standard. Don't leave the area without telling us until further notice, and we will keep investigating. Cases like these, that aren't cut and dry, often take time to filter through all victims' previous actions, like who they came in contact with and the like. It takes time, unfortunately. Any advice from me? Since I'll be interacting with him on a daily basis, I'm sure, as I run the store and he checks up on me? No, just don't try to investigate on your own. Please, leave it to me. Don't worry, I'm not at all interested in getting any more involved than I already am. Am I supposed to believe that? Of course. If you aren't interested in being involved, then why call Cooper to try to get me to see things your way? Just because I want all angles to be explored to find Solange's killer doesn't mean I personally want to keep getting more involved. I just felt it was something that needed to be further looked at. If you say so. I do. He smiled. I need to get back to work. What are you doing later? Going to Muldoon's tonight with Anna and Jared. Want to come? I would love to, but I need to follow up on another case later tonight. Call me later? I went back to the store and finished out the day. It stayed fairly steady. A couple of hours before closing, I got a call from Anna. Hi there, I said. We still on for tonight? Yes, but that's not why I called. I confronted him. Really? I'm so sorry, Anna. Do I need to be sorry? What did he have to say for himself? That nothing was going on. I was blowing things out of proportion. That he should be able to be friends with a girl if he wants without me freaking out. He was mad. Can you believe it? He thinks I am the one with the problem. Did he know about you checking his Facebook? Of course not. I'm not stupid. Then how does he think you found out to confront him? I just tricked him into telling me. It was easy. Men are really very simple creatures. Do you think if he really had something to hide, he would that easily spill the beans? Yes, he did it before. He's not a good liar. So, what are you going to do? I finally told him I was done, that if he wanted me, he had to really want me. I wasn't going to be the person who was convenient for him, who just hung around waiting for him to want to see me. What did he say about that? I think he was shocked. I left his house right after I said that, and he has done a bit of an attitude shift already. I think he finally realized he might lose me. Good. He needs to worry? That's what I said. I told him I was done playing games, that I was ready to either have a commitment from him or we needed to move on, that there was no point in wasting any more time. What did he say? Not much. He tried to give me all his normal excuses, and I said I wasn't listening. He then just got quiet and said he was sorry that he knew he didn't always think about my feelings. What are you going to do? I meant what I said. I'm done, unless he changes. Are you giving him time to change, or how did you leave it? I just said things had to change, so I will see how he starts acting. Are you really prepared to walk away from him if he doesn't change? This time? I think so. Are you still feeling up to going to Muldoon's? We can talk more then. Yep. See you in a bit. I thought you told Willie you weren't going to get involved. Hell, you told me you had no interest in playing detective like you did with the senator. What changed your mind? Anna asked as we walked down the street to James's office. I decided to put off going to Muldoon's for a few hours and had concocted a plan to sit at the coffee shop across from James's building until we saw him come out. Then we'd just follow him and see what happened. He's been acting weird, and Willie doesn't think so, but Willie doesn't talk to James like I do. So, because Willie doesn't agree with you, you are taking it upon yourself to see what James is doing? This is what? The second time you have done this? Partly. I just want to know why he is being so weird. How is he being weird? And how is it your business? He is nice sometimes, and he talks about Solange as if he missed her. I don't see how he could possibly miss her when they fought the way they did. Maybe he has realized what he was missing and regrets it. Or maybe he's just extremely passive-aggressive. You might be right. I feel that he may be playing us all, so we don't suspect him. Playing the grieving husband and all? Isn't that awfully stereotypical? You know, bad divorce, spouse whacks the other spouse. Probably. and I think it's far-fetched, but I still want to know more about what he does. How do you know he's still at work? Anna asked as we were sipping on our coffee, staring at James's office building, waiting for something to happen. It's almost 7. Because he's taken to calling me 10 times a day since he doesn't have Solange to bug, and he is taken to calling me nightly on his way home from work to see how the store did. He hasn't called yet tonight, so I am assuming he is still here. I thought at first if I called him and kept him updated, he wouldn't bug me so much, and that didn't work. He still called me. He must enjoy knowing he is dialed a certain number of times a day. What is he calling you for? About the store. The man's obsessed. I'm sure he's afraid I'm going to run it into the ground, and he won't make any money. But then sometimes I think he's just lonely. From what you've told me about him, that's not surprising about the money part. We finished our coffees and both got another. We were both amped up on caffeine, and Anna and I were getting antsy. I was just about to tell her to just forget it and go have our glass of wine at Muldoon's, which was around the corner, when I saw James walking out of the building. Anna, look, he's finally come out. It's about damn time. Come on, let's go. I've got to pee. No time. I'm not losing him after waiting all this time. Just hold it. God, I hope you have a lot of kids, she said, grumbling but following me out the door. What if he sees us? She asked. He won't. We're far enough behind him, and even if he does, why would he think we were following him? I don't know. Maybe he's the paranoid type. Nah, walk faster. We don't want to lose him. It's hard to walk fast when you have to pee. I ignored her and concentrated on not losing James. I didn't want him to see us, so I didn't want to get too close. But there were a lot of people walking down the sidewalk on their way home from work, and I kept losing sight of him for a few seconds at a time. Luckily, he was a tall guy, over 6 feet, and I was able to see the top of his head. Where do you think he's going, Presley? How am I supposed to know? Now keep up. We were about half a block behind him. And we're almost out of the business district. He made a left at the next block, and as we turned the corner, he disappeared through the entrance of the Westin. I looked at Anna. This is interesting. Why is he at a hotel? Maybe he is having an affair and his girlfriend wanted him to leave his wife and he wouldn't, so she killed Solange to have him all to herself. You have such a vivid imagination, Anna, but there could be a slim chance that she was right. I mean, it was plausible, just not likely, in my opinion. We followed James into the hotel and saw him walk into a cigar bar. It was small, so I wasn't about to follow him in there, as he for sure would see me. Luckily for us, we could get a good view of the bar because of the open floor plan. He sat down at a table and ordered a drink. I was surprised to see him in a cigar bar because as far as I know, he didn't smoke. Both he and Solange had been somewhat health nuts. They had the occasional glass of wine, but other than that, they were very conscious of what they put in their bodies. The complete opposite of me. I tried to be more health conscious, but the sugar and fat always won out. He took off his suit jacket and then his power tie and stuffed it in his pocket. He seemed to be loosening up, not unusual for an average person after a long day at work, especially with everything else that had been going on. He probably needed to decompress, just like every other normal person. Maybe, if he relaxed, he wouldn't feel compelled to bug me so much. We sat outside the bar for about 20 minutes, and not able to hold it any longer, Anna went off in search of a bathroom. By this point, James was on his second drink and first cigar, and it didn't seem as if he was going anywhere anytime soon. I started to wonder what was taking Anna so long, when a woman walked up to James and sat down, took her coat off, and put it over the back of the chair. She seemed to be mid-40s, long blonde hair, not natural, but definitely expensive, and she wore a simple black dress, the kind that made me think she was a professional of some kind. The dress was classy, and yet functional. She had black heels on. High, but not too high. Yet another indication she was a working girl. Not a prostitute kind of working girl, but someone who actually had a real job. Probably high up, or high enough, anyways. She wasn't someone's secretary. I would bet on that. Did I miss anything while I was gone? Anna said. What took you so long? I ran into a cute guy on the way back. I couldn't be rude and ignore him, you know, just in case Jeff doesn't come around. Anna could find a guy anywhere. That's one of the reasons why I wondered why she was so hung up on Jeff. She could have anyone she wanted. A beautiful blonde woman just sat down with him. Ooh, that's interesting. Why would he be meeting a blonde in a cigar bar when his wife is barely cold? Your guess is as good as mine, but it certainly is tasteless. Does it seem like a business meeting? I'm not sure. I mean, nothing inappropriate has happened, but it is after normal business hours, and they are at a bar. It could be socializing with a purpose. Holy crap! That guy just walked in. He walked by James, and there was no flicker of recognition. What guy? She asked, looking around. The guy who came in silk the day after Solange was murdered and was pissed off I wouldn't show him the necklaces. You know, the one we all saw at the bar and then the one I pointed out at the funeral. His name is Peter Green. Do you not pay attention to anything I tell you? This is quite the coincidence. Why would he be at the same bar James is at? Yeah, I remember. What do you think he's doing here, and why does he keep popping up everywhere you're at? Only when I'm at the same place James is at. I have no idea. That's my question. It doesn't appear as if he and James know each other. That or they're great actors. Well, they didn't talk or make eye contact. But you see how that guy has positioned himself to the table James and the woman are at? Anna said. Yeah, what about that, Nancy Drew? You make fun, but I notice these things, Presley. I did get my degree in communications, and I had a whole class in body language. Your false German dude is close enough to observe and listen, but far enough away to not be so noticeable. What makes you think that he's close enough to listen? Because he is only 2 tables away. I've been in there a couple times. The acoustics are pretty good. Definitely good enough to hear from 2 tables away. I think your friend knows James. What could they possibly have in common? How could they know each other? Ask him next time you talk to him if he's seeing anybody. Maybe you'll catch him off guard enough. You can slip in the question about Peter and he will tell you. You have the craziest ideas sometimes. It's none of my business what he does in his private life. You won't know unless you ask. I've seen enough here. Who knows how long they're going to stay and chat. Let's go head over to Muldoon's and have our drinkin' fun night. Chapter 13. With everything that had been going on, I needed to blow off some steam at Muldoon's. It was enjoyable to have a couple drinks with friends and talk, and I was sure Anna had a lot to talk about. OMG, is that Rick? Anna said, tapping me on the shoulder and pointing over to the other side of the bar. Where? I looked over in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, Rick, my idiot ex-boyfriend, was hanging out over at the other end of the bar with some blonde. Figures. Wasn't the person he cheated on me with, though. He sure moved fast, already on to the next. You should go say hi, Anna said. Are you nuts? Don't look at me like that. I don't mean you should act like you're interested again. I just think you should go over and act like you don't care, which you don't. If he sees you and you haven't come over, he will think you are avoiding him, and with his conceited little pea brain will think you are uncomfortable to see him and still want him or something. You might be right. Come on, you're going with me. We walked over to where they were sitting, drinks in hand. Hi, Rick. Fancy seeing you here. He looked up from his date and seemed shocked to see me. I guess he hadn't seen me yet, or if he had, didn't think I would come over and say hi. Rick and I had dated for a year or so when I caught him cheating. I had immediately broke up with him, and he begged me to take him back for a long time. But I wasn't about to give him a second chance. Seeing him now made me wonder what I had ever seen in him. Funny how you can like someone so much you are blind to their faults. Compared to Cooper or Willie, he was such a poor excuse of a man. Hi, Presley. Anna, aren't you going to introduce us to your girlfriend? Anna asked. Rick looked very uncomfortable. I was so glad Anna had made me come over here. It felt great making him uncomfortable. I guess. Shelley? This is Presley and Anna. I reached over to shake her hand, and she looked startled. She had one of those limp, girly handshakes I couldn't stand. Spineless. Nice to meet you. I dated Rick for a while. He can be a good guy. I would just be careful. As Rick's jaw dropped, and Shelley's too, I just waved my fingers at them and led Anna away. Oh, wow, that was awesome, Anna said, collapsing in a heap of laughter at our table. Did you see the look on his face when we walked over? He was dying even before you made that comment. I didn't know you had it in you. Me neither. It just sort of came out. What's on the menu today? I asked the waitress, who came over to take our order, though I'm sure I was hard to understand as I was still laughing. $2 wine by the glass and 50-cent Blue Moon drafts. I turned to Anna. What sounds good to you? It's definitely a wine night. Glass of Merlot, please. You know, that sounds good. Same here, please. We started chatting about Anna's job and some mutual friends and of course the issue with Jeff. Just catching up. I wonder where Jared is, I asked. Oh, crap. I forgot to tell you. He called me to cancel. He said he had a date. Figures he ditches us, I said good-naturedly. You know him. Always on the prowl. Yeah, but at least he's out looking for Mr. Right, even if he keeps getting Mr. Right now. Speaking of Mr. Right, how is the hot detective? He's good. We have become really good friends. That's positive. Do you think he might be boyfriend material? I don't know. I mean, yes, in general. He's a great guy and would make a great boyfriend for someone. I'm just not sure I'm ready. Every time I think I might be, I talk to Cooper or think about him and realize I'm not over him. But I have to be. I'm just confused. Join the club. Chapter 14. After all the craziness that had been going on the last couple of days, I needed to de-stress. The thing that calmed me down the most was a little retail therapy. Not good for my cash flow, but great for my attitude. At least until the bills came in. I had tried to refrain from needless shopping. I needed to pay off my credit cards, as they were all almost maxed out. But desperate times called for desperate measures. And if I had ever deserved a shopping spree, that was the time. I had silk covered for a few hours and didn't have to go back until it was time to lock up. I was ready to indulge myself in my favorite stores. I got my favorite venti latte from Starbucks, a sugar-free cinnamon dulce, iced, because it was a typical muggy August day in Chicago. I was all about bargain shopping, and there were a few resale shops and thrift stores I hadn't been into in a while. There was a time when I liked more expensive pieces and brand new clothes, when I wouldn't be caught dead in a used article of clothing. But when I started working at Silk, Solange taught me how to mix newer high-end pieces with thrifty vintage pieces. Usually what she used was name brand, but if it was vintage, she didn't much care. She said even cheap clothes or knockoffs back then were much better quality than now. She said it was quality that was important, not the label. Just these days, they often went hand in hand because the mass-produced clothes were often cheaply made and disposable. It amazed me at how much I learned from her. I remember the first time she took me to Goodwill. I couldn't imagine the owner of a boutique where the cheapest new thing was a pair of hosiery starting at $400 was shopping at Goodwill. She challenged me to find a brand-named outfit, including accessories, for fewer than $5. I thought she was crazy until I did it. I couldn't believe I bought this beautiful mint green with white polka dot Tommy Hilfiger shirt dress, Banana Republic white silk pants because on me the dress was too short, gold heels, and a narrow white patent leather belt. It was beautiful, and I always received compliments on it and loved telling people it only cost $3.50, though I don't think many of them believed me. I looked at my watch and noticed it was much later than I thought. I needed to start heading back to Silk to close for the night. I didn't want any of us closing alone for a while. I stopped on the sidewalk for a minute and looked around, wondering if I had time to hit up one more store, when a guy in the outside seating area of Charlie's, a high-end deli, seemed very familiar to me. That wasn't... What the hell? It was... Willie, with a girl. It's not like I had any right to be mad. We weren't exclusive. We had only had a couple dates, but he told me he hadn't dated anyone since breaking up with his ex a few months ago. Why would he lie about it? That's what pissed me off. There was absolutely no reason to lie when we just met. I debated on whether I should go over there and say hi, but I realized that making a scene is all that would do. I wanted to know why he lied, but asking him right then wouldn't get me that answer. I wasn't in the mood to do any more shopping, so I headed back to Silk. 20 minutes later, I arrived, still mad and a little out of breath from power walking. I really needed to exercise more. What's wrong with you? Steph asked as I walked in and dumped my purse behind the counter. Men, they're a pain. I'm tired of thinking I found a good one and realizing I was wrong. Why? What happened? Nothing I want to talk about right now. I hadn't told anyone but Anna and Jared about Willie. Okay, let me know if you change your mind. Thanks, Steph. I was going to have to call Anna and vent, but it was going to have to wait. I needed to get a few things done at the store and close up. Hopefully, it would take my mind off things. I was just confused more than hurt, but I admit I was hurt too. This is why relationships are such a pain. Oh well, I had survived worse, and maybe he had a good explanation. I was going to ask in a calm, adult manner and see what he said. Hopefully, he won't lie. It's about time you called, I sighed. This is pretty much how every conversation I had with my mother started out. At least she was consistent. I hadn't wanted to talk to her, but she had left me a few messages, and the longer I put it off, the worse it would be. Sorry, Mom. In case Dad didn't pass the message on, my boss was murdered, and I've been a little busy. My tone was more biting than it probably should have been. She was my mother, but because she was my mother, sometimes she said things that instantly gave me an attitude. All the more reason you should have called. There are lunatics in that city, and I worry about you. You didn't even call to tell me how you were. But I did, Mom. I talked to Dad. You were at the garden club meeting. But you didn't talk to me. I know, Mom. I wasn't even going to argue. It wasn't worth it. She always knew how to make me feel guilty. Must be in the mother handbook. One thing I looked forward to when I had kids was getting my hands on a copy of that damn handbook so I could better understand my mother. I'm fine, and there are lunatics everywhere. But enough about me. Why didn't you tell me about Jessie? Talking about my brother's news was sure to get her to change the subject. He swore me to secrecy. Since when did that ever stop you, Mother? Now, you just wait a minute, young lady, she sputtered. I knew now I was pushing her buttons. Ah, the never-ending mother-daughter conflict. Calm down. I'm just teasing, Mom. He told me he swore you to secrecy. What do you think? I was shocked, but he's never acted like this before. Rather the opposite. Do you think this is really it for him? That he found the one? You know your brother. He tends to flit from one thing to another, but he has always been realistic about it. He never says it's the real thing, just that he's trying it out. He's always been that way about girls, too. The fact that he says this is the one is making me think this might be the one. I'll say I'm just as shocked as you. I had given up hope either one of you would settle down and give me grandkids. 12 minutes. 12 minutes into the conversation before she mentioned grandkids. Actually, that was pretty good. Our average was usually 5. We chatted a few more minutes, and then she had to go to her junior league meeting. I'm confused. Why? Asked Anna. I had called her when I got off the phone with my mom to tell her about Willie and seeing him with that girl. I kind of like Willie. And that's bad. Why? It's not bad, but I did just see him with a girl. Hold up, what? I was giving myself some retail therapy and saw him out to dinner with a girl. So, who's jumping to conclusions now? Oh, I'm not concerned about him being with a girl, even though he did say he wasn't dating anyone. I am more concerned about the fact I still have feelings for Cooper, but I do like Willie. Seeing him with someone else just reminded me he won't be on the market forever, but neither will Cooper. I know, but there are plenty of guys out there. You don't have to think of it as an either-or thing, or that if you don't pick one, you will die old and alone. I realize that, but they are such great guys. I've been out in the dating world, and there are a lot of not-so-good guys. I mean, look at Rick. I spent a year with him and thought at first he was one of the good ones, and he turned out to be a total jerk. Yeah, you do have to go through a lot of frogs before you find a good Prince Charming, but don't put so much pressure on yourself to choose between Cooper and Willie. Just have fun with Willie for now. Cooper is a non-issue. He doesn't even live in Chicago. Not even in the Midwest for that matter. He's in New York. Right now, logistically, it wouldn't be possible. I know, you're right. Of course I am. So should I ask Willie who that girl was or just let it go? I think, as long as you ask it in a way that's not accusatory, like you said, he isn't doing anything wrong. You just started talking. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm more curious than anything. then ask and kill that curiosity and move on. Enjoy getting to know him and having fun. Jared and I like him, so if nothing else, we can just all hang out. Maybe I shouldn't try to ruin the friendship with trying to see if any of us wants anything more. For goodness sake, Presley, stop overthinking it. Just take it day by day and see how things unfold. You don't need to have the next 10 years planned out in your personal or professional life. I'm all for planning and having goals, but you put so much pressure on yourself to have the next 5 years mapped out. Sometimes you need to go with the flow to figure out what it is you really want to go after. Thanks for the lecture, Mom. I'm not telling you anything you haven't already said about yourself or told me. I know, you're right. It's just hard when I have no idea where I see myself 5 years from now. 5 years ago, I thought I knew, and this is not where I thought I would be. It's really done a number on my confidence, and I am just now realizing that. Chapter 15. Steph, I'm going to run to the back and heat up my lunch. I promise I will be fast, but if I don't eat, I may faint. I was teasing about the fainting part, but it had been a little crazy today. More shoppers that day than the voyeurs like the day before. It was nice to actually have some sales. We were trying to get caught up on the shipments and help customers, and it was almost 3 o'clock, and I hadn't had anything since 7 in the morning, and a blueberry scone only goes so far. It was nice having a normal day, and not having time to eat definitely made it a normal day. Sure, go ahead. I'll call you if I need you. Thanks. I walked in the back room and washed the cardboard dust off my hands and popped my lean cuisine in the microwave. I had just sat down to start reading the latest issue of People magazine. I had to catch up on what the stars were doing when Steph's voice came over the intercom. I sighed. I hoped whatever she needed was quick. I really needed to eat and recaffeinate. I walked out to the sales floor to see Steph nervously standing behind a woman I would call handsome rather than pretty. She was tall, easily 5'10", large-boned, but not fat at all. Definitely someone who worked out, and by judging the way her suit was tailored to fit her squarish body, she had money, but oh my, not taste. Her suit was a coral color in fabric that I could only assume was a polyester blend of some sort. The kind you would wad in a ball at the bottom of the hamper and then take it out and it's perfectly fine, no wrinkles. She had on shoes that I could only categorize as circa 1990s. Maybe that's why she seemed to be in such a pissed-off mood. She hated her clothes and didn't know what to do. I giggled inside, but somehow knew my amusement would be short-lived. This lady was mad about something and looked to be taking a bite out of anyone who didn't give her what she wanted. That's the not-so-fun part of being in charge. Can I help you? I certainly hope so, since she surely isn't capable, the woman said, jerking her head in Stephanie's direction. Well, what seems to be the issue? Are you the one in charge? Yes. How I didn't want to admit that. The price you pay sometimes for being in charge. I special ordered a David Bertram necklace and would like to know if it's in. This girl can't seem to figure out where my merchandise is. Did you look in the special order file? I said to Steph. I did, and it's not there. Let me go back and look in the office. Sometimes she puts things in the safe if they are extremely valuable. What's your name, please? Sheila Barker. My eyes widened at the sound of that name. Solange's sister. Funny that I didn't recognize her from the funeral. She saw the recognition in my eyes. Yes, Solange was my sister, she snapped. All the more reason it's ridiculous I have to deal with this. I just want my necklace. I'm so sorry for your loss, I muttered. Let me run and check in the back, Sheila. I'm sure it's there. Steph followed me to the back and left Lily on the sales floor. What the hell was that all about? Steph whispered to me the minute we were safely behind the stockroom door. Good question. She didn't tell you who she was when she first came in? No. She just said she had special ordered a necklace, and I looked for it under the counter. I was about to ask her name when she started demanding to see who was in charge. I wonder if she even has a special order piece, I said, rummaging through the safe where we kept high-end pieces that were special ordered. Wouldn't that be something if she was doing this to be a pain in the ass? I don't see it, unless... Oh, wait, here we go. I pulled out an exquisite-looking chain of what seemed to be platinum and diamonds with red rubies interspersed throughout, just enough to give a red hue as the ruby sparkle glowed off the facets of the diamonds. Wow. Steph breathed. That is absolutely gorgeous. I guess we were wrong. She did have a special order. I put the necklace back in the box and handed it to Steph to take back up to Sheila. I sat there a few minutes, wondering what purpose it served for Sheila to come in like this. I guess you just weren't meant to understand some people. Can I talk to you for a minute? I said. Willie had stopped by Silk to say hi. Supposedly he was in the neighborhood, which happened too often to be true, but I loved that he made the excuse, and we decided to grab coffee at the Starbucks down the street. Sure. What's on your mind? He said. I was walking around 7th Avenue yesterday shopping, and I walked past Charlie's. Oh? He turned red. So, since you're bringing this up, I guess you saw me? I looked at the fact he was being very forthright and not trying to hide anything. I had to appreciate his honesty. Yep, it's not really a big deal, but I don't understand why you told me you hadn't been dating anyone if you were. I'm not mad, just curious. Not dating anyone. That was Molly. Your ex? Yeah, she called and wanted to get together. I figured it couldn't hurt. I would like to think we could be friends. If not now, at some point. Do you feel that way after having dinner? I was genuinely curious for my own relationship with Cooper. It just seemed so awkward when Cooper and I communicated, but maybe with time, it would be okay. Yeah, I really think so. It was a little uncomfortable at first, but then once we started talking, it was good. You know how it is when you're in a relationship and you have shared memories and good times. Things pop up that you really hadn't shared with anyone else but that person. Yeah, it would be nice if after a breakup you could erase all the memories, good and bad. Maybe we could invent that? Maybe, I thought for a minute. But would you really want to give up those good memories? Isn't it worth having the bad for the good? Let's be honest. We all tend to forget the bad after a while. That's why so many people break up and get back together just to realize why they broke up in the first place. That's a good point. Without memories, life wouldn't be nearly as enjoyable. Chapter 16. I did it for her own good, James said tearfully. Willie, James, and I sat in one of the interview rooms at the precinct. Willie had finally hauled James in for questioning again, based on what I had told him about seeing James and that woman. I thought maybe he had a woman on the side, and either he or the woman in question wanted Solange out of the picture, since her not giving in to his demands were what was holding up the divorce. Actually, that was more Anna's idea, but it was plausible. Willie himself said people did crazy things where money was concerned. Willie had asked James if he minded me sitting in, and he had said no, that he had nothing to hide and didn't want Solange's employees, now his, to think he killed her. How could all that fighting be for her own good? I asked. Presley, please let me handle this, Willie said, giving me a look. He had told me when James said yes to me sitting in to stay quiet and let him do the talking. He hadn't been too happy at finding out I went against what I had told him and was investigating on my own again. He said I'd lied to him. I said at the time I told him I had no interest in investigating, and I hadn't. But then I changed my mind. It was a woman's prerogative after all. He still wasn't too happy with me, and this was his domain. I probably should keep my mouth shut. At least give him a little time to get over it. Besides, this was his job. Willie turned back to James. Even though Presley shouldn't have been interfering, her question is a good one. Please answer it. I love Solange. Sure, we had our difficulties, but we still loved each other. Then why are you divorcing? I asked. Willie gave me another look. Sorry. Willie sighed. Answer her question. I was getting to that. Solange's grandfather left her and her brother and her sister a lot of money. Her brother is an alcoholic and heavy gambler. He kept coming to Solange, asking for money. He had already run through his inheritance, and their sister and mother had cut off all ties with him financially after the dad died a few years ago. Solange always had a soft spot. As being the oldest, she raised him in many ways. Stephen was the baby of the family. I told Solange she had to stop enabling him, that he would never get the help he needed if she kept bailing him out. When her mother agreed with me, she had also stopped bailing him out, and he was her son. It caused too many fights with us, and is how we got to the point where we are. We were. He jerked back a sob. I started divorce proceedings and then kept from working out a settlement to tie up her money so she couldn't give it to him. I thought she would come to her senses and see I was doing it for her own good to protect her inheritance and Stephen to get some help. Not because I don't love her, but she just got pissed and wouldn't have anything to do with me. What did he expect, I thought. Men. Dragging a wife he said he loved through a nasty divorce just to keep her from giving her money that was rightfully hers, not theirs, to her brother, seemed a bit much. I agree that she shouldn't keep bailing her brother out. He probably needed tough love, but that was her decision, not his. Willie must have read my mind because he asked James pretty much the same thing. I know it sounds stupid, but Solange and I had a long history together, James said. We've been together since college, been through a lot of issues, and I thought we could get through anyway. If you didn't actually want a divorce, then who was the blonde I saw you with yesterday? Willie glared at me but didn't interrupt. James looked surprised and then ashamed. Maybe he was having an affair. That is Penny, my therapist. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I looked at Willie, and it didn't seem like he was expecting it either. Your therapist? Willie asked. What? That surprises you? James asked sarcastically. Frankly, yes. Yes, it does, said Willie. When Solange and I began divorce proceedings, I started seeing someone, thinking it would help. Doesn't she have an office? I asked. Yes, she does, but it's right around the corner from the bar where you saw us, and we often meet there as I feel more comfortable. Do you believe him and his nutty story? I asked Willie after James had left. As stupid as it sounds, I do. Mostly because it is a ridiculous story, and in my experience, I have found the more ridiculous the story seems, the more likely it's true. When people try and make stuff up, it is very realistic. Real life is always stranger than fiction. I can't believe for a minute he would think Solange would hate him for this. Not just for the whole divorce for no rational reason thing, but to control her money? I shook my head. I couldn't understand how James really thought this approach would ever work, even though he thought what he was doing was in her best interest. What was that saying? The road to hell was paved with good intentions. James definitely picked the wrong road if he wanted to stay with Solange. I don't know either, Presley. One thing it does make me think about is her brother. I briefly talked to the family, but more from a condolences standpoint and to see if they knew of anyone who would want to hurt her. I need to run a background check on her brother, Stephen Barker, and see if he's ever been arrested for anything. Maybe he was angry. She cut him off financially. Angry enough to kill her? I don't know. I went across the street to Henry's to have a cup of coffee while waiting for Willie to run Stephen Barker through their database to check if he had any priors. I stuffed the last piece of coconut cream pie in my mouth, thinking my hips weren't going to like the result of the extra calories, but my mouth sure appreciated it. The waitress was right. They had amazing pie. It even made the coffee seem much better. I motioned to the waitress to bring a cup of coffee for Willie as he sat down in the booth across from me. What did you find out? I asked. About what you would expect to find from a drunk and a gambler. He had a few drunken disorderly, a DUI from 5 years ago, and was part of an investigation in a gentleman's club of behind closed doors gambling. Poker, mostly. Does that tell you anything? Well, not much, except he might be in debt to people who don't like waiting for the money. There's a couple of guys in Vice I can talk to and see if he is on their radar at all. But most of it seems straightforward and normal activity for a drunk. Nothing that would lead me to believe he killed his sister. Nothing violent in his past. James is in financial crimes. Could there be any kind of relation? I wouldn't be surprised if someone from James's firm helped Stephen with some of these charges as a favor. I say we ask James. I'm not sure how much he's going to want to talk to us after what we just went through, said Willie. If he truly wants to find the killer of his wife, he claims to love her, then he shouldn't mind. I will give him a call and see what he says. Willie, I still feel strongly that Peter Green has to be involved somehow. He has shown up everywhere I have been and James has been ever since he came to the boutique. There has to be a connection between he and James. I think Anna was right when she said it looked to her like they knew each other at the Weston bar and either planned on meeting there or Peter is simply following James. What could he possibly want? I did get the lab results back on that ivory. Your guess was right. It was real, and it comes from the same town as where you get your jewelry. So it could have been some type of snafu. Do you think there could be something about that ivory that Peter is interested in? I'm not sure, but it's worth exploring. Dinner tonight? I smiled. That would be nice. There's a new place by the precinct, if you don't mind coming down this way. Not at all. 7? See you then. This is nice. We had met for dinner at a local pub, not far from the precinct, and one I hadn't even been to. Imagine that. The food was decent, but filling, pretty typical for bar food, so we decided to take a walk, and were happy to discover just one street over was an art and craft fair. People selling everything from knickknacks imported from China in mass quantities to handcrafted candles and handmade jams and knitted sweaters. I was in heaven, and both disappointed and thankful. Most places were cash only, and I never had cash, so I was guaranteed not to spend any money. We were taking our time, walking slowly and looking around. It was nice sharing this with him. There were a lot of guys who wouldn't spend time window shopping, or in this case, street shopping. As we walked through the vendors, Willie occasionally took my hand, and my heart leapt a little. We got along well. We had a lot in common, and we were very comfortable with each other. At least I was with him, and I think he felt the same way. There was none of the awkwardness between us I had often felt with other guys. I still thought about Cooper a lot, but Cooper wasn't here and wouldn't be, at least not in the near future. Maybe Anna was right, that I should move on. As I was having those thoughts, I felt Willie stiffen and drop my hand. I looked at him, wondering what was going on, and noticed he was looking straight ahead in the distance. "What's wrong?" I asked, following his gaze until I saw what he saw, and it became clear what had startled him. It was the girl I had seen him at Charlie's with, Molly, his ex. She was with a guy, doing, I assumed, the same as us, just walking around and enjoying the evening. He looked at me, and his face turned red. I was mad, but I could also understand, so I thought maybe I should be nice and help him out. I thought maybe I should be nice and help him out of this situation. He was obviously uncomfortable. I could be actively mad later if I choose. "Hey," I said softly to get his attention, and he looked over at me. "We can go if you want. It's okay. Really." He looked at me with a sad expression. "Sorry, Presley." "It's okay." It wasn't. I was upset, even though it was my idea to try to be a nice person, but I didn't want to be hypocritical. If we had run into Cooper, I would have reacted the same way. Chapter 17. "Presley, you have to help me." I knew I shouldn't have answered the phone. I couldn't think of anything more besides running silk that I could possibly do for James. After listening to him the day before in the police station, I didn't think he had killed Solange. The only thing he was guilty of was having horrible ideas. I still can't get over how he could possibly have thought that cockamamie idea of divorcing Solange would actually work. "James, I'm not sure what you think I can do. I need you to help me clear my name. James, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm pretty sure that the police don't suspect you anymore." "I don't care about the police. I'm talking about Solange's family. They think I killed her to get her money because I wanted a divorce. And they would never understand the real story because it was the dumbest story I've ever heard. I'm not sure what it is you think I can do. Talk to them and try to get them to see reason. That I had no reason to kill Solange. I loved her. Why on earth would people who have never even met me before listen to anything I have to say? Apparently James's stupid ideas didn't stop at just one. This was ridiculous. They know who you are. Solange spoke very highly of you. It's worth a shot. Presley, please help me. James, I don't think it'll help, but let me think about it. Take all the time you need. It's just me being accused for murder, that's all. I'll talk to you later." With that, he slammed the phone down. I stared at my end, wondering how on earth I had become the go-to person for James and his issues with Solange's family, and how he thought I would help him when he always hung up on me as a way to end our conversations. Is this how he treated everyone? "Why are you thinking about helping him? I don't understand." I had called Anna after talking to James to get her opinion on what I should do. "I don't know. I say walk away, partly because I don't see how it would at all help, and partly because he is such a jerk. But also, there's a small part of me that feels bad. I didn't think he killed her, and I hate the thought of anyone being thought of as a murderer when it wasn't true. Maybe he's being more of a jerk because of the stress of being accused." "You sure it's not true?" "Anna, I'm not sure you could ever be 100% sure. But Willie said that James's story was so unbelievable, it was believable, that liars make stories that make sense, and my gut tells me he's being honest." "I guess I can see that. So, are you going to go see the family? How many are there?" "She has a brother Stephen and sister Sheila." "All S names. How cute." Somehow, I don't think making that comment will endear me to them. I already knew Sheila wasn't the nicest person around, and I wasn't looking forward to running into her again. The only thing more surprising to me than that I was actually at the Barker family estate to talk to Steve and Sheila was that they agreed to see me. When I had finally made the decision to call, I fully expected to be hung up on, seeing as though they thought James had killed her. But maybe that was why they agreed to see me. They wanted to get me on their side. No matter the reason, I was dressed to impress. Even though Sheila had not inherited the same fashion genes Solange had, they came from money, and so I had dressed accordingly. Camel-colored linen trousers with a wide leg that flattered my bottom-heavy figure. Cream-colored simple silk, long-fitted tunic, with a cream leather short-sleeve shirt, vintage of course, to the point of almost being uncomfortable, but accentuated my small waist. This jacket was one of my most favorite vintage finds. According to Solange, it was a hippie whip switch from the 70s. It had big leather buttons, about the size of a quarter, that also had the intricate stitching, of which I had the top 3 buttons unbuttoned. The stitching reminded me of the stitching on the Joey Indigo Super T jeans by True Religion. Though I must admit, the vintage piece was weathered and looked much more fabulous than the new stuff. I felt both classy and sassy in this outfit. I topped it off with killer cream-colored sandals, purse, and a chunky necklace and earring set made out of dark wood of some kind. As Solange would say, it was my contrast pop. My eyes filled with tears as I remembered how much she had really influenced my fashion life. And even though she could be such a pain to work for, she had been a good-hearted person. I blinked them back, as Solange would not approve of me ruining my makeup, and walked up to the door, nervously smoothing down the front of my trousers, and looked for any errant of lint. Finding none, and figuring I'd better just knock and get it over with, I raised my hand to do just that when the door opened. "Hi, Sheila." I was staring at the demanding woman who had been at Silk the day before. "Stop staring. She was adopted." Talk about abrupt. Sheila then motioned for me to follow her and walked away. I needed to process this. No wonder I hadn't seen any family resemblance, as Solange was adopted. I wonder why she never mentioned it. Or James, for that matter. Obviously, she was a member of the family, or the grandfather wouldn't have left her money in his will. Sheila led me to what must have been the den or library. It was a beautiful room. I could stay lost in there, looking at what was obviously antique books. "This is Stephen," Sheila said, pointing to a man who looked much older than his early 40s. At the funeral, I hadn't been that close to him to tell. Rode hard and put up wet, as my dad would say. The heavy drinking and hard lifestyle was apparent, as it took a toll on what would have been his good looks. His complexion was ashy and his eyes bloodshot. He walked over and shook my hand. I half expected him to reek of alcohol, even though it was 8 in the morning. "Can I get you a coffee, tea, water?" he asked in a deep voice that had a pleasant sound to it. From what James had told me, Stephen had at one time had a promising future. He was super smart, graduating high school and college early, and getting his Harvard MBA at 20 years of age. He had partied as hard as he studied, though, and became addicted to the partying lifestyle. Coffee would be great. I had drank half of a pot at home, but you could never have too much caffeine. Have a seat. He motioned to the sofa over by the east wall. He walked over to a silver coffee service and poured me a cup. Cream? Sugar? Cream, please. Not much, just enough to take the edge off. He smiled. Girl after my heart. Oh, please, Stephen, drop the act, Sheila said. She's not here to flirt with you. I hadn't really thought he was flirting, just being nice. Personally, I thought Sheila was just being a bitch. I thought that at the store, and I thought so at that moment. At least I'm not the one who went to Silk and badgered this poor woman who had no idea who you were, he said in the same pleasant tone he used with me, but I could tell it took him effort. Whatever, Stephen. She turned her head to address me. So what do you want? Wow. Talk about blunt and getting right to the point. How Solange, with all the social graces she had, and her sister, even if not blood-related, were raised in the same environment, escaped me. But the positive was, it gave me more confidence to just be blunt right back and cut to the chase. Why do you think James killed Solange? Stephen snorted behind his cup of coffee. I looked up and he was trying to suppress a smile, probably so not to piss Sheila off and keep the peace. I knew I shouldn't, but I kind of liked Stephen. He had this kind of boyish charm. Sheila seemed to take my question in stride, almost like she was expecting it. Why not? She said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. No one else hated her, and our Solange, was loved by everyone. Now I realize James isn't the nicest person, but he didn't hate her. Right. What else do you call someone who wants a divorce and then tries to take all your money? She had a point that it certainly appeared that way. How was I supposed to try and explain what James's true intention was? I thought about that for a minute, and then it dawned on me what had been bothering me since I got there. You weren't at the funeral. I expected Sheila to correct me, but she just sat there. Told you, sis, that people would notice. Oh, shut up. At least I wasn't the idiot that caused a ruckus. What do you think looked worse? Personally, I thought it looked worse that she didn't go, but I refrained from commenting as I didn't think she was really asking me. At least Stephen could use the excuse he was overtaken by emotion. She just must not have any. Why didn't you go? I asked. Yes, sis. Explain to our friend why you didn't go. She's hardly our friend, and it's no one's business. Oh, but I think it is, sis. The fact you didn't go would make you the #1 suspect in her death, in my opinion. She is here to plead James's case, so maybe you should get her on your side as well. Hardly. As if someone like me would waste time killing her? God, Sheila, you're such a bitch. Better than a drunk. Stephen rolled his eyes. Just ignore her, Presley. She doesn't know how to be nice. The fact is, we don't hate James. I thought that odd, since it sure hadn't looked like Stephen had any positive feelings for James at the funeral. I know what you're thinking, he continued, but at Solange's funeral, I wasn't in my right mind. Are you ever? Sheila interrupted. Stephen ignored her and kept talking. James is a good guy. He only has had Solange's best interests at heart. Stephen, he tried taking money that was rightfully hers, ours, from grandfather. How is that looking out for her best interest? He only did it to keep her from wasting her money on me. I looked at him shocked. Yeah, I know all about his reasoning for the divorce. I don't understand. Solange told me, and I confronted James. He confirmed that he felt Solange wasn't doing me any favors. And that's family business, not his, said Sheila. James is family, Sheila. Hardly. Besides, Mom put him up to it. You mean to tell me our mother asked James to divorce her daughter to stop her from giving you money? They were arguing like they forgot I was even in the room, though maybe it was a good thing. Maybe they would say something that would give me insight to Solange's murder. Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Stephen continued. Mother went to Solange and she wouldn't listen, so she went to James. I don't think she meant for him to do what he did as a course of action, but it happened. Look, I know I have a problem, and I know I shouldn't have expected Solange to bail me out time after time, but I did, and she did. I admire James for what he did. You're an idiot, Stephen. You're an idiot, Stephen, and so is he. Sheila sat down her drink and walked out of the room. Jeez, was it something I said? Stephen said with forced humor, trying to lighten the mood. Sorry you had to witness all that, but it's true. I'm sorry, Stephen. I know Solange was very important to you. Thanks, Presley. She was a good woman. I have no idea who would have done this to her, but I know it wasn't James. And Sheila? Well, I can't speak for her. Chapter 18. Hello? You need to meet me at 7 at the Starbucks on 5th and 3rd. Okay. I hung up without saying goodbye. He did it to me all the time, so I figured why not do it to him for a change. I wanted to talk to James about my conversation with Sheila and Stephen, and also Lorraine. I really wanted to ask him about being at Silk the night Solange was killed. I sure didn't see how he could have time to go there and leave in the short time I was gone. And why hadn't he told Willie and I this fact when we talked down at the station? Did he have something to hide? More importantly, why didn't Willie ask? I had forgotten, but surely Willie hadn't. This was his job. Did he have another reason for not asking? I had a couple hours to kill before meeting him, and I didn't have to go back to the boutique, as Steph was closing. I decided to go to Starbucks early and maybe attempt to write something. I was sitting at a table and sipping my venti hot passion tea. I was trying to cut down a little on the coffee, plus the tea was $1 cheaper, and trying to get the thoughts out of my head and onto paper. I had had this idea for a book for a while now. The basic premise was about a female college professor going through a midlife crisis of sorts and struggling to find herself. I had many ideas of the difficulties she would face and obstacles she had to overcome, but I was having a hard time knowing where to start. I felt I needed an outline of sorts, but Jared told me if that was what was tripping me up, I should just jump right in and start writing something. Anything. He promised me that once I did those first few lines, I would be golden and it would be much easier. When I tried to question why the hell I should listen to him, he wasn't a writer, and what could he possibly know? He told me to stop being a bitch and just do what he said. He said that since he was a creative type, he understood how it was sometimes hard to get from inspiration and idea to putting it down on paper. Maybe he was right. Do you need another coffee? James's voice broke into my concentration. That would be great. Venti red velvet latte. Skinny, please. I watched him walk up to the order counter and then back down to my notebook. Holy crap. I had written 3 pages. It wasn't a lot, or that it even made sense, but it sure was a start. Jared had been right. Once I wrote those first couple of sentences, it got easier. James came back and set my drink in front of me. The tea I had earlier couldn't compare to the aroma of coffee, especially with red velvet flavoring. They didn't have this flavor often, and when they did, I enjoyed every sip. Red velvet cake brought back childhood memories. It was my favorite cake, and my grandmother made it for my birthday and holidays. Thanks, James. No problem. I appreciate what you're doing at Silk. Wow, I had nice James again. You're welcome. The reason I asked you to meet me is I talked to Stephen and Sheila. I don't know what your problem is. They don't hate you. Rather, Stephen doesn't. Sheila isn't a fan, but she doesn't seem the type to like anyone. That's pretty typical. And no, she doesn't like many people. I take it she's never been a big fan of yours. You could say that. Do you find it odd that she didn't attend Solange's funeral? Not really. Sheila is prone to extremes. I guess I don't understand what could possibly be so bad between the two of them that Sheila wouldn't attend her own sister's funeral. You'd be surprised. But enough about Sheila. What did Stephen have to say? That you're a decent guy and he has a drinking problem? Pretty straightforward. Did you expect something different? I'm not sure. A few moments went by without either one of us saying anything. I was thinking how nice he was being for such a long period of time, too. I had gotten used to the Jekyll and Hyde personality he had been showing of late. He looked at me. What? He asked. I just don't get you. What do you mean? I mean, you could be such a jerk one minute, but then nice the next. I can't figure out if you're a caring person or someone who doesn't give a damn. That's what Solange always told me. He smiled at the memory. It must have been annoying for her. I smiled to show him I wasn't trying to be mean. I'm sure it was, but she was a good woman. Can I ask you a question? Sure. Go ahead and ask away. What were you doing at Silk the night Solange died? He just looked at me. How did you know that? I didn't, until Detective Landon told me. He knows? Yep. He talked to someone who saw you that night. I know you couldn't have been there long because I left and came back shortly after. Why didn't he say anything? I don't know. So why were you there? Solange and I got in a fight on the phone about the usual. I was trying to work things out. I knew I had made a big mistake and wanted to make it right with her. She said she was heading to the store and couldn't talk to me, or rather wouldn't. So I went there. She wouldn't let me in. She told me to go away, and after a few minutes of begging to be let in, I did what she said and went away. That explains why he wasn't there long. Why didn't you tell that to Detective Landon? Why do you think? Because I was going to be the first person they suspected. I didn't want to give them any more reason to think I might have had something to do with her death. Where was that logic when he was accusing me of sicking the cops on him a few days ago? You need to tell Detective Landon. He knows, and it doesn't make you look good. Chapter 19. Where's Presley? I could hear a voice bellow all the way in the break room where I was trying to enjoy my morning latte. I heard Lily tell him to wait a second, and then I heard her footsteps coming back here. There's some strange and I think very drunk man out here waiting for you, Lily said. Great. Just what I needed today. Couldn't I just have one normal, boring day? Besides, it was 10 a.m. in the morning. Who could be drunk that early? I walked out, and it was Stephen. What the hell was he doing here? Presley, I need to talk to you. No offense, Stephen, but what could you possibly need to talk to me about? He hadn't much to say the day before, when I had met him and Sheila. Why was he now seeking me out? Unless it was something he didn't want to say in front of Sheila. As much of a bitch as Sheila had been the day I went over there, that wouldn't surprise me. I just didn't know why he was drunk at 10 a.m. I just didn't know why he was drunk at 10 in the morning, and he most definitely was. He smelled like a brewery, so either his cologne was Eau de Bud Light, or he had just come from a long stint at the bar. Considering he was in AA, a fact he revealed to me at the house, this was not good. I loved my sister, Sally, Solange, not that evil one Sheila. Maybe he just wanted sympathy. I know you did. Sheila hated Sally. She's happy she's dead. Stephen, I'm sure that's not true. It is. With Solange gone, the money my grandfather and father left will be redistributed. So Solange's third will be split between me and Sheila. Sheila had a lot of reasons to want her dead. Solange has beat her in so many things since grade school. Sheila had a grudge, trust me. After what happened in college, Sheila vowed Solange would pay and wasn't really civil to her again unless our parents were around. They knew nothing of the animosity between the two of them. Sheila knew it would upset them, and they would probably side with Solange. She always accused them of treating Solange better 'cause they felt sorry for her. I never saw it. I think they treated us all the same. If anyone got preferred treatment, it was me. Look what it did. I'm a failure. For smelling so much like alcohol, he was pretty articulate in his rant. Maybe he spilled as much as he drank, though his khakis and green Ralph Lauren polo shirt didn't seem wet or stained. Maybe he was just a coherent drunk. If he was in AA, he had a lot of practice drinking and seeming normal. I had an uncle who had gone through the same thing. Lucky for his family, he was 10 years sober, but I knew what he had been like when I was a kid. It was rough for my cousins growing up. I wouldn't wish that disease on anyone. "Stephen, is there anyone I can call?" I said. "What do you mean?" "Well, you seem out of sorts, and I'm not sure you should be driving." "I am out of sorts. My favorite sister just died." "Yeah," I said, "favorite." "She was always nice to me, even after I had this problem. She was always there for me and cared, far after she probably should have stopped." I really needed to get him out of the store. A crowd was starting to form to listen, and I'm sure that's the last thing he would have wanted. Solange would have been mortified. "Come on, Stephen, let me drive you home, and you can tell me all about it." "But my car is down the street." "I didn't drive here, I walked." "But I just had to talk to you. Make you see I loved her, and I would never hurt her." "I don't think you'd hurt her, Stephen. No one does." That wasn't entirely true. But since Willie didn't really think there was a high chance of Stephen being involved, I thought I was pretty safe in saying it. "You can come get your car in the morning, and you can tell me more about what a great sister she was as we drive." I successfully got him out of the store, tossing my keys to Lily and telling her if I didn't make it back, to lock the money in the safe, and I would be in early to finish closing out the registers. I stopped at one of the street vendors and bought coffee for the both of us, hoping it would sober him up and keep me awake, and headed to my car. I figured he could find some way to get back here when he sobered up. He was rich, and I was being nice enough, just getting him home. I wasn't about to pay for a cab all the way back downtown from where he lived. We got to my car in the parking garage and got buckled in. My black Kia probably wasn't what he was used to riding in, but he either didn't notice or didn't care. I somehow didn't think he cared much. After we pulled out of the garage and jumped on the freeway that would take me to his house, I began to wonder if he was asleep, as he had been silent the whole time. I looked over, and he was staring out the window, seemed to be thinking. "So, Stephen, what happened in college that made Sheila hate Solange so much? Surely sisters always fight. I fought all the time growing up with Jesse, and he was a boy. I couldn't imagine what it would be like if he was a girl." Stephen was silent, though, and I began to wonder if, after not wanting to shut up in the store, if he was done talking to me and was going to stay silent. "Sheila was always trying to catch up to Solange," he finally said. "Solange was the oldest, so some of that is nature, I suppose. Me, being a boy, I didn't care much what the girls were doing, but Sheila, wow, she was competitive. A lot of things came natural to Solange. It's not like she tried to outdo Sheila, but Solange got good grades, was naturally athletic, people liked her. She always had a lot of friends hanging out around the house, and Sheila was the opposite. My parents always were telling her she should be more like Solange. Not a good move on their part, but I can't blame them. Solange was good at everything, and she never acted like she was better than anyone else. Solange went to college, and when my parents made Sheila go to the same one, I thought she was going to flip. She had enjoyed the last 2 years of high school with Solange away, and I could tell she flourished and calmed down some. She didn't seem to have the need to compete without Solange as a constant reminder of her perceived inadequacies. However, I don't think my parents noticed, and I couldn't really blame them since they seemed oblivious to the issues between Sheila and Solange, and when they made her go to the same college, Sheila changed. She pretended everything was okay, but you could tell it wasn't. Even my parents started to notice something was wrong. But Sheila never said a word. She didn't want them to know she was jealous, and had been all these years. She wanted to be the perfect daughter, not Solange. Sheila's luck seemed to change when, right before they were to go to college, when Solange was a junior and Sheila was a freshman, Solange told her parents she was going to drop out and pursue fashion at Parsons. She had applied and been accepted without telling my parents. They weren't happy. Didn't think fashion was a real profession, but they let her. They trusted she knew what she was doing. Things seemed to get better between Solange and Sheila with them at 2 separate colleges, and Sheila finally out from where people could constantly compare her to Solange. Sheila also found a boyfriend the start of her sophomore year, which helped her mood. That was another sore spot for Sheila. Sally always had boys around her and never had a hard time getting a date. Sheila, on the other hand, had a much more difficult time. She just wasn't the natural extrovert that Solange was. I could imagine that based on attitude alone. Solange was high-strung, but never mean. Sheila had come home for Thanksgiving so excited about this boy she was dating and made plans to have him stay for a few days after the Christmas break. She told my parents that she thought he was the one and did nothing that entire weekend but talk about how wonderful he was. Christmas came and Sheila was giddy with excitement. She couldn't wait for all of us to meet him. She had even let Solange take her shopping for the perfect outfit, something that she had never done before. The big day arrived, and we anxiously awaited for James to get to the house. Wait a minute. James? As in Solange's James? Holy crap. This situation was a train wreck. Stephen held up his finger so I would stop interrupting and let him finish. James walked through the door, and Sheila introduced him to everybody. She got to Solange, and I could tell, as could my mother, that it was love at first sight when James met her. Sheila was oblivious the entire weekend, and James was nothing but cordial to Solange. Didn't really pay attention to her at all, unless he thought no one was looking. I don't think Solange even noticed. She was happily dating someone else back then and wouldn't have dreamed of being attracted to her sister's boyfriend. She had a lot more class than that. But shortly after that weekend, they went back to school. James broke up with Sheila and started pursuing Solange. At first, Solange didn't reciprocate and in fact tried to discourage him, but he was incredibly persistent and would not give up. Solange resisted him for a long time, but eventually had to give in. There was chemistry between them that was undeniable. Sheila, of course, hit the roof. I've never seen anything that painful on both sides. Solange and James didn't mean to hurt her. It was just one of those unavoidable circumstances. We had been sitting in the driveway of the Barker house for quite a while he finished his story. He finally noticed where we were and stopped talking. I just sat there. I wasn't going to rush him, but I wanted to. I was tired. Thanks for the ride. You're welcome. Chapter 20. Mother, I told you I don't have time right now to talk about Jessie's love life. I knew I should have let her call go to voicemail, but I already sent 2 of her calls that day to voicemail. I knew I had to eventually pick up, or she would be livid. I can't believe you're not the least bit interested in this new girl, she said, sounding miffed. She just didn't get it. Mother, it's not that I'm not interested, but right now, I just don't have the time to harass him to your satisfaction. It shouldn't take much time out of your busy schedule to talk to your brother, she huffed. Mother, you're not listening to me. With my boss being murdered, all the responsibility of the store is on my shoulders. With the time change and Jessie's crazy work schedule, there just hasn't been a good time. But I promise you I will try to get a hold of him. I was hoping a promise would placate her, even though I was crossing my fingers to give me an out if I wasn't able to connect with Jessie. I wasn't lying to her about our schedules making it difficult. The different time zone alone made it complicated. Well, I guess that will have to do. How are you doing? You mean was Solange gone? I still had a hard time thinking she was permanently gone. Of course, that's what I mean. Do you want the responsibility of the store? You don't want to work retail forever, do you? My mother was always asking me when I was going to get a real job again. She was a retired school teacher and just didn't think of retail as a legitimate profession. For now, it's a challenge, and I feel good about staying and helping James through this difficult time. I was laying it on a bit thick, but I knew my mother would be compassionate for James and maybe get off my back for a while about finding that real job. I can appreciate that right now this is the right thing to do, but you can't waste your talents forever. Here we go, I thought. This is the time I need to get off the phone, or it might escalate to an argument that I didn't want. I know, Mother. Listen, I have another call coming in I need to take. I will call you later. But Presley, and I promised to talk to Jessie. Bye, Mom. Love you. I hung up and breathed a sigh of relief. Disaster averted. I loved my mother, but she was so overbearing sometimes. Presley, come out here. You won't believe who just walked in. I was in the back doing inventory so I could see what we needed and what we didn't, so I could place the next order. A task that Solange had rarely relinquished, so I was a little nervous. Sales completely depended on what we presented in the store, and even though the future of the boutique was uncertain, I didn't want to be the contributing factor of why it suffered. What's going on, Lily? I said, setting my clipboard and pen down. I looked down at my all-black outfit, not the best color choice when working in the stockroom, to make sure my wide-leg trousers and cowl-neck sleeveless sweater wasn't covered with dust before I walked onto the sales floor. Our clients weren't the type who forgave a less-than-perfect appearance at all times. Amy's here, she whispered, even though we were the only two people back there. Oh? I didn't know what else to say. Amy Francis had been an employee here until about a month before, then had been fired. She hadn't contacted any of us after she was fired, and Solange refused to say what happened, which was a bit unusual. Solange gossiped just as much as anyone, and employees who had been fired, she was more than happy to throw under the bus. I wonder what brought her there now. To gloat? Surely she wasn't still that mad. I had always liked her, and thought she seemed like a good person and a good worker. We walked out to the front, and I saw Amy, who was dressed in one of Silk's last season ensembles, a long silk tank dress in the vibrant blue. Not a color I could wear, as it would wash me out, but on Amy, who had an olive tone to her skin with bright blue eyes, it played off her coloring perfectly. "Hey, Press," she said as I walked up, and she leaned in to hug me. She was trembling, a sign she wasn't here to gloat, but it didn't seem like she would be this upset over the death of someone who had fired her. "Are you okay?" I was concerned, as Amy, for as long as I had known her, was not a nervous person. It's what made her a good choice to work with the rich ladies who frequented the boutique. None of their behaviors fazed her. None of their behaviors fazed her. "Oh, Presley, this is all my fault," she choked out before she burst into tears. "Come on, let's go to the back." The last thing I need was more drama like a crying ex-employee on the sales floor. Once I got her sitting down and grabbed her a Diet Coke from the fridge, I sat down next to her, ready to ask what the heck was going on and why she felt this was her fault. I know she had already talked to Willie, so I wasn't sure what this could be about. I passed her a Kleenex. "So, what's this all about, Amy?" "This is all my fault," she repeated, and started crying again. Oh, man. I was horrible with upset people. I never knew what to say, and everything I did say just seemed corny or stupid. "Did you murder Solange?" No, she stammered between hiccupy breaths. "Then how could this possibly be your fault?" "Oh, Presley, I did a horrible thing." I became a little alarmed, wondering what she had done and wishing I could sneak out and call Willie for advice. "Tell me, Amy. Maybe I can help." "I told a lie, and now Solange is dead because of it. I don't understand." "Oh, Presley, it was so stupid." What did you do, Amy? Maybe we can fix it. I'm sure none of this is your fault. I'm a horrible person. I wanted to be nice, and of course I wanted information, but this was getting very frustrating. Amy, I'm sure you're not a horrible person. Presley, I lied. What did you lie about? I lied about having an affair with James. I was speechless. Unusual for me, but I had nothing to say. Why would someone lie about having an affair? Why would you do that, Amy? I know. I probably sounded judgmental, and I didn't mean to, but I couldn't help it. I was in love with James, but he kept blowing me off. He claimed he didn't love her, but still, he wouldn't give me the time of day. I was angry, and I told her James and I were sleeping together. They were holding on to a loveless marriage for no reason. I was the one who was best for James. He knew it. He just didn't want to hurt her. She didn't even care about him. But now she's dead and he won't even talk to me. I was reeling. I was in shock from what I was hearing. I couldn't even fathom why Amy would do such a thing. Was she obsessed in a fatal attraction sort of way? Amy, I don't understand. Why would you do such a thing? I told you because I love him and he belongs with me. Okay. I had no idea she had felt this way about our boss's husband. But as twisted as this conversation was, I still didn't understand how it had anything to do with Solange's death. Okay, Amy, I get that. But what does this have to do with Solange's death? You being in love with James didn't kill her. Don't you see, Presley? Solange killed herself because she couldn't imagine a life without James. If I hadn't lied, she wouldn't have felt that way and would still be alive. This statement brought about a new patch of fresh tears. Ah, this was making more sense now. Amy didn't realize Solange was murdered, which means she must not pay attention to news or Willie, because I know he called to tell her. This girl had some issues. Amy, you can calm down. Solange didn't commit suicide. Amy looked up in surprise. What? She stammered. Solange was murdered. So unless you killed her, it wasn't your fault. Amy was only guilty of horrible judgment. But you need to tell this to the detective. I'm so sorry, Presley. I know what I did was horrible. Not only was it horrible, but it got me fired from my job I really liked. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Amy, I'm sure you will find something. I would just give you the advice to stay away from James and the family. Presley? A soft voice belonging to what I thought was an older woman came over the phone. I wasn't sure who it was. This is Lorraine Barker. Wow, this was a shocker. I wouldn't have in a million years expected a call from Solange's mother. I mean, she had been extremely nice at the funeral and a couple times before when I met her at the store. But why was she calling me? Hello, Mrs. Barker. Is there something I can help you with? First, you can call me Lorraine, dear. I don't stand on formality. Okay, Lorraine. Now, I'm sure you're wondering why I called. Well, yes, I am. She chuckled. I would expect as much. I was hoping you would meet me at the tea room for coffee at 4 p.m. this afternoon. I mentally reviewed my calendar in my head, and although I had a couple things to do, still had time to meet her. Sure. Thanks, dear. See you soon. I reached the tea room about 15 minutes early. I admit I was nervous. Mrs. Barker, Lorraine, was so put together. I always felt very out of place with people like that. I struggled forever with what to wear, finally deciding on a simple black sheath dress and black heels. A strand of pearls and pearl earrings to accessorize created a look that was elegant and understated. I hoped, anyway. I wanted to look like I fit in. How may I assist you? Said the hostess as I walked up. The hostess here was dressed just as nicely as I was. I'm meeting Lorraine Barker, but I'm early. Ah, yes, Lorraine, right this way. She started walking in the dining room. Good thing you are early. She loves people who are punctual, and she likes it even better when you arrive first. She likes being waited on, if you know what I mean. I completely know what you mean. I was glad I had arrived early. We reached the table, and she motioned me to sit down. I'll bring you some bread and water while you wait. Thanks. I know she was being nice, but it sure sounded like a jail sentence. Maybe Lorraine wasn't as nice as I thought. I didn't have much time to contemplate, as it was only a few seconds later when I saw Lorraine walking toward me. It would be hard to be early and impress her if she was 10 minutes early, as I felt it was a respectful thing she would appreciate, and I could tell by the smile on her face that she was pleased. "How are you this afternoon, Lorraine?" I shook her hand and then waited until she sat down to sit back down myself. "I'm doing good, dear. Thank you for asking. I can't say it's been easy, but you must push through. I have always prided myself on being strong for the family, and this is no different." "I have to admire that, Lorraine. I'm not sure I would be the same way. You are a very strong woman." She smiled. "I'm sure you wonder why I asked you to meet me." "Well, I didn't think it was just because you needed company." "Don't sell yourself short, dear. Under other circumstances, I think you would be a fun lunch partner to have." I smiled. She really was a sweet lady. "I need to talk to you about James." "Okay." I was a little more than surprised, as I had thought hard about what she might want to talk to me about, and had assumed she wanted to talk to me about Stephen. After all, he was the one who had come to the boutique drunk. She must have read the look on my face and realized this seemed strange to me. "James and I have always been close, and I know that Stephen told you the story of James, Sheila, and Solange. The part he didn't tell you, that he didn't know, and neither did Sheila, is that James came to me in the very beginning and told me how he felt about Solange the first time he saw her." This was interesting. I wouldn't have thought that a college student would have the integrity, if that was a word, to approach the mother of two women he was caught between. I had to give him a lot of credit for that. It would be hard to do as a grown adult, much less in your early 20s. I also found it interesting that she used Solange, not Sally. As her mother, I would have thought she would use Sally, her given name. "You have to understand. They had come to me to tell me that Sheila was pregnant, a much bigger scandal in those days than now. Back then, young ladies in this predicament had the grace to be ashamed." She sniffed. I was trying my hardest to save my million questions for when she was done talking. "James and Sheila had come to me in private the week before and told me that she was 14 weeks pregnant. She had waited until it was too late to have an abortion, even though I wouldn't have allowed it anyways, as much as I'd had any control over what Sheila did, but so James would have no choice but to marry her. At least, that's what she thought in her mind. It almost worked, except for Solange. James is an honorable man. Even back then, when he was young, and he had asked Sheila to marry him once he found out. They were going to announce it at the family Christmas party." Lorraine paused. "I take it that part never happened?" "No." She shook her head sadly. "He showed up and saw Solange, and it was over. Both his relationship with Sheila and the relationship between Sheila and Solange. So like I said, he came to me and told me he would marry Sheila, that he would stay away from Solange if I told him to, but he couldn't be in a loveless marriage, and I agreed. It wouldn't have been good for Sheila or him. Though Sheila became so bitter, I wonder if it was any better." She paused for a second, reflecting. I took this moment to ask one of the questions I had been biting my tongue on. So, if he agreed to stay away from Solange, how did they end up together? "Remember," I said, "he told me he would stay away from Solange if I wanted him to. I couldn't make him go away, though maybe I should have, and before you judge me for being a bad mother, Lorraine, I'm not—" She held up her hand to stop me. "I feel that we all need to make our own way, and life is not easy. I knew Sheila would be devastated, and of course, as her mother, I didn't want that. But I also didn't want to deny Solange and James the chance for a happy life with each other, if they were really meant to be. I thought for a long time it was infatuation and would fizzle out, but they were so clearly meant for each other. No huge shock, as I didn't think that James and Sheila were very compatible. Sheila was just so desperate to hang on to him. She tried to change, but it would have come eventually. I wanted to ask about the baby, but didn't want to be too pushy. Plus, it was a bit of an uncomfortable subject. Sheila was too far along for any other course of action besides having the baby. She wanted nothing to do with it and was distraught, understandably so. I sent her away to her sister's, and she took the next semester off from school. She had the baby, gave it up for adoption, and returned to school at the fall, and pretended like it never happened. Therapy wasn't the thing to do like it is now, and no one ever really thought about it, but I wish I knew then what I know now, and I would have insisted Sheila get some help. The emotional stress of giving a baby up, no matter how much Sheila tried to pretend she didn't care, on top of losing to her sister the man she thought she was going to marry, I feel ruined her zest for finding another fulfilling relationship. We try to do right by our children, but being a parent is never easy. And it is so easy to second-guess yourself when they turn out to be less than well-adjusted adults. Lorraine smiled ruefully. Lorraine, I'm not a parent, but I think most people do the best they can. It's always easy to second-guess yourself after any decision you make. Thank you, dear. You do the best you can. But it's sure not easy living with the consequences of your actions, as Sheila and James have recently found out. What do you mean? Well, another mistake I may have made is I helped Sheila hide the baby and subsequent adoption from James. How? He knew she was pregnant, and it was too late to not have the baby. I don't think I follow. I'm not proud of this, but Sheila wanted nothing to do with James or anything related to James. When I sent her to her sister, she begged me to tell James she lost the baby. I think it was a pride thing to her. She didn't want him to think she had gone through the pregnancy and then given something up. She wanted him to think she didn't care. She hurt so bad I wanted to do something to give her some peace. Lorraine, I think you did the right thing. Well, maybe not after I tell you the recent turn of events. The child that Sheila gave up for adoption 20 years ago just recently surfaced. Oh, except that she somehow found Solange and thought she was her birth mother instead of Sheila. Oh, I was sounding like a broken record, but I was having one of those rare moments where I didn't know what to say, and I was starting to wonder why she had chosen me to tell this story to. What made this even worse is Solange never knew Sheila and James had been pregnant. She came to me when the girl found her, and I confessed that I had known all along. She was understandably mad at all of us. She felt betrayed, and that was the reason for her wanting a divorce. That was news. James said he wanted the divorce based on how Solange had acted, but when I guessed indirectly, he had caused the divorce through actions from 20 years ago. What a mess. I can't believe Solange kept this all in. What emotional confusion she must have experienced. I tried to get her to see reason, Lorraine continued. James was also very upset with me because he felt I should have told him the truth all those years, and he was right. Both James and Solange tried to talk to Sheila, but she refused to listen to either of them. They might have had their differences, but they both agreed that they wanted the girl to be part of the family. She was petrified the girl would find her, which she did. She came to the house several times, as Solange had told her where she lived and who she was. Once Solange realized what was going on, she had no ill toward the girl. Amber and felt that Sheila and James should get to know her. She wanted to get to know her. After all, this girl was blood related and the child of James, and as mad as she might have been, she would never have refused to let Amber into the family. James agreed. He wasn't happy, like I said, that this all had been kept from him, and I think he has met with Amber a few times, and they were trying to build some sort of relationship. Sheila is still refusing. I just don't know what to do with her. Lorraine, maybe she just needs to figure out herself. If she isn't open to meeting her daughter, is it wise to push it? I'm sure Lorraine didn't want my advice, but there had to be some reason she called me here, so I figured I had nothing to lose. I agree, Presley. I just hate to see Sheila miss out on what could be a great opportunity. But you're right. I can't force it. She is just so bitter about the whole thing. Sheila has just felt shut out of everything. Solange was the oldest, and she always doted on Stephen. They were so close, even as adults, probably too close, as Solange was always bailing Stephen out long after I washed my hands of him in an attempt at tough love. Sheila wanted to be the one Stephen depended on. She didn't understand why he didn't, especially since Solange was adopted, a fact Sheila could never just let go. I was wondering about that, Lorraine. What made you adopt Solange? Lorraine paused. After all she had already told me, I didn't think I was overstepping my bounds, but was second-guessing myself as she was still silent. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry, I said. You're fine, dear. It's just hard to talk about, even now. She paused again, and I wasn't going to push her. I knew she would tell me in her own time. You see, one of the reasons I was so understanding when Sheila and James came to me to tell me she was pregnant was that I had been in the same predicament. She stopped to let the words sink in. You mean Solange was yours? I was amazed. This was not what I expected at all. I didn't even see any family resemblance, and you would think there would be some. Yes, I fell head over heels for a young man when I was 19, and I thought that was it. We would be together, travel the world, eventually settle down, get married, have kids, and the whole works. I thought he wanted that too, and maybe he did, for a time. She paused again, seemingly lost in her own thought. I just waited patiently, which was not easy. But I unexpectedly got pregnant, though hindsight, it should have been expected. She laughed. I was such a naive, foolish girl back then. I didn't have the sexual knowledge you young ladies have now. I was always naive enough to think he would be as happy as I was. Sure, it rushed up the timetable, but I was ready to settle down. I thought I would tell him, and he would marry me. Instead, he enlisted in the service and said he would call when he got to boot camp. He never did. Oh, Lorraine, I'm so sorry. I reached across the table and put my hand on hers. What a heart-wrenching story. Oh, don't be sorry, dear. This happened a long time ago, and I got Solange out of it. And I ended up marrying a wonderful man I got to spend the best years of my life with. I smiled. I guess I don't understand why Sheila and Stephen think Solange is adopted. Because that's what we told them. Just like Sheila, I was sent to an aunt's to have the baby. My aunt had a friend who couldn't have children, so she was going to raise the child as her own. I wasn't happy, but didn't have much of a choice. And I knew this was the best for the child. But I was but a child myself, and unwed at that. Back then, an unwed mother didn't have as much prospects as they do now. I soon met Paul. We fell in love and got married. Within a couple years, we had Sheila and then Stephen. I thought of Solange often, but knew she was doing well through my aunt, and I knew she had a happy life. Then one day I got a call. The family who had taken Solange in, had been in a car accident and died. The family was going to send Solange to an orphanage, and I couldn't bear it. I went to Paul and confessed, sure that he would throw me out, and in the moments after I told him, I realized what an amazing man I had married. Not only did he not throw me out, when I told him that's what I thought he would do, he scolded me for being silly, and he immediately said we needed to take her in. We decided to say we were adopting the daughter of an old friend who had died, because Solange had no idea she had been adopted by them, and obviously Sheila and Stephen had no idea I had a child before them, and we felt it easier. So you're telling me they didn't know they were half-siblings? Not until a few years ago, when Solange found out. She was very understanding, and didn't feel she wanted to cause family drama by carrying about old secrets. The others don't know, and Solange wanted it that way. I'm afraid there wasn't anything that made Sheila happy, and while I do worry that it's from giving up that baby all those years ago, it did give her so many opportunities she hasn't pursued. Indeed, she has went through life being bitter. The positive is her life isn't over, and she still has time to get to know her daughter. Maybe she will eventually realize what she's giving up. I certainly hope so, Lorraine said, reaching across the table, putting her hand over mine. Thank you for listening to me, dear. And I haven't even ordered our proper tea yet. She looked up in the direction of a waiter, and one immediately came over. The usual, Miss Barker? Yes, please, Josh. I hope you don't mind me ordering for you, dear. No, not at all, Lorraine. I'm sure you know what's best here. Chapter 21. Hi, Willie. What's up? I was surprised to hear from him, as I had just talked to him a few hours before, and he said he would talk to me that night. Something must be going on. Maybe he knew something about the case. Do you have an idea where James is? Have you talked to him today? No. I talked to him yesterday, but he hasn't made his daily call today. James was a thorn in my side. I tried to be sympathetic, as he had just